Recording in progress.
Does Rob have to be in position?
Welcome, everyone. Are we recording? Okay, we are. Welcome. Today is Monday, June 15th. This is a special meeting of the San Rafael City Council. I'll request the city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Vice Mayor Kurtz is absent and should be arriving shortly, potentially. Councilmember Yedem
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present, we have a quorum. So on the special meeting, it's our consent calendar, and I'll ask my colleagues if there are any items they'd like to be held. I will start that I would like to hold item E, which is the camping regulations evaluation and proposed changes, just so, don't expect a report on it, but just so that the community can comment specifically on that if they would like. Are there any other items that my colleagues would like to pull from the agenda? Okay, so not seeing any, I will accept public comment right now on items, if there's public comment on items A through N, but if you can hold your comments, if you want to comment on E, wait until we get to that portion. So if there's anyone that would like to make public comment on the items excluding E, I guess that'd be an easier way to say it. Now is your opportunity. And you're invited but not required to say your name, what part of San Rafael you're in.
Gregory Andrews, San Rafael Metals. Just question if you can identify for us when item 1E will come up. That's my question, if possible. Thank you.
Any other public comments on the items, all of them except for E? Not seeing any, I request a motion on those items, but not E.
I move that we approve the consent calendar, items 1A through N minus 1E.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Yedem
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. So the next item is item E that we pulled from the agenda. That's the camping regulations evaluation and proposed changes. I know that staff has been working on this item, and it's something that the council has requested, and it was part of our goals and objectives. So I didn't know if staff had anything they wanted to say. I don't have any questions specifically. I don't know if my colleagues do, but I didn't know if you wanted to say a few words on this item.
If it's good with the council, I'm happy to give just a brief presentation on the item, if you like.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a presentation, but yes, but
Okay.
that sounds long.
Totally. So, throughout the Marydale project, we have been indicating that the city would be making changes to our regulations around camping on public property. This has been shared publicly for the better part of the last probably year and a half, if not longer. And as such, staff have prepared two proposed camping ordinance changes, which all of this was reviewed by our homelessness subcommittee at their May 21st, 2026 meeting. The first change is really not a change in our regulations, but rather an administrative interpretation update, which we're updating our interpretation of the term public facility and park in the ordinance. Again, reporting this publicly for transparency and so everyone understands what the city's stance is going to be moving forward. But due to changes in the legal landscape around the camping ordinance, we now interpret City Hall, the Public Safety Center, community centers, and libraries as public facilities where camping is already prohibited by code. And then the definition of park now also covers the open areas surrounding those buildings, so the grassy area, and parking lot at City Hall, as well as, and importantly, as called out in the staff report, is the grassy area from Marydale Road to the SMART station. The other change that is incorporated in the attached resolution to the item, we are recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution that prohibits camping along Anderson Drive between Lindaro Street and Rice Street, this is our prohibition of camping along Anderson Drive. Staff is proposing a two-step process to doing this, the first of which is effective upon the council approving the resolution. We would prohibit all new camping along Anderson Drive, and then once we know when the Marydale project will open and the individuals on Anderson are able to locate to that project, then camping will be expressly prohibited along Anderson between Rice and Lindaro. So with that, that concludes my brief remarks on this, but happy to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I'll see. Yeah, Councilmember Micah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So when you mentioned between Lindaro and Irwin, is that Irwin? Rice. What about the rest of Anderson Drive? Because before we used to have an area between Lindaro and Irwin, I believe. Mm-hmm. And I know now we have like boulders and stuff, so what happens with the rest of Anderson Drive?
The remaining portions of Anderson Drive are actually currently, with the way that the setbacks are provided for under the camping ordinance, those remaining portions of Anderson already are prohibited to camping. Mm-hmm. So right now, currently, the only place along Anderson where camping is allowed under our existing regulations is that stretch between Lindaro and Rice Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant City Manager John Stefanski. My question is, can you walk us through the operational timeline if this resolution is adopted?
So should the council adopt the resolution, starting tomorrow, our special operations unit of the police department will be out along Anderson conducting a survey to get a census of the individuals who are currently camping along that stretch of road, so we're able to then more effectively enforce the no new camping regulations. And then later this year, which we're targeting around mid-September, we'll know or have a better idea of when the Marydale project will open. And at that time, we'll have our outreach staff, Lynn Murphy, the SOU, our partners at Vinnie's go out and inform individuals of the pending changes, as well as the process to locate into the Marydale project. And then following that move, we'll work with the Public Works Department to identify what design features or things we need to do to ensure that that area remains free of any camping moving forward.
Just to follow up on that, what are some of the plausible design features that could be implemented?
We're looking at a variety of things. We've had success with bouldering in the city, as well as, we may have some opportunities to do some like tree planting and other landscaping features along that way. But we need to also evaluate, the cost of those things and the time it takes to get them up in order to make sure that we can effectively prohibit camping along that stretch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Not seeing any other questions from the council. I'll open up to the public. If you'd like to comment on this item, now is your opportunity. And you're welcome, but not required to say your name, what part of San Rafael you're from.
Hi, I'm Katie Fleet, and I'm from Gerstle Park. I'm a parent, and I have a child who goes to the aftercare at the Parkside Children's Center. So I want to express my strong support for the resolution to ban new camping on Anderson. And I wanted to use this time to underscore some of the health and safety concerns that I read about in the report. My family uses Anderson Drive regularly, almost daily. We see the encampments spilling over into the street with people standing or walking in the street, shopping carts or other items obstructing the street, garbage in the street, across the street. It feels unsafe for driving, honestly, in both directions. I can't even imagine biking or walking along that corridor. We see residents sometimes doing drugs, engaging in violent behavior, fighting, screaming, and I know there have been fires and even a murder in March. The encampment is very close to Davidson Middle School and Parkside Children's Center. And I get that this is a desirable location because of proximity to important services. But from my perspective and the perspective of hundreds of children who can't stand here and tell you this today, it is a terrible location for an encampment. I know this isn't news to you. I've been coming to these meetings since my kid was barely 5. She's almost 8. Or she is 8. She's almost 9. Time goes by quickly for us as adults, but for kids, these are really long years and important times in their lives. And this is a really awful situation to have so close to a middle school and so close to a children's center and a preschool. So I really appreciate everyone's hard work. I know you've been at this longer than me. I would just like to see the Anderson encampment in that area improved. And I really hope that you can act quickly to make Anderson and the surrounding area safer for all of us, for the adults, but really especially for all the children who use that area. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
Hi, Richard Bernstein. I have a couple of questions. First of all, why is it that Anderson, moving of existing campers at the Anderson location has to be held until Marydale is complete, where the sanctioned camping area on Mahone Creek is presumably operational? Don't know if it's full or not, but why can't some of those campers from Anderson be removed to the much more controlled Mahone Creek portion? The second one is I was drove by 350 Marydale today. Not one thing has been done on the site itself, and I'm wondering what the likelihood is of attaining the desired deadline of this fall to get everything moved in. If it's complete in fall, how long would the move take, and what is the plan to get it cleared out? I think I'd like to emphasize the sooner the better. Thanks.
Any other comments before we close the public comment on this item?
Good evening. My name is Gregory Andrew. I live in San Rafael Meadows. The staff report and resolution does make reference to 350 Marydale, as just mentioned. In adopting the resolution tonight, the city is claiming the action is exempt from CEQA because it is an action taken to protect natural resources and the environment. This position undermines and may nullify the CEQA exemption the city claimed in its ordinance for an interim shelter at 350 Marydale, which stated it is exempt, quote, because it can be seen with certainty there is no possibility that the adoption of this ordinance or its implementation will have a significant effect on the environment. On the one hand, the city is claiming that it needs to ban the Anderson encampment because the encampment is harmful to the environment. And on the other hand, the city is claiming the homeless encampment at 350 Marydale has zero possibility of harming the environment. While Marydale should be a more controlled encampment, the city's claim of absolutely no possibility of environmental harm is a very high bar indeed, with zero leeway. The city is using CEQA exemptions to justify removing the Anderson encampment and asserting on the record that homeless encampments harm the environment. Yet for 350 Marydale, the city claims a CEQA exemption that is, with certainty, an encampment has no possibility of environmental harm. Those two positions are in direct conflict, and tonight's resolution may put the city's CEQA claim for 350 Marydale in serious jeopardy. And one final note is I ask that you take a look at your website on the camping resolutions, which I don't believe it mentions right away that is being prohibited, where their ordinance actually does. So if you could look at that, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members, staff. My name is Wayne Rayburn. I live in San Rafael Meadows. The staff report for this item discusses the Caltrans property adjacent to 350 Marydale, and it states the city has been engaging with Caltrans to come to an agreement for Caltrans to enforce no camping on its properties. However, there is no such agreement in place yet. And staff has expressed in the homeless subcommittee meetings how difficult it is to engage with Caltrans. In order to avoid encampments being established on Caltrans and or smart properties, we request that the interim shelter at 350 Marydale not be opened unless and until written agreements with Caltrans and SMART are finalized. Without such agreements, it is likely that homeless individuals may look to establish encampments adjacent to or around the 350 Marydale on Caltrans and SMART properties. These agreements need to be in place before the interim goes into operation. The people on Anderson's that's not going into this shelter is going to go with their friends, which is going to be moved down there. They're going to want to live somewhere down there close to their friends that's moved down there. If we can't stop them from coming in to Caltrans and SMART properties, they're going to go there anyway unless you have an agreement. Thank you.
Good evening, Marianne Nanestad of San Rafael Meadows. This is in regard to 1E camping regulation changes. The City Council should adopt a similar resolution to ban camping along Marydale Road and throughout the area around 350 Marydale. With the adoption of tonight's resolution, the city will have banned camping at Anderson, Mahone Creek, and City Hall, all locations of homeless encampment. It makes perfect sense to also ban camping around Marydale, which is around the interim shelter sites, just like at Mahone. Not only does it make perfect sense to ban camping around Marydale, but why wouldn't the city impose a ban, as the public has been requesting? Why not? City staff has said a ban on camping around Marydale is not necessary, but we believe it is necessary since the same conditions will exist around Marydale that exist at Anderson. The current camping ordinance prohibits camping at Anderson too, a public right-of-way, and yet you've been camping there. There's no good reason to have a resolution banning camping along and around Marydale. Case in point, why are you being inconsistent with Marydale Road when you have already taken those actions at Mahone Creek, City Hall, and Anderson Drive? Why are you so reluctant to impose a ban around Marydale? There needs to be a ban here too. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Not seeing any, I'm going to close the public comment. We received some good input. There was a question regarding the connection with the move to Marydale and moving folks into Mahone. So I think I'm looking at ACM Stefanski. And then there was comments about the Marydale timing. And I'll just say there is a community meeting tomorrow where I think you can speak to that because I know that you'll be there. And then there was a CEQA exemption question.
I will take the first two, the latter of which I will plug that we have a community meeting on the Marydale interim shelter as well as affordable housing project tomorrow night at 5:30 at Venetia Valley, which I know I will see all three of our Marydale neighbors there. But everyone is welcome to join and provide feedback and also hear just some updates on where we are with the project. The question around, I believe it was from Lou, around moving folks from Anderson into the sanctioned camping area in the meantime, and that is something that we do as we have capacity. The sanctioned camping area for the life of that project is run at capacity, and so when we do get, an availability to move someone in, we do that. But we don't have enough space, which is why we need the larger interim shelter.
Thank you. Go
Good
ahead,
evening, Mayor
yes.
Kate, members of the council, members of the community. Responding to Greg Andrews' comments about CEQA, I appreciate Greg's drawing the distinction between the exemptions. He called out one exemption that was applied in connection with the Marydale decision and then distinguish it from the exemption that's being used tonight. Two things to note, because I don't share Greg's concern about CEQA respectfully, for these reasons. One, you'll recall in the case of Marydale, there were more than one exemption there were several that were relied upon in connection with that action. And also, I think it's important to notice the distinction between the two actions. The council's action in relation to Marydale was in connection with approving the creation, the setting up of an area for homeless people to reside, whereas this proposed action that the council's about to decide upon concerns an area where it's proposed to eventually, when the timeline is able to be completed, no longer have homeless people in that area. So the actions are distinct, the exemptions are distinct.
Thank you. We'll see if there's any follow-up questions. Yeah, Councilmember Hill, go ahead. They're not on.
One of the questions I heard was in regard to the apparent readiness of 350 Marydale and the timeline. Did that get addressed around why it may not appear readying?
I think if we can keep that top line, there's an entire community meeting on that tomorrow night, but if you could go ahead and just briefly speak to that.
Correct. So while there isn't any action happening out at the site, our team is working to get the construction documents prepared and to get that lined up for a firm to come in and build the site, which we anticipate happening later this summer.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Bushy, go ahead.
Follow-up question on Anderson Drive. Do you have any sense of the census of people who are there and what sort of numbers we're looking at each phase of your outline here, where we close the area to camping and then systematically have outreach to hopefully get the ones that are there to locations? So what's your vision of numerically what those groups are going to consist of?
So over the life of this project, we've had anywhere between 14 to 22 people who are out on Anderson. And so when we were designing the interim shelter, we knew that we would have 50 folks at the sanctioned camping area that would move over, and then the 15 or so folks along Anderson, so that it would allow us to then effectively close that encampment. So, and could you repeat the second part of your question?
I was just talking about the different groups, but it sounds like you've accounted for all of the groups.
Correct.
I was hoping that there was some outreach needed in there to get people to other places, but it sounds like everyone is accounted for once we close it, and then there'll be an orderly dispersing of them to those different locations and an opening of Anderson Drive for community purposes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yes, thank you so much. As a follow-up question, so I was driving here, there was somebody new setting up tonight. So what's starting tomorrow, we are going to connect and see who's living there. And then if I know that we connect with them like regularly, so how will that work?
So it's a really good question. And so our SOU, Special Operations Unit, is out doing enforcement of the camping ordinance regularly, and they are out on Anderson. I know we say that happens maybe once or twice a week, but in reality, they're out there most days. So they know who's out there, and we'll be keeping track of who comes in. And then if someone does come in and is in violation of this new resolution, that then they will be cited under the camping ordinance and will have to move.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Sorry for being a few minutes late, but I did listen to it online. This is a question I had asked during the homeless subcommittee, and I just wanted to follow up on it. When the county was working with residents at Binford, they had a team approach in terms of working with people to ensure that there was a process forward for them. And I'm wondering if we're working with the county to be able to provide an additional level of support because we know the residents in Mahone have been getting a different level of support, and those on Anderson may be starting at a different level and will need additional assistance.
Yes, and following that comment, we did connect with our county partners, and so we wanted to follow a similar suit that the county's doing with Binford. Fortunately for us, the ERF3 grant did contemplate including case management services and outreach services for the folks along Anderson, in addition to the folks within the sanctioned camping area, and so we have a funding source, and we have an ability to go and support those people through the entirety of this process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. I'll open it up for any comments. Vice Mayor, do you have any comments you'd like to make before we bring this forward or bring it forward as a motion?
I'll bring it forward as a motion. I just, general comment is that this is, it's not only reaching the goal, and there's a goal to clear Anderson, which is a priority, but the priority is really to ensure that those on Anderson have a path forward. And so I think both of those things together with the support services makes sense. We can't have just a resolution and the expectation the resolution is going to ensure progress. It needs to be accompanied with other things. So thank you. And I
Good
will-
comments. Yeah, go ahead. So it's E. It's,
I'm getting
no,
there.
it's the other.
The other one, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So what do the whole E? I'd like to make a motion for the camping regulations evaluation and proposed changes, and accept and report on an administrative interpretation.
Actually, yeah, you just this one. Receive update.
Receive, update, and adopt resolution and accept report.
And a second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yeren Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. We'll stay tuned for another meeting, but this special meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Are we ready? All right. Welcome, everyone, to the San Rafael City Council. Today is Monday, June 15th. This is our regular meeting. Request the city clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Present?
Councilmember Hill.
Present?
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Present?
Councilmember Yeden's Galati.
Present?
Mayor Kate.
Present, all 5 of us are here this evening. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight, whether you're here in person or watching online. We appreciate your participation and engagement. Before we begin, I always like to start thanking our city employees every day across every department. They work hard to serve our community and keep San Rafael running smoothly. Tonight, I want to highlight a very special employee of the San Rafael Fire Department. I'm honored to share that San Rafael firefighter-paramedic James Irvin was awarded the most prestigious award at the California Emergency Medical Services Authority when he was named the 2025 California Paramedic of the Year. His career, yeah, we're going to clap for that. We'll get to that. We're going to get to His career reflects a consistent trajectory of dedication, skill, and a deep-rooted commitment to both his profession and his community. Congratulations, James, and we appreciate all that you do for your residents. So for some of you this evening, this might be the first meeting that you've attended in person, so a special welcome to you. And I just want to do a quick review of how our meetings are conducted, as we want to encourage anyone who likes to speak to feel free and comfortable to do so. An important part of this local democracy is to listen respectfully to all speakers during their 2 minutes. And if you want to show your support, one thing that has worked really well in our chambers is we utilize the American Sign Language for clapping, which is this. This way we can see your support, and who's ever speaking, whether they agree or disagree, they will still feel comfortable at the dais. There are agendas on the table in the lobby, so you can see when that agenda item is going to come before the council. We have a packed agenda tonight. We already did the consent calendar, so you will know if you have an item you're waiting to hear, you'll see when it is in the lineup. So the agenda item comes to the council. The council will ask clarifying questions of staff. Then, at that point, I will open up public comment on the item. We'll note that any questions that arise during public comment, we'll note them down, and once everyone who wants to speak has spoken, then I'll close the public comment, and it's at that time that staff will answer any questions that were asked. After that, then the council will ask any additional questions, and then there'll be a deliberation and then a decision. So I've been very proud over the past years how our community has participated in our council meetings, and I'm confident that tonight will be equally respectful and productive. Before we move into our meeting agenda, we also include a land acknowledgement, as this statement complements the work that we do with the tribe. We thank the original caretakers of this land. San Rafael is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, many of whom today are tribal citizens of the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, and we honor their continuing involvement in stewardship practices that benefit us all. Thank you for being here. I will now turn it over to the city clerk to share how the public can participate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Tonight's meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube. For members of the public wishing to provide public comment, displayed on the podium and the projector is a timer to help you stay within your 2-minute time frame. You're invited, though not required, to introduce yourself and say what part of San Rafael you live in, or if you're from outside of San Rafael. We do offer closed captioning for this meeting on Zoom. You can select the live transcript button on Zoom to enable that feature. Viewers may also request reasonable accommodations to provide their public comments virtually. For more information about that, or if you have any technical difficulties, you can email me at city.clerk@cityofsanrafael.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have open time for public expression at the beginning of our meeting as well as at the end. At the beginning, it's a segment of 10 minutes. This is any comments that are not on tonight's agenda. I have 2 cards already. So Kendra Rodas, if you would like to make your comments, now is your opportunity. And then I think after Kendra will be Carla Ekon.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. My name is Carla Ekchan. I am a Canal resident and I just completed 8th grade at Davidson Middle School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here representing the Youth Advocacy Program at Alcohol Justice. I want to let you know about a campaign called Free Our Sports. This campaign works to eliminate alcohol advertising from every sport. Kids watch sports at home and in person, and we see these ads constantly. We believe sports should be about the game, the athletes, and the fans, not selling alcohol. Alcohol marketing affects kids, but what about the parks in our neighborhoods? We spend a lot of time at our local parks. Our goal is to free our parks.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Kendra Rodas, and I am a San Rafael resident. I will be a ninth grader at San Rafael High School this year. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. Kids and teenagers spend a lot of time in the parks and walking around the canal in general. The problem is that people spend time gambling, smoking, and drinking in our parks around kids and teenagers. We are asking City Council to invest in improved signs throughout our parks that clearly state what is and isn't allowed. We also ask City Council to add more lighting in order to discourage gambling, drinking, and smoking after hours. We appreciate how the City of San Rafael protects and values our parks and neighborhoods. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you both. It's not easy to get up here in front of a room full of people. Well done. Anyone else? Yeah, right? Exactly. Anyone else have anything else they would like to comment on that's not on tonight's agenda? Now would be your opportunity. Yeah, you can just come down. And you're invited but not required to say your name and what part of San Rafael you live in.
Thank you. I live on Spinnaker Point Drive in the Spinnaker and Bay Point areas. And for years, I've been requesting that speed bumps be put on Spinnaker Point Drive because there's at least a half a mile with no speed bumps, no stop signs, and just about every single morning and every single night, there are people coming down, not from our neighborhood, coming down the road going 60, 70, 80 miles an hour and not stopping and go around and around and around. And I'm just wondering, does someone need to get killed before this happens? What's happened in the last year, and I suspect at least $200,000 was spent on this, where the medians were extended with yellow lines in the road. That has done nothing to stop this speeding. I don't understand why it was done, and people in the neighborhood think it looks horrible. And so I'm asking to please, please, please put some speed bumps, just a couple speed bumps and maybe a stop sign, which would cost way less money on Spinnaker Point Drive before someone gets killed. Thank you.
Any other public comment? I don't see any other public comment, so I'll close the public comment, and because it's not agendized, we will not respond in time, but we definitely appreciate your input from all the speakers, so thank you. We'll start to move along into our public hearings. And the first one that we have this evening is an update to park impact fee programs and Nexus study. And I see Director Micah Hinkle is with us, so I will turn it over to you.
Running with some efficiency tonight, so I appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. Micah Hinkle, Community and Economic Development Director. Before we start here, I really wanted to kind of call out this program because it's actually been a program that's been in development for over a year. So I want to take a moment to thank the teams of staff and consultants. This includes staff from Community Economic Development, City Attorney, Library and Recreation, Finance, City Manager, and Public Works. Debbie Kern from Kaiser Marson, along with Megan Burke from Jarvis Fay, have really supported this project, kind of get it to this phase. And then I also like to thank the various groups of comments we received on this. It really kind of helped shape a little bit of the programmatic approach and how we address this. Lastly, I'd like to thank Selena Smith, who's led the city team on the park impact fees. And with that, I'll turn over to Selena to kick us off. Thank you.
Thanks, Micah. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Tonight's update is, sorry, wrong slide. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to respond to the primary questions and comments raised by the council and the public during the May 18th and leading up to the public hearing on May 18th. Staff reviewed these comments and developed a comprehensive response, including a response attachment as 5 in your staff report. So tonight we'll specifically discuss the park impact fee project list and how fees were calculated, impacts on housing development, alternative fee structures, a phased implementation approach. This update is also intended to improve transparency by clearly identifying the costs associated with growth and establishing a fee structure that is supported by a legally defensible nexus study. After addressing these topics, staff will ask the council to consider adoption of the updated Nexus study and fee program. One of the themes raised during the May 18th hearing involved the capital improvement program project list included in the Nexus study. It's important to clarify that the project list does not determine the fee amount. The fees were calculated using the existing inventory method, which is the most commonly used approach and is consistent with the state's Model Nexus study framework. Under this methodology, fees are based on the city's current inventory of parkland and recreation facilities and the cost of maintaining that level of service as new residents are added. In response to public comments, staff revised the project list to provide additional clarity regarding project eligibility and cost assumptions. The revised project list is actually more conservative than the original version and results in fewer costs being assumed eligible for impact fee funding. The updated Nexus study was publicly posted on May 29th, more than 14 days prior to tonight's public hearing, and consistent with the requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act. Another theme raised by council during the May hearing was the potential impact of these fees on housing production. While impact fees are one factor considered by developers, they represent only one component of the overall cost of development. The city has seen significant housing activity since the adoption of the 2040 General Plan. Importantly, projects that have already vested through approved vesting tentative maps, or SB 330, are not subject to the proposed fee increases. As shown on this slide, in this table, Sanderville currently has approximately 3,700 units, either built, under construction, entitled, formally submitted, or under preliminary review. If developed, these projects represent approximately 8,600 future residents. These projects have already locked in the city's current fee structure with vesting rights and would not be affected by tonight's decision. This is an important consideration because those future residents will increase demand on the city's park and recreation system, regardless on whether the fee program is updated. Another theme raised was an alternative fee structure. Staff evaluated alternatives for affordable housing, accessory dwelling units, and senior housing. For 100% affordable housing projects, staff continues to recommend fees equal to 25% of the standard rate. In addition, staff is developing a separate fee waiver program and residual receipts loan program that could allow additional reductions of up to 100%. Staff expects to return to the City Council with that policy framework in the future. For senior housing, staff does not recommend a separate reduced fee. There is insufficient data to support a distinct senior housing fee methodology, and most recent senior projects in San Rafael have been market rate projects. However, any affordable senior housing project would qualify under the affordable housing rate reduction. And for ADUs, staff recommends fees equal to 25% of the standard fee. And in addition, ADUs under 750 square feet are exempt under state law. Council also requested information regarding a phased implementation approach. Staff analyzed a 3-year phase-in option that would implement 50% of the fee initially, increase to 75% in year 2, and reach 100% in year 3. While this is a policy option available to council, staff continues to recommend implementation of the full fee levels 60 days after adoption. Additionally, and ENR construction cost index adjustments would apply still under either approach, and the affordable housing and ADU discounts would phase in proportionately as well. It's important to recognize that any fee level adopted below the full amount supported by the Nexus study does not necessarily eliminate the cost of growth. Rather, it shifts a portion of that cost from new development to the city and its existing residents. Those costs are paid in one way or another, either by the development creating the demand or through other city resources, including the general fund. To provide additional context, staff updated the market comparison analysis to not only include the proposed park impact fee, but also the transportation mitigation fee update and the suspension of the construction vehicle impact fee that is also before council tonight. Even when considering all of these updates together, San Rafael remains competitive compared to peer regions and jurisdictions. The updated analysis shows that non-subdivision projects would be approximately 3% below regional average, and subdivisions would be approximately 13% above average. Importantly, San Rafael remains within the range of comparable jurisdictions and below the highest fee jurisdiction included in this analysis. It's also important to note that many jurisdictions are currently updating their impact fees, so the market average is likely to shift upward over time. Based on the Nexus study and market analysis, staff believes the proposed fee program is fair, legally defensible, and appropriately balances housing production and infrastructure needs. If fees are set below the Nexus study levels, the resulting funding gap would need to be absorbed through other city funding resources, subsidized by existing residents, or result in reduced park and recreation improvements. Staff believes the recommended approach provides the greatest transparency, ensures growth, pays its proportional share, and helps preserve the quality of life and park and recreation services that residents value. At this time, we are open to questions. We also have Debbie Kern from Kaiser Marson Associates and Megan Burke from Jarvis Fay to help support these questions as well.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. I'll see if there are any questions. Vice Mayor Kurtz, go ahead.
Thank you for the report, and I especially enjoyed section attachment 5 with the response to the questions that came from public comment before, because we covered a lot of this information the last time it was reviewed, but I appreciate how it's evolved based on that conversation. The one area that I was wondering if we could go back and look at is around the senior housing versus affordable housing, and I like how I understand that we don't really have a distinction so much around senior housing, which would be something around accommodating for age as well as income. And do we designate senior housing specifically? I know we designate affordable housing based on low, very low, low, whatever, based on that perspective. But do we do any identification of senior housing?
We didn't designate a senior housing. There's not data available that supports a distinct senior housing rate. And so affordable housing projects that are for seniors would qualify under the affordable housing project reduced rate.
Just kind of adding on that is it's based on our baseline study of the general plan regarding households. And we didn't really break down. We know what the age demographic breakdowns are, but they didn't go in that depth about defining, senior housing to the depth of the affordability levels within that. So we vary, and when we get this across the board, they were just part of our housing snapshot across the board. So they're not segmented or drawn out in that way. And that would require us to, if this is something that council is interested in exploring, that would require us to go deeper into actually defining that, and also what the income levels would we qualifying for those type of subsidies or adjustments on fee structures for senior housing. But we have not done that, or council has not provided that direction to staff at this time.
Okay. Because we know the state's starting to look at different tax credits, different options for supporting specifically senior housing. So there might be something that we'd want to consider down the road. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Lorenz-Gulati.
Yes, thank you so much for the update. I also appreciate seeing all the answers to the questions from the previous meeting. I'm curious, it says on the low income or very low income that in like a future 100% waiver. So I'm curious to see, that's not the alternative for council consideration for the next 3 years, or is that the one that you're describing?
No, I think the expectation is to really receive council feedback on this in terms of if this is something they want us to explore. This is something staff has actually identified, looking at a 100% program. What's before you tonight is across the board a 75% or 25% cost for that. But We do recognize, and that's really based on some of the feedback from affordable housing developers, there is a greater need to actually push that 100%. But before we brought that forward, we want to actually outreach and really understand what other tools are necessary. Sometimes the overall waiver is not sometimes helpful for leveraging some of the affordable housing, so that's why we want to take the opportunity to engage our affordable housing partners and really understand the tools that are necessary. There, as described before, there's a 60-day window before this actually takes an effect, and really that was the desire to have staff outreach and develop that program back into the Housing and Economic Development Subcommittee to bring back forward, or probably the Finance Subcommittee, to bring back kind of recommendations on what that program looks like. But really just trying to work with the group that would most likely desire that type of approach and understand really what they need. But tonight before you, we're really recommending that we adopt the 75% reduction and then come back at a 100% approach.
Mm-hmm. Well, I love that idea, as you know. And maybe if it's the 60-day future, that seems pretty good future nearby. So my other question is around ADUs. And under 750 square feet, we don't, they don't have to pay any fees by the state. I'm curious to see if we could designate that over 750 square foot based on the usage of the ADU when they build it, because right now it's at 25% for low income. So I'm just curious. Do we know when people apply what the usage is going? Is it going to be for housing versus an office?
I think that's really the struggle on staff on the enforcement standpoint, are actually applying fees. When they're applying under certain state regulations for approval and adoption for housing, we apply what's on the books and trying to keep simplicity on that. I don't think there's an ability to basically monitor of like, you're not using your unit anymore for housing, so therefore you're going to pay a fee. It just makes the enforcement standpoint for us very difficult on implementation, also establishing the standards of what that would look like. So it wouldn't be staff's recommendation that we pursue an approach of that manner in terms of just implementation and also like monitoring, like, are you using your second unit for that purpose? It is set up as a state program. The city council and departmental permits are in compliance with that program, and we continue to be. But getting into the actual use of those, because it's really challenging, and I think it was something we would probably try to avoid.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Councilmember Bushi, go ahead.
Yes, I have some questions on the same topics. And I want to begin with the overall concept of this study is to tabulate costs and associate them with users. And our goal is to be fair and equitable. And in your presentation, several times you mentioned that to the extent costs are not recovered from this group, from a particular group, they have to come from somewhere, and in many cases, the general fund. So bearing in mind that that's what we're trying to do here, I'm curious as to the origin of the 75% off concept for certain categories of development. Was there any study that supports that? Is that common from other jurisdictions? Where did that come from?
Sure, I'm happy to respond to that. It's actually, we did take, as a staff, analyzing other cities and their waiver programs for affordable housing, and they actually ranged, and they ranged from 50% to 100%. So I do think it's really a policy direction from councilors, or those various councils that adopted those. We tried to look at what would actually be beneficial, and looking at, because this is across the board, 75% fee waiver reduction, and that's where we landed on that. So, but if there is a desire for council to look at a different programmatic approach on this, and that we definitely are open to that in terms of an affordable housing or categories ends that come back. That's what I think that 100% fee waiver that was mentioned within the staff report, returning to council with a little more policy directive, I think is really helpful. But we did, in terms of settling on this, it came up of more than 50 and less than 100, but here's the 75, which I think is a significant fee reduction end for these projects.
And did any of these nexus studies include a further stage of analysis of where will those costs go and how will they be recovered?
I think this is really related to a council policy, and this is what recognizing it really is targeted for affordable housing. So it is a policy approach for council saying that affordable housing is so valuable to this community and its support that we're willing to waive this amount. There could be an established policy at 100%, but I also think there's some ramifications when we go that in terms of leveraging as for the affordable housing developments or developers themselves.
Well, and there's also some ramifications of cost recovery not occurring.
Indeed. So, and then there also could be a policy direction from council that, no, they pay the full freight in terms of the program or 100% element. So it really, as I said, there are some policy directives that really are set up for council about the depth of how they want to charge different fees.
Right, and the key is what level do we wish to subsidize housing from the general fund? Okay, now, on that same general topic, ADUs, 700, the smaller ones are exempt, which leaves the bigger ones. What is the policy justification for letting the bigger ones have the 75% off?
I think it's really a policy approach, and we've been very supportive of ADUs, and actually that's been the category of units that actually have been brought forward. So we really didn't want to stymie or reduce kind of the progressive approach to obtain ADUs. I do think our market in San Rafael does allow for additional ADUs, so we really want to see a consistency and programmatically to try to keep that the same. We're offering discount rates related to affordable housing. We also we thought that would be an approach to apply it also to ADUs.
But you didn't take a lens that says the small, more affordable ones are already exempt, and this is just for the bigger ones.
No, and it was just the relation, the current council policy approach on this is we have not charged any fees to ADUs.
I remember we decided that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Thank you, Selena and Director Hinkle. I have a few questions. Could you characterize how much revenue the city would forego under the alternative phased implementation option that you provided? As compared with the full fee?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, it's a counterfactual because this hasn't happened yet. We don't know how many units might happen, so I would love if you can just use theoretical numbers.
Yeah. Well, it's difficult to predict exactly how much revenue the city will anticipate, depending on the types of projects we're getting, feasibility, implementation, things like that. We did kind of put together a analysis based on our market study, those prototypes that we have in there. So a townhome subdivision project, which is that 45 units, and then the 8-story downtown non-subdivision project, and at 200 units. If we were to do a phased approach at 50% at first, with those two projects at the same time, we would forgo about 1.9 million in park impact fees. At the 75% phase-in, so year 2, with both of those projects, we would forgo about a little under $1 million, and then at year 3, we would get all of them.
And that's from the basically 60 days out from if we were to pass that option tonight?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Could you walk us through staff's recommendation on putting, if a developer requests, say, a payment plan? Sometimes cash on hand can be difficult. What are options that staff would recommend or maybe not recommend around payment plans?
So these fees are actually not triggered until they're set for occupancy. So there's already a time horizon when these are due. So it's when they're actually set to occupy. So when that occurs, if they request a payment plan, there's actually an agreement they can enter into with the city, and that's up to really us if we want to pursue that. However, there's actually been a few other state programs that actually target these specific developer fees or other city improvements or that have actually been more of a developer toolbox. I would probably suggest that those developers pursue those programs. They've already set up, they operate like a community facilities district that actually leverage and provide a little more approach in for those developers to pay those fees over time or provide those to the end users. But I do think we are willing to support that in. The hard part, though, these numbers are actually pretty substantial, so we're actually looking for us to finance, programmatically. So I do think there is a question mark about how long the city will actually support that end. Also, the developers are pursuing state density bonus laws that put us at a really interesting crossroads where we're required to sometimes approve these projects as they meet all the development criteria and standards. And this is part of their density approach or bonuses. And then our expectation is you can deliver on these housing since we actually went through and entitled. So it is this crossroads time of about, and we were looking at it as paying the developer's fair share of impacts to the city. This program has not been updated in some time. We look at some of the fees we have, they settle back from 1976 for some of these fees. And it's just the nature of how long it's been since we've taken a comprehensive view. And that's one thing I'm most proud of, really the time and effort to take on this to make sure that the developers have fee transparency. I think that's one of the most important things we can provide on whatever the number the council lands on in terms of a policy approach, that we're providing transparency in terms of the city's costs associated with this. So that's probably the number one item that at least staff's looking for from council, fee transparency, and then the developers can actually establish what they need to do or how they need to do, how they want to proceed with the project and move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a follow-up question from Councilmember Bushy. So right now it's a 75% reduction, which talked about the affordable housing, I guess applies to ADUs as well. Is there, if the council were to change that number where it's only a 50% reduction, is there a way that staff could have the ability on a project-by-project basis going forward for a future project to have more of a reduction that would be offered? Or does that put the city in just a difficult situation because it would be project by project?
I think it could be evaluated when we come back with the affordable housing, 100% affordable housing. I think it really is a policy directive. Just as long as if the council is comfortable adopting the maximum fee rate, and if for tonight's hearing, then for us to return with actual fee options on reductions based on council direction. I think that's really the key, is establishing the legal framework for us actually to charge the fees.
Okay, that's helpful. Any other questions that have? Yeah, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Within the report, there were a number of references to waivers and guidelines. Are those waivers granted at the Planning Commission process, or is that prior to going to planning?
Can you clarify I deal with a lot of waivers and concessions, so it's like if you related to fees or development
Related
review?
to the fees with the developers. It was under discussion for waivers. It said waiver policy and guidelines, approval of a waiver policy or in conversation. So, I mean, I want to make sure, is that decided at the planning level, or is that prior to going to planning?
So in this case, this would be decided by council. So really, this policy about really what the fee, what the fee levels are, is established by council. So
Right.
really, would be if we adopted the ordinance tonight, and then there's a direction to say, staff come back at a 100% affordable program, and if council adopts that, it'll be done by resolution. So, and then just as long as it stays below the maximum rate, whatever the authority is granted to.
Vice Mayor Kurtz, can I clarify, is the question, depending on where the council lands this evening, if a project then requests a waiver below that amount, is that something that is decided at the Planning Commission or after? Is it a condition of approval, or is it a?
Yeah, that was sort of how I was reading the report, that it was sort of project by project, like there was a discussion involved, and I was wondering at what point in the process that happens.
I think that's why we're doing the outreach now, in terms of, before giving a full recommendation on what that looked like, is really actually meet and understand, at least from the affordable housing developers, what would be more helpful for them. If there's a talent review, so there's expectations on really what they have to pay as they address tax credits or, affordable housing bonds. So I think that's what we're outreaching now, to actually bring back clarification back into council for a recommended policy approach.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions at this time. I'm going to open up the public comment. If you would like to comment on this item, now is your opportunity. And you're welcome, but not required to say your name and what part of San Rafael you live in.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jenny Silva with Calmer and Home. And we appreciate the staff's work since May, but the core fee level that generated significant public concern has not changed. There is a lot of discussion tonight about what the study can justify. And I just want to remind you that the decision tonight is not what the study justifies, but what fees best serve San Rafael's goals of both raising revenue and promoting the building of housing, especially affordable housing. There is a huge assumption in the discussion that the fees suggested will have no impact on the housing that is ultimately built. That is not what the research tells us. There is a risk the council should weigh tonight. A fee set too high doesn't generate any revenue. It generates nothing. If the combined fee burden renders projects financially infeasible, the city will collect nothing. And that's a real possibility. Impact fees flow through to housing costs. Studies show that every dollar of impact fees increases prices by $1.60 to $1.88. This increase in park fees of $18,500 for an apartment turns out to be a cost of an extra $30,000. And I don't know about you, but $30,000 means a lot to me. That would make a difference in what some people can afford or not afford. So we ask you today two things. First, take a full waiver for 100% affordable housing. The fee can make projects infeasible, and there is still work to be done on a 100% waiver. This is a new fee. Why not wait until that process is in place before instituting it? And second, please take the 3-year phased-in approach, and that way we can see what the impact of these fees are on new proposals, rather than doing it all at once and having an unpleasant surprise at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment on this item?
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Doherty. I'm a local Marin resident and developer here in Marin County. I do not currently have any projects in San Rafael, although I'd love to. Thank you, staff and council members, for taking our comments and I think really thoroughly addressing some of the issues that we expressed previously. What I'm here to, I guess, second tonight is Jenny's comment, which is I think that from a policy perspective, what we're talking about, just taking a step back, is increasing the cost of housing. Why I'm frustrated by that is we've spent all this time talking as a community how we're going to increase housing production, find ways to solve our housing crisis. We've gotten to this point where we do actually have real projects in the pipeline, and right as they're about to get started, we're going to increase the cost of what those housing units cost to produce, and I think by definition decrease the likelihood of them getting built, and that is something that I really struggle with. I think there's been obviously some disagreement on if that's the case, if these projects will still move forward or not. I think what we do know is that a majority of the projects that have been proposed have not moved forward. I think that's pretty obvious to see for everybody. And so what I would ask is, let's play this out for another year, maybe 2 years, see what actually does happen. This policy and all this work that's been done is great, but I don't think there's any need to rush into solving a problem that we don't have, which is new residents moving into San Rafael and kind of overwhelming our park system. I don't think that's something that we're seeing today, and I don't think we're seeing much of this housing actually get built that would cause that to happen. So my request is just to postpone this until we actually see housing production increase and address it at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment?
Good evening, council members. My name is Ani Gupta, and I'm with Marin Yimby. I would like to third the comments made by Jenny and Jeff before me. I think the question that from the city of San Rafael's own benefit, the question is, what is the optimum level at which to set these park impact fees. And as Jenny pointed out, it's not as if raising them to extremely high levels is costless. There is definitely a level beyond which you would see developers shy away from from starting new projects. Obviously, we don't recommend that setting the fee at zero, because that would also get no revenue. But there is a happy medium in between those two, which can only be determined through some study. And that study can only be carried out if a phased implementation of the project allows us to see, after a slight increase in fees, what is the exact impact on new housing starts. This will be valuable information that will allow people to actually calculate what the impact will be, how much revenue the city of San Rafael can raise, and what level the fee should be set at. I think going directly to the fee at the highest level leaves us with a bunch of counterfactuals, which you can speculate about and which you can take information from other cities in the neighborhood, but without real-world data, that really won't help very much. So I would strongly recommend the council to institute a phased implementation of the fees, not going directly to the maximum level as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment on this agenda item? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I will close the public comment and bring it back. There weren't any questions that were raised, or there were some good comments that was provided. Any other questions before I open it up for comments? Do you have a question?
I do have a question. With these fees, if we go forward with the approval with the recommendation, how does that get evaluated? Do we really see that is there a way of seeing if there's a correlation between these fees and the development or the production of the housing?
Well, I think this is really, the fee load. That's why I always say the most important thing we're after is the fee transparency. So I do think that that's critical that we outline what the fees are, so when they analyze these projects. One thing that's different, it was reflected in the staff presentation, is really the pipeline that exists today. They're not subject to these fees, so there'll be some time before we actually get projects that are filing with our current structure. So I do think there is that question of where they stand, but this is really setting the baseline for us moving forward, and that's why I'm almost like banking or betting on San Rafael is we're going to get to a better level from these things by establishing what the fee structures are going to be, and then that the development impact that's coming in will actually kind of raise the profile of San Rafael. A lot of these projects that we're working towards that have the existing structures, I view them as catalyst projects. First one's in proving out the market. Well, they proved out the market. Now there's going to be additional developers that'll come into the community looking for the same thing, but also setting those expectations of, okay, please come to our community, but make sure you pay your fair share of what those impacts of your project are to this community.
Yeah. Can I add one observation? And this was, I think, discussed a couple of times at our finance subcommittee on it, so I wanted to make the point here. What's being recommended is to impose the park impact fee at the maximum allowable, which, as was said at public comment, is just what the study supports. Part of the staff rationale for recommending that level is because, as we said at the beginning, we're just working on developing and updating the overall development impact fee program, and there are other fees that we are looking at that we are currently not charging. And as we bring back a public safety impact fee, a general facilities impact fee, we'll continue to look at the overall burden and make sure that we're in, hopefully the sweet spot that is supported. But the point is, we didn't feel that we should recommend a lesser fee on the park impact fee, absent the other fees that may come afterwards. So it's not just, max fee, max fee, max fee, max fee, but it's the first one that we're updating. And to Council Members Hill's point, we feel it is appropriate and potentially important to start collecting the fees based on the study that we have as we continue to develop the overall development impact fee program.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Not seeing any, I would welcome comments on this item. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, do you want comments on this item?
Sure. I think we all know there's never a good time to raise fees from people's perspective. And I don't see these fees as discouraging or intended to discourage housing, but to support the community and the overall community needs. We do need to balance and see the full picture of what the impact of fees are from the developer's perspective. And so I hope that there's continues to be active engagement in our primary developers who are in our community and have been very supportive of our community in wanting to bring projects forward. So I think we do need to make sure that they're at the table and having those discussions, because it does have a direct impact. I'm not sure it's the only thing. It's one of the things that have an impact. And with the fees, it is the one thing that we're, as a city, able to control and have some control over. We know financing, we know rates, interest rates. We don't have any control over those. This is the one area that we do have control. And it's also one of the areas and one of the only ways we can raise funds and raise money to support the services that we need for our overall community. I really appreciate coming back with the options of phased, built-in conversation around the opportunity to have discussion around waivers. I'd love to continue the conversation around senior housing and affordable housing, what that looks like. As you'd mentioned, right now senior housing is really coming in at market rate, and it's very high. And so I'd love opportunities that look specifically at senior housing. And as foreshadowing for our later conversations this evening on the CIP and the budget, we have more needs than we have funding. And so I think this is a way that we look at future forward and work that we need to do and long needed. And we haven't had this opportunity to do this. In retrospect, if we had opportunity over the last 10, 15 years to have a process that the fees, but we're having to correct. We're course correcting that wasn't done prior. So thank you, and I'll be supporting this with the new recommendation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy, would you like to comment?
Thank you. One thing I think we need to keep uppermost in our minds is that this is a cost recovery mechanism. We are trying to recover our costs here, and as part of the people who made those decisions, we are a bit tardy in getting our fees updated to recover these costs. And so I think focusing on that perspective and trying to bring us into an equilibrium where everyone's paying their fair share in a timely way, that's the underlying policy driving this. And if that's going to be our principled approach to this, which I advocate for and think we should do it that way, when we start talking about waivers and discounts, we undermine that principle. Those waivers and discounts are just a way of having hidden subsidies for different things. And it's more consistent with our fair share cost recovery principles to have one fee that applies, or one fee schedule that applies regardless. And then should any types of other proposals have other support mechanisms, for example, affordable housing has all kinds of other tax and support mechanisms outside of this, that we don't need to really take an unprincipled approach to our cost recovery and fee structure. So I see the need for this. These are costs that aren't being recovered. We need to start recovering them as soon as we can, as even-handedly as we can. I also understand that we have been tardy and that this is a rather abrupt change And for that reason, I would support phasing it in, so that we have a 3-year phase in to give our developers a chance to adjust to our making up for lost time here, because we need to recover these funds. I agree absolutely with the Vice Mayor, as tonight's agenda shows, that we have needs that are not being met, and we need to set up a better funding mechanism to recover these costs, and these fees are one part of how we can do that. So I would support the phasing in of the fees across the boards, and I would be opposed to any sort of waiver or discount throughout the program.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Hinkle, and thank you, Selena, for your presentation, answering our questions. I am going to build on Councilmember Bushy's comments. In fact, I would restate almost every word she would say. I would restate it this way, though, which is that we have been in a state of implied subsidies for decades, and I do think that it's prudent for us to create a 3-year ramp-in. To that point, because it has been a subsidy, we have not been building out parks and assets as we probably could have been. And I do think that these initial 3,000, as much as on paper, or 3,000 plus on paper, they are theoretical until they're actually built. So I think we should move forward with prudence and do the 3-year ramp-in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yes, I echo the sentiment. It is challenging because I know for developers, the cost of building, interest rates and all that is very complicated. But as my colleagues were saying, we need to keep updating, recover our costs and keep updating to make sure that we have good parks and places where people can, that they're good for the community. I also agree with the 3-year implementation as a new fee, just to start implementing in 3 years and see how that's working. I think that would be important. And I'm very, very interested to waive any fees for when we are talking affordable housing, very low income and low income, but especially very low income, because I think that's the only way that, in addition to other combinations, we are going to be attracting that. And that's, I think, what we really need. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you want to comment on the phased-in approach? I know you supported the staff recommendation as written. I just wanted to.
No, I support the phased approach, absolutely.
Okay. I will just add my own comments again. Thank you to staff for doing this. Director Hinkle, you spoke very well about how this is part of a bigger picture and holistically, and I would actually support staff's recommendation of doing all the fees at once, but I would also defer to the council to change it to the 3-year phase, being that people that benefit are the ones that are most ready to go, and I don't know if that's also equitable. I think, to me, what I'm trying to get at is having these fees, as Councilmember Bushy had spoke to, the subsidies come from somewhere. But I do hear a general support for a phased-in approach, so my question would be to staff regarding the resolution, then, if it's different from what is written here and how that would be captured.
I can probably chime in here. It looks
Yes,
like it would be
please.
Exhibit B2 is what is, so when there's a motion, it would be to adopt the resolution and include alternatives B2, exhibits B2, if that would be the phased approach. Staff, please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Is it Exhibit B2
Wait,
and C2? Sorry.
Hold on. I think the city attorney is looking at it.
It would be adopting the resolution with exhibits B2 and C2, which is the phased fee table for the resolution.
Okay, is that clear? So, okay, just want to make sure. City attorney, are you sure? I want to make sure before we move forward that doing this properly.
Yes.
Well said. Okay, then I would entertain a motion on this item, please.
I move that we adopt the resolution with exhibits B2 and exhibit C2 for the 3-year phased-in implementation. and introduce the ordinance, waive further reading, and refer to it by title only.
Can we parse that out for two separate motions? The ordinance first, followed by the resolution, please.
Okay, I will do the ordinance first.
Okay, thank you.
I move that we introduce the ordinance, waive further reading, and refer to it by title only.
And I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy?
Aye.
Councilmember Hill?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz?
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scolati?
Aye.
Mayor Kate?
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Now the next one with your, thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your
And I move that we
The
adopt
Title, want me to read the title of
Oh,
the
I'm
ordinance?
sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Read it. Go ahead and read the ordinance. Yep.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Centerville amending Chapter 3.24 entitled Park and Recreation Facilities Fee and Chapter 15.09 entitled Park Dedication and in lieu fees of the Centerville Municipal Code.
Thank you. Okay, now a motion on the next item with the update.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the resolution with Exhibits B2 and Exhibit C2 for the 3-year phased implementation.
Was it C2 or D2?
C2.
C, as in cat? Okay,
C
just
as
want
in
to make sure.
cat.
Okay.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy?
Aye.
Councilmember Hill?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz?
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scolati?
Aye.
Mayor Kate?
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you. The next agenda item, this is again a continuation of the many public hearings that we have this evening, is an update to Transportation Mitigation Fee Program and Nexus Study. I know Councilmember Hill was going to make a statement. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I reside within 500 feet of one of the projects listed in the establishment for the Nexus study, and for that reason, I will need to disqualify myself from this proceeding. I will return upon the completion of this item.
Thank you. We will let you know after this item has been completed. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Toplitsky, Associate Civil Engineer with the Public Works Department. Joining me today is Bob Grandy of Fair and Pierce, who prepared the Transportation Mitigation Fee Nexus Study. We also have April Miller, Director of Public Works, in the audience. And online, joining remotely, we have Megan Burke of Jarvis Fay, our outside legal counsel, who has supported us through this process. Tonight, I will be discussing updates to the Transportation Mitigation Fee Program. The Transportation Mitigation Fee, or TMF for short, is a type of development impact fee that addresses the increased demand of new workers and residents from development projects on transportation-related infrastructure. This includes roads, intersections, bridges, and it also includes facilities that serve transit, pedestrians, and bicycles. The city first established the TMF in 1988 for 3 specific zones within the planning area. The TMF was subsequently updated in 2004 as part of the General Plan 2020 work. This update expanded the TMF to a citywide fee. The TMF had another minor update in 2012 to exempt ADUs from the fee. The most recent update of the TMF was in 2021 as part of the General Plan 2040 work. The 2021 update included preparation of a Nexus study and adoption of a TMF project list that was based on the mobility element of the general plan. Based on the analysis done for the Nexus study, the 2021 update resulted in a large increase to the fee. This increase was phased in over the course of 5 years. The effort to update the TMF is part of a broader effort to update all of the city's development impact fees, including parks, affordable housing, general plan, and consideration of a new public safety fee. Public Works initiated the process to update the TMF in 2026 for a number of reasons. New state laws have been passed since the 2021 update. These state laws impose new requirements on development impact fees, and this update is intended to bring our TMF program into compliance with these laws. Our current TMF program structures the fee as a per-trip fee, which requires the preparation of project-specific trip generation calculations to be able to calculate the fee. This update will convert the fee structure to a land use-based rate calculation, which is more user-friendly, objective, and will provide greater fee transparency to our development community. This update will also revise the index that is used for the annual escalation of the fee. The index adopted in the 2021 resolution is not published with sufficient frequency to allow for a timely calculation of this annual escalation. Finally, this update includes a new nexus study, which provides revisions to the 2021 project list and project costs to remove projects that have been completed or fully funded, add new projects, modify existing projects, and update cost estimates based on new information and cost escalation. With that background, I'll hand it over to our consultant, Bob Grandy of Fair and Peers, to talk more about the TMF program and the new Nexus study.
So Sarah mentioned that this is an update of a program, a Nexus study that the council adopted in 2021. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about what stayed the same, what we've retained versus what we've changed from the 2021 study. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the methodology, then what's in the Nexus study, some of the key elements, and then I'll share the updated fee rate schedule and talk a little bit about that. So in terms of what stayed the same, it's largely our reliance on the general plan as a framework for the fee study. And the two key elements of the general plan that we relied on was the land use growth that's identified in the general plan. So that land use growth identifies the demand that's associated with new travel on the system and the extent to which that new demand generates the need for some of these projects. So the land use is one key element that's from the general plan. The other key element is there's actually a Table 10-1 exhibit in the mobility element that describes a list of projects. That list of projects is what the 2021 fee study was based on, and we are staying largely consistent with that list of projects. We've made a few adjustments, but it's largely to we'll talk a little bit about updating some of those projects as a result of the fact that they've become more well-defined, or we've gotten grant funding, and so we just provided a separate line item for projects that were put into more programmatic categories. Next slide. So a little bit about what has changed, and a lot of what has changed has been a result of new state laws and court decisions, which have happened over the last 2 or 3 years. So as Sarah mentioned, we've changed from a per trip basis to a land use based rate system, which really will simplify staff and also development groups' ability to quickly determine what the fee should be, because no longer have to determine the trip rate, go through a series of calculations. You just say, how many single-family units are we building? How many multifamily units are building? And we have a rate for that, and then some adjustments. So, and that helps us both simplify the process and comply with new state laws, which have certain requirements around residential fees that are easier to deal with on a land use-based system. Sarah mentioned the escalation to the ENR for annual inflation, which is very important. That's actually having that, was actually incorporated in the 2021 program. All we're doing is just modifying to the ENR cost index as the basis for that annual adjustment. The city has completed or fully funded 5 projects, so those can come out of the fee program because it no longer requires funding from the fee program. And the city's received $26 million in grant funding for projects since 2021 that are in that fee program. So that was reflected in our update. So talk a little bit about what does an Nexus study need to do. And this is really defined by AB 1600, which is the state law. It's also defined by court decisions, such as the Supreme Court decision on the El Dorado fee program, that drive a lot of what we do. So we start with identifying the purpose of the fee, which is to fund road, pedestrian, bicycle, transit improvements in the system, and to fund them through identifying the share that new development generates of those costs. We'll also identify how the fee is used. It's described in the Nexus study. It's used to help fund those capital improvements, and generally speaking, the fund is matching a series of other funding sources, whether that be federal, state, regional, grant programs, even countywide grant programs that help fund, because most of these projects are funded by a mix of sources, and then oftentimes this local fee program is a critical local match for those other funding sources. Without that, you may not compete for the grant funding. We also look at identifying a reasonable relationship between the fee and the type of development project. Again, this is largely looking at how much demand does residential versus employment uses make based on that growth and based on the trips they generate, and understanding how to assign the cost between those general types of uses. We also look at how the need relates to the type of project in which the fee is imposed. And this is largely by understanding how many trips different type of uses generate on a daily basis. So that's how we draw that connection. And then lastly, we demonstrate the relationship between the fee and the cost, and this is where we've identified our fee rate schedule, which draws from all of those things. How much growth is there? What's the relative amount of growth by land use type? What are the trips generated by that? And then that all plugs into how we get the variable rate structure that we've developed. So I mentioned earlier that we are largely governed by a series of state laws. AB 1600 is the Mitigation Fee Act. It was originally adopted in 1987. Most cities adopted their first fee program in 1988, 1 year after that was developed. That law has been amended over the years, over the last 40 years roughly, since it was originally adopted, including roughly, we've had almost a bill a year over the last 4 or 5 years. So we need to take into account what those new legislation tells us we need to do, particularly with respect to providing discounts or adjustments for residential uses. So we have done that. Identifying an additional nexus and rough proportionality, this really just says we have to identify how the development generates the need for these projects, and then the relative amount of funding they would provide for that to match. So, and then lastly, we've updated, as I mentioned, the residential fee structure. This again is around providing some adjustments, particularly for residential development that is near major transit stops, so they pay a lower fee. And with that, the last slide before I turn it back over to Sarah, this is the an excerpt from the adjusted rate schedule. You'll see in the leftmost column the land use types from single family to multifamily, residential, senior housing. For those housing categories, you'll also see adjustments. If it's within a 1/2 mile of the downtown smart station or transit center, it gets an adjustment. If it's within a 1/2 mile of the civic center smart station, it gets an adjustment. The adjustment is higher if it's in the downtown area, because we see a higher transit share around the downtown center than we do at the civic center. So those are relative to what we see in terms of transit use in those two areas. And then there's a series of other categories that are mostly on the employment side that follow down below. So with that, I'll turn it back to Sarah.
Thank you, Bob. So for the park fees update, the city engaged Kaiser Marston Associates to prepare a fee burden market comparison to better understand how San Rafael would compare regionally if the city adopts the maximum park impact fees. We've now built on this analysis to update the comparison to include the addition of the maximum transportation mitigation fees supported by the Nexus study. The updated analysis also includes the repeal of the construction vehicle impact fee, which was passed earlier in today's meeting as part of the consent agenda. The analysis also assumes that San Rafael's public safety fees are 0, because this is a new fee category currently under development, and not enough information is known at this time to determine what this fee amount could be. I'd also like to highlight that the fee burden includes fees that are charged by other local agencies, such as water and school fees. The city has no control over these fees, and they account for approximately half of the total development fee burden in San Rafael. The fee burden market comparison was developed for 2 representative development prototypes. The first example project type is a townhome subdivision project. The fee burden market comparison for this example is shown on the current slide. This analysis shows that adoption of the maximum allowable TMF would place the city at 13% above the current market average. For comparison, the previous analysis that included the maximum park fees and current traffic fees placed the city at 12% above the market average. So this update results in only a minor change. The other example project type is a mid-rise downtown apartment building. which represents the majority of residential development currently occurring in San Rafael. For this example, adoption of the maximum allowable TMF would place the city at 3% below the average market rate for the full fee burden. By comparison, the previous fee burden analysis with the maximum park fees and current traffic fees placed the city at precisely market average. The updated analysis therefore shows a slightly lower overall fee burden. The Nexus study calculates the maximum allowable transportation mitigation fees. However, the City Council retains the authority to adopt lower fees. Staff recommends adopting lower fees for a few project categories. For 100% affordable housing and larger ADUs, staff recommends adopting a reduced fee set at 25% of the maximum fee to support the city's housing policies of encouraging the development of additional affordable housing and the construction of ADUs. This recommendation is consistent with the approach for the park impact fee programs. For childcare facilities, staff recommends adopting a 100% fee reduction in continuation of the existing TMF policy adopted by Resolution Number 14983 in 2021 and initially adopted by Resolution Number 11668 in 2004. For all other project categories, staff recommends adopting the maximum allowable transportation mitigation fees supported by the Nexus study, which would go into effect 60 days after adoption. The fee rate table shown on the current slide reflects the reduced fee rates for the project categories discussed previously and the maximum allowable fee rates supported by the Nexus study for the remaining land use types. This would ensure that development pays its full proportionate share towards transportation improvements. Adopting fees below the maximum would reduce the proportion of transportation projects funded by new development, potentially requiring alternative funding sources that have not been identified or resulting in lower service levels over time. As shown by the fee burden market comparison, adopting the maximum allowable transportation mitigation fees would keep San Rafael competitive within a regional context. Since the establishment of the TMF in the 1980s, TMF policy has been set by resolution. To more clearly lay out the parameters of the fee program, staff recommends adopting an ordinance to add Chapter 3.33 to the San Rafael Municipal Code to govern the administration of the Transportation Mitigation Fee Program. Chapter 3.33 will not set the fee levels, so staff recommends adopting a resolution to adopt the Transportation Mitigation Fee Schedule, the Nexus Study, and the TMF project list. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have with support from Bob, Megan, and April as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Great presentation. Thank you, Bob. I will turn to my colleague to see if there are any questions. Yeah, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
No surprise, I have a question around the senior housing versus affordable housing. Here we have a distinction, and I'm wondering how this one has a distinction, but the park fees, we weren't able to do that distinction. So that question. And then I'm wondering if the state's starting to look at, I saw pump stations, and I'm wondering if they're starting to look at charging stations. Those two questions. Thank you.
So I'll start with the pump stations. So our table includes kind of the most common land use types that we might see as projects in San Rafael, but we can't exhaustively cover every single project type we might see. So the ordinance that will add Chapter 3.33 to the code, it lays out a process for what we do if a project doesn't match one of those land use types. So we can still go in and do the trip generation calculations and convert it because we can't include every single project type. And I don't think that the state has any type of special requirements around charging stations, so it would just be based on the number of trips they generate.
So I think the answer to your first question around affordable versus senior housing is that we have a great resource in the transportation side, the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which has literally hundreds of land use categories and trip data from them based on surveys all over the country. And so we're able to just have a much more robust data source to understand the trips that are generated by the different residential use types. So I think that's one of the main reasons we're able to break it down and draw a connection and establish a rate for those uses.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yes, thank you so much for this review. So again, when we are talking about affordable housing, what type of housing are we talking about? Very low income, low income? How do you define affordable housing? And I guess, is it within one of those? Because it makes a difference, right? It depends on your income.
Yes, it is for, I believe we have it as residential developments in which all dwelling units, excluding managers' units, are subject to recorded affordability restrictions and restricted to occupancy by lower income households as defined by applicable state law.
Yeah, I think the answer is that, similar to the prior, is sort of if the project is a 100% affordable housing, then there may be different degrees of affordability within it, but I think for the application of the fee, it would be for a 100% affordable, as opposed to inclusionary units within a market rate project.
So it would be very low and low income, right? I mean, there are three types, so a market rate.
I'd say inclusive. Yeah, would include that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any other, I have comments, but no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
I have a lot of questions. I'm looking at Table 1, maximum transportation mitigation fee by land use category, and I'm seeing all sorts of different descriptions. And what I'm trying to understand is which of these are factual, evidence-based fee differentials based on evidence and cost analysis, as opposed to discretionary subsidies. So which of these fall into those two categories?
Yeah, so the only categories in which we're applying discretion by applying a staff recommendation are affordable housing, Table 1 is just the maximum fees per the Nexus study, so there's no discretion. The discounts you see for within near transit is per state law, so Table 1 is the maximum fees.
That's what I thought it was. These are all of the discounts that are driven by, well, that's not the right word. These are all of the tabulations of actual fees that are based on underlying facts. And based on those underlying facts, affordable housing, senior housing, nursing care, elementary schools, daycare even, get lower cost allocations. So we begin from that point. And then we are going to layer on more discretionary ones? Is that the proposal?
Yes, the proposed fee reductions are on top of what the maximum allowable fees are.
For only, so affordable housing?
Yes, 100% affordable housing, larger ADUs with smaller ADUs being exempt per state law, and childcare facilities.
Okay. Childcare, we have a long-standing history of doing. So will the affordable housing, will they still get there within a quarter mile of Smart Station discount as well? So they layer on all of these? If they are within a quarter mile of a Smart Station?
No, I don't believe so. We're just doing 25% of the maximum fee, not regarding the station. When I check this with outside legal counsel, you don't have to, if you're providing a fee reduction, as long as the fee you're charging them is below the discounted rate applied to the maximum fee, you don't need to apply another discount. So all affordable housing, regardless of where it is located, will be charged the same fee if we apply the reduction.
Okay, so we'll be setting aside this analysis and instead substituting a subjective number of our own.
It'd be 25% of the yes.
Right, but it's a subjective number that we made up as opposed to a cost-based calculation. Just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. I appreciate you talking about how San Rafael stacks up to other comparable cities and towns. And you had said that with the proposal, we'd be 13% above the average for townhomes and at average for 8 stories. So my question, and actually Director Hinkle talked about this in the previous agenda item, those other cities and towns, do you know if they're also updating their fees for all the reasons? So that's, even though that number might be a moving target, so we might not be 13%, we might be at average. Is that accurate? I mean, there's 5 or 6 different cities in here, but I'm just curious if it's a moving target.
Yes, my understanding is that other cities in the Bay Area are also in the process of updating their fees. I know some cities have recently updated their transportation fees, but other cities have not, and will be raising those. So, you know, we're at average for, we're currently at proposing to be at average for the type of development that is most common in San Rafael right now, and in a couple of years, we might be below average even.
Okay. Now that's, and of the cities that you indicated, do you know if they have already updated their fees? I think there's just a handful.
I do not know that offhand.
Okay, no, that's, thank you. It's just nice to have that context regardless, so thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead, City Manager.
Excuse me, Kirk, but just for transparency, I wanted to also clarify that in these fee comparison for San Rafael, it shows our current fee that includes the current traffic and the constructed impact. And I'm not sure if it was mentioned, but earlier this evening on your consent calendar is where that impact fee was repealed, and therefore that action was taken earlier tonight on your consent calendar, which is why the total impact reflects that action.
Okay, thank you. That's important. Not seeing any other questions at this point, I will open up the public comment on this item. If you would like to offer your thoughts, now is your opportunity to do so. And as always, you're welcome but not required to say your name and what part of San Rafael you're from.
Hello, this is Jenny Silva again from Calmer and Home. And first, I just want to thank you for the phased-in approach for the park impact fees. I think that is a very safe and wise decision to ensure that these fees don't have a negative impact on development. I had one comment on the Nexus study for the transportation fees, and then I noticed there was a comment sent in by Andrea Osgood from Eden Housing that wasn't attached to the agenda, and she had some comments on the affordable housing fee. So I just wanted to be able to read that so that you had the benefit of hearing her thoughts on the affordable housing fee. The comment on the Nexus study, in it, the affordable housing fee is higher than multifamily residential, and that just seems like I'm not sure how those fees were constructed, but since affordable housing is almost always multifamily and low-income people, or I'll just say high-income people generate many more trips than low-income people, it seems like that's not quite right. And, you know, if we're doing the waiver anyway, it doesn't matter, but I hear Councilmember Bushy's concerns. It feels like what's in there right now for affordable housing probably isn't quite right, and we should probably take a reduction on it anyway because of that. So that was my comment on the Nexus study. And then in terms of Andrea's comments, in terms of the fees, she notes that they have more than 57 years experience creating and preserving affordable homes throughout California, and including in Marin. They support the proposed reduction for 100% affordable housing because it acknowledges a simple reality. Every dollar collected in fees is a dollar that cannot be invested in affordable housing. Affordable housing projects are financed through a complex combination of public subsidies, tax credits, and restricted rents.
If you could just wrap up her comments. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay, and you can always send them to the council as well, but if you could just wrap up, please. You're at 2 minutes.
they respectively urge the council to go one step forward and before implementing any new fees, create a clear, predictable path for a full waiver or alternative financing mechanism for 100%,
you.
100% affordable housing development.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. If anyone else would like to comment on this item, now is your opportunity.
Good evening, council members. This is Ani Gupta again. My comment on the transport mitigation fees are very similar to the comments that I had made earlier about the park impact fee, which is that these are fees that ultimately, while they do bring in revenue to the city and therefore are to be encouraged, there is a level to which they can be raised, at which point they'll become prohibitive. And I feel like it is imperative for the city to do more research to find out exactly what that level is and at what level the negative impacts of discouraging new housing kicks in. I think we all want the same goal, which is a San Rafael that is vibrant and thriving. And in order to do that, we need to encourage as many new businesses to set up, as many new residents to move in, and take advantage of those businesses as possible. And I hope that that is something that the study did not pointedly show exactly what the impact would be on future housing development. While it's true that San Rafael's fee structure would become comparable to other cities of a similar population, I don't think that's necessarily the standard that we need to aim for. And in fact, it leaves the opportunity for San Rafael to be more competitive in attracting some of the most vibrant new businesses in the North Bay. Thank you.
Hi, Andrew Easterland, San Rafael resident. Just a question. When I look at the comparative fee structure and look at the cities, our North Bay neighbors, specifically Santa Rosa and Petaluma, the overall fee structure is much lower. And I was wondering if you guys could give us an explanation for that. It gives the uninformed viewer the sense that maybe those places are more efficiently run. Thanks.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Doherty, Marin County resident. I won't repeat my feedback from earlier on the previous fees. I'd like those comments to kind of stand on this fee. What I do want to highlight, just for everybody in the room, is on a 1,000 square foot apartment unit being built in San Rafael, we just increased the cost of building that unit, assuming this passes tonight, by about $25,000. That $25,000 might not sound like a lot. I think there's a misconception that that developer just pays it. I think that actually just gets passed through in terms of rent. Just using standard development assumptions, that $25,000 would increase rent by $225 a month. If you assume that rent would have been $4,500, we'll be increasing rents by 5% in about an hour in San Rafael. I think that's bad policy, and I think we should be reconsidering how we pass fees in San Rafael. We should be reducing housing, improving ways to build things like apartments in the city, and I think increasing fees is the wrong way to do it. Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Okay, I don't see anyone else who's coming down. I'm going to close the public comment. There were two questions. One was regarding the multifamily and the Nexus study and how there was an assumption being made by the public speaker that lower income people generate less traffic, and does that somehow manifest in this study? So that was one question, and there was a general question about why is there different fees in different cities. It was given the example of the North Bay, but I think that question can apply to all cities.
So I can address the question about affordable housing. What we find when we look at affordable housing projects is it depends upon where the housing project is located and how much parking they provide. In many cases, we're seeing affordable housing projects built on the edge of town because land is cheaper, and it's built at high levels of parking, so it generates a lot of trips. The converse of that is affordable housing built more in the core with less parking near transit, so you have access to transit so people don't have to drive. Those affordable housing projects generate less trips, so it kind of depends. And the adjustments that we've incorporated for proximity to transit, which is 5% for the Civic Center station and 22% for the downtown area, take into account the sort of reduced level of trip making. But to take it even one step further, the 75% adjustment would go way beyond that and bring it down significantly in terms of the fee. So.
And then if you wanted to weigh in about different cities, I know you already asked it, but sometimes folks ask a similar question to what was already asked, but if you go ahead and answer about why other cities and towns might have a different fee structure than what we have here.
Well, there's lots of factors at play. I would just note that in the comparison attachments 4 and 5 to the staff report, I think the speaker referenced Petaluma and Santa Rosa. The main driver there is their water and sewer connection fees, so it's a function of the infrastructure that's already in place to support development in the cases of utilities. And then, as we discussed, I think at the first public hearing, much of the like park impact fees that we discussed earlier is a direct relationship to the cost of land for those. So all those factors play in. So some have more developed fee programs and they've been in place for a while. Some are growth cities, some are built out cities, and it all impacts how their fees shake out.
One thing I would add is that last time I looked, which was fairly recently, Petaluma actually has a higher transportation development impact fee. So maybe looking at other fees as it relates to that, but their transportation fee is the highest in the 101 corridor that I've seen. So.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. Any other questions before we go to comments? A question? Councilmember Micah.
Yes, so in the parking fees, we were talking about implementing in a 3-year period. So I'm curious to see if this is something that could be considered as well, or, so that's one of them.
Yeah, that's a good question. So in the staff report, there is reference to doing a similar 3-year phase-in. The difference, I would say, from staff's perspective, with the park fee is going from the existing fee to the proposed fee does provide the benefits of the phase-in. With this, because we have an existing fee that has been updated and we are essentially repealing an existing construction impact fee, I think I did the calculation for the 2 examples for the I believe it's a townhome example.
Mm-hmm.
The combined fee is going up from $9,600 to $10,100, about $500. And in the 8-story downtown example, hypothetical project, the fee is actually going from combined fee from $7,500 to $5,100. So it doesn't have, so it's going down by. So we could phase in the reduction, but it doesn't have the same dynamic from where we are to what we're proposing in this case.
Yeah, that makes sense. My other question is so when we are talking about affordable housing and the fees, could it be affordable housing within a development that also has market rate units, or does it have to be 100% affordable housing for when we are talking about reducing fees or waiving fees?
As we've written the current resolution, the proposal is to only provide the reduction for 100% affordable housing. And the reason for this is that we see that market rate projects that come in with a portion of affordable housing, they're really doing it to get the state density bonus as opposed to other incentives that the city may offer. And so we don't know that it would move the needle for them very much, and then we're providing a discount that isn't encouraging anyone to provide more affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
And we also want to be consistent with the approach for all the development impact fee programs as a whole, since it's really the entire development fee burden that matters, as opposed to, which, from the developer's side, which pocket it's going to in the city.
Yeah, it's hard to compete with the density bonus for affordable housing. And if we were to provide, I'm just thinking, like a wave for affordable house, that it has to be 100% affordable housing. I mean, it's almost like there are like a couple of nonprofits that they might be able to do that, but in reality, it's really hard to have a project that is 100% affordable house. So that's why I was just trying to figure it out. What combination of incentives we can offer to regular developers that they have to do the 10% affordability. So just thinking out loud here. So I guess the other one, if there is a project that is 100% affordable, which would be amazing, is low income and very low income, is it possible to make a difference depending on the income, whether we are waiving a fee or making like a big reduction for, like waiving the fee for very low income and a low reduction for low income?
Are you asking if we could add that to like a market rate project that included very low income
It would be
specifically?
100% affordable.
I might suggest that the answer to that question goes back to Director Hinkle's comment earlier, which is the engagement with the affordable housing development community to see exactly how the interplay between a fee structure and waivers might work so that, again, we're applying them consistently across all of our impact fees. So
Yeah.
I think we'll take that back. I think you're asking whether or not there could be a differential between level of affordability and how we approach a potential future waiver.
Yeah.
Yes, kind of to add on to that, really the thought process is to establish return to council with a programmatic approach that actually goes to all our fees. So it's not just, like if there's a waiver for affordable housing, then it applies to basically all our fee structures. So, but really wanted to actually get into that, because it's a detailed question. I'm like, okay, is this to moderate? Is it low, very low? Really trying to establish what that is, but really wanted to have the opportunity to connect in with the affordable housing developers of which ones actually move the needle for them to bring affordable housing versus us trying to kind of pursue or pick different options here. So, but that's why this opportunity to actually return to council with that full-blown policy and actually the opportunity to bring that kind of like programmatically, who qualifies, who doesn't, under what circumstances.
I think that process looks great, and I look forward to the near future coming to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hinkle. Any other questions? Yeah. Councilmember Bushy, go ahead. I'm happy to entertain comments. We can go to that portion.
Why don't we transition to comments
Okay.
when you're ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead
okay.
for comments.
I'll start with the comments because I think it builds on this notion of using our fee structure to subsidize things. And this example is just a wonderful illustration of why we shouldn't do it. And that is when we have adopted a factual-based approach, and we have found that units closer to the downtown smart station have a lesser transportation impact than others. When we then superimpose on that a waiver of fees for, in this case, affordable housing, we completely negate that factual finding and those cost allocations, and it puts us into a world where we're just making stuff up, as opposed to letting the facts drive us to allocate the costs, because those costs are still there. Someone has to pay them, and we're creating the illusion of a free lunch. And these bills come due tonight. They're going to come due in our capital improvement plan when we have projects that we need to do that we don't have the funding for. I find that the transportation study situation is very different from our park impact fee in that we're tardy with our park fee. But here, we're relatively up to date, and we have a good, logical, evidence-driven basis for our costs, and I think we should stick with it. We have one well-known decades-old exception to that, and that is childcare. And I think one is enough. I'm sure we could make a rationale to support a discount for every single thing on this list. Elementary schools, biotechnology, I'm sure, you know, that's economic development, nursing care, senior housing. I mean, we could rationalize our way out of everything. I think we should let the facts drive us, and that we should stick with the process that we have, and the analytical approach that we have been using for decades now, and not deviate from that, and adopt updated numbers that reflect the actual cost allocations and not subjective discounts. So.
Thank you, well said. Vice Mayor, go ahead, comments.
I do feel like this one is different than the park fees. This one feels a bit more administrative, still impactful as we go through it. Appreciate taking the construction vehicle impact fee and trying to balance that out. I do think as we look across all of these, the comment that's been made multiple times tonight is the need to have the whole comprehensive picture. And I think it's really hard to take these one by one by one. I would hypothetically ask, like, why are we taking them one by one and not looking at the full picture? But here we are. I think the requirement of having 100% affordable units is a high bar in this environment, that any level of units is important. And if we can have the fees of, when we look at the units for inclusionary units and having insurance, you know, if those can be offset without triggering the density bonus. So, I mean, I know it's much more complicated than that. I support the fact that we do need to move these forward. And I appreciate the work that's gone into looking at the comparisons across the cities, even to know we wouldn't all be the same. That's why we choose different places to live, right? And so we recognize that there's going to be differences, and it's good to see where we do differ and why. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I want to be a city that is very competitive, and we bring a lot of developers, especially for affordable houses. I would love to see some reductions, even for regular developers, that they just have to do the 10% low-income or very low-income housing. And I would love to see if that makes a difference or not. The same that we went down from 20% to 10% affordability in the project. I'm ready to support this, but I think it would be interesting to see how that will work. I think the chances of having a developer building a 100% affordable house is extremely low, I'm sorry. And I will be definitely, would love to see waiving most of the fees for that type of construction in our city, because when we are talking about we need housing, we really need affordable housing. And whatever we can do to incentive those developers to build, again, very low income first, because the low income is actually pretty high already, like the average low income that you need to have. So I look forward to, I guess, seeing in our near future what else we can do for those type of developers. So besides that, I am definitely supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Bob, for your excellent work. It's important to have that backup study, and it was high-quality work. And I really appreciate the comments by Councilmember Bushy. This is different forms of subsidy, as it were, and to have the clarity around that is very critical. And we've had a good discussion this evening, and I think you've heard from the council, too, that we look forward when we have the holistic, and as Director Hinkle has said, that is forthcoming. And I would posit that the reason we have these coming forward before the whole package was that this is a lot of work. We know that you worked on this for a long time, and so in the perfect world, we have them all together, but it was important that we could start to move forward on these items, which is what we are doing. I don't have any additional comments, so I would entertain a motion. And there actually, now I realize there are two separate motions on this one. We learned from the first one, so.
I have an additional comment.
Please, go ahead.
For our consideration, while I agree that that we need to move forward with something on getting our transportation mitigation fee schedule updated, we don't need to sweep in with that the affordable housing and ADU subsidy. It makes more sense, as Director Hinkle described, to do that comprehensively and explicitly, rather than piecemeal, a little bit here, a little bit there. And so that makes it very difficult for the public and ourselves to understand exactly the level of subsidy that's going into these units, so that we could separate that issue, that is the subsidizing of, through fee waivers and discounts of affordable housing, which at whatever level, and ADUs, and do that as a standalone project in the near future, as the director described. And instead, we adopt tonight the transportation mitigation fee schedule that just flows from the analytical process without layering in those subjective subsidies. And that to the extent they are adopted comprehensively as a subsidy package.
I don't know if staff wants to respond to that. I think the council, in previous conversations around housing, we have shown a willingness to look at affordable housing and ADUs, so I imagine that's why this is being brought forward, but city manager, would like to comment?
The council can do as they choose. My reaction to that comment, and I might ask Director Hinkle to help clarify, is that in the previous action, council will have approved in that case, the 25% of fee for affordable and ADU, and what is being looked at kind of comprehensively is a fee waiver program beyond that. And I think that's kind of the same framework that we have in the recommendation before you this evening on the traffic mitigation fee, is to adopt the fee per the Nexus study with a reduction to 25% of the max fee for affordable and ADUs, pending the review that we discussed about potential further fee waiver for those categories.
Yeah, just adding on to that, the reason why this is carried forward into the traffic mitigation fee is really the past council's actions on the discounts. Currently, there are no fees charged for affordable housing by council direction and policy, along with same with ADU. So this one actually is increasing that to 25% to be uniform to the parks piece. However, there is a thought process to return back at 100% for 100% affordable projects. So that's what this recommendation kind of reflects, is really the previous direction from council on this, and trying to at least establish a transparency of fees and process. That was really the goal that we had, is you coming in with affordable housing projects, great. You get 25% as your fee load. The other thing I'll say is, for some of the projects, they actually do need, and this is why I like looking at a more of a comprehensive approach, they sometimes need those as leverage. There is a fee component tied to it that's leveraged now for 100% fee waiver back to gain credits or other pieces for other funders. So that's why is a lot across the board. They're looking at 100%, but they're also looking at those other leverage tools, and that was mentioned in that letter that you received from Eden Housing. And that's what we're also trying to bring forward, is some other leverage tools to support, at the end of the day, being competitive in the different grants or programs supporting affordable housing. So some of the leverage tools are equally valuable. So a 0% fee sometimes is not helpful, or a full charge is not helpful. Trying to be able to capture that as leverage.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Hinkle. So unless there are other comments on this item, then I would entertain a motion on this item. Two motions.
I'll raise the first motion, introduce the ordinance, waive further reading, and refer to it by title only.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadam Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Madam City Clerk, if you could read the ordinance, please.
An ordinance of the City of Centerville City Council adding Chapter 3.33 Transportation Mitigation Fee Program to the City of Centerville Municipal Code.
Thank you. There's another motion.
I'll move to adopt the resolution, right?
Adopting the transportation mitigation fee nexus.
To update the transportation mitigation fee program and nexus study.
And,
And,
so if you read the whole thing right here, please.
oh, I'm in a different one, hold on. Oh, here we go. All right. So I move to adopt a resolution adopting the transportation mitigation fee nexus study and the transportation mitigation fee project list and setting charges for the transportation mitigation fee.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadens Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. If we could have Councilmember Hill return to the chambers, we will move on to the next one. Why? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate your work. Thank you. As Councilmember Hill is coming back up to the dais, I will announce the next public hearing item, which is amendments to municipal code related to parking regulations. I see Priya Nixon is here behind the computer, so we'll just get going when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Priya Nixon. I am the Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. I'd also like to recognize Jim Myers, who is our Parking Services Manager, who is also here today. Tonight, we're going to speak about changes to the municipal code related to Title V parking regulations. And before we get started, I just want to provide one clarification, which is that tonight's draft ordinance includes updates to Chapter 5.74. However, on March 2nd, the City Council adopted Ordinance Number 2059, which repealed Chapter 5.74 entitled Bail Schedule for Violations. So as a result, staff has revised its recommendation to reflect that Chapter 5.74 was repealed. Therefore, it should be removed from the proposed ordinance amendment. And I will put this again on the screen, but this is the revised recommendation language. So just a little bit of an overview here. Some background. The last time this code was updated was about 30 to 40 years ago, and since then there have been a variety of updated language that needs to be reflected for our current practice. And so the goal of these changes are really to improve clarity, safety, administrative efficiency while preserving council policy control. And there's some benefits to this. So we have safer intersections, we have improved parking turnover in commercial areas, and we have predictable access for residents and visitors. So the city hired Dixon Unlimited as a consultant who assisted with these code changes. So I'm going to turn it over to Elliot from Dixon, who will talk about more details related to these proposed amendments. And I think you're going to talk about some of the updates and some of the benefits to that. So I will turn it over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Priya. Good evening, Council. I am Elliot Holt with Dixon Resources Unlimited. I have been working, and our team has been working closely with city staff to prepare the draft language for consideration this evening. The proposed language kind of falls in two general categories. What I would call housekeeping updates. These are more routine. As Priya mentioned, some of the code language is rather old. So bringing this code current with modern practices, industry best practices, and also current staff processes is important. The other category would be related to the city's paid parking codes and policies, and so I'll go into each of those separately in the following slides. Great. So some of the routine updates proposed this evening address definitions as for terms used throughout the title. Similarly, we restated the parking holidays and aligned those with the city's current list of observed holidays to provide greater consistency with enforcement. Some of the other amendments proposed this evening look at the titles and staff authority granted under the title and ensure that that is consistently applied throughout and is also in alignment with current city staff positions. We also removed a lot of gendered language, which again is reflective of how old some of these code sections are. Lastly, most notably, is we removed specific days and hours of enforcement for many of the programs under the title. This is a common approach now a lot of cities are taking in California to remove these very limiting specific days and hours that are adopted by ordinance in favor of local regulation by signs posted in the regulated areas. That allows a lot more flexibility in how both the city and staff can enforce and manage these programs due to local concerns and demand patterns. Next slide. Lastly, the proposed ordinance amendments for the paid parking program, there's three noteworthy sections. First, definitions, redefining what paid parking technology really is and what a paid parking device is, which provides, again, more flexibility in how the city can accept payment in a paid parking zone, but also the technology that's employed to do that, including expanding from the old coin-fed meters that we're kind of used to include smart parking technology, multi-space pay stations, as well as mobile payment platforms that are accessible by either app, mobile phone, or by internet. Again, providing a lot more flexibility in how the city can manage these paid parking facilities and resources. Secondly, establishing a process where city council can designate paid parking zones within the city. Again, providing more flexibility in how the city can allocate paid parking within the city in direct response to localized need and other factors, including utilization patterns and demand in response to those criteria. One last thing, also adding the use of revenues have been expanded and enhanced, and we've suggested multiple different opportunities for the city to utilize some of these paid parking funds to advance other transportation, micromobility, demand management goals across the city. And so utilizing these funds in unique ways, again, adds more opportunities for the city to utilize these revenues to support other programs. Yeah, next slide. And lastly, there's three more sections that I'd just like to highlight. First off would be incorporating language consistent with Assembly Bill 413, otherwise known as the daylighting law. This requires or establishes no parking within 20 feet of the approach side to a marked or unmarked pedestrian crosswalk. Again, locally adopting this language set by the vehicle code allows the city a little bit more flexibility in how we enforce this program, but also provides that outreach and public education opportunity for this relatively recent state law. Secondly, removing a redundant terminology within the city's temporary RV parking permit program and adding an optional process by which the parking services manager can issue temporary permits as needed and on a case-by-case basis to solve certain public safety concerns. Just again, adding additional options for city staff to manage these programs. And lastly, I'll finish with the removal of an exemption for restrictions on commercial vehicles over a certain gross vehicle weight, parking in residential areas. It was identified during our review that this exemption is actually not utilized, and is very likely redundant to other city processes. So with that, I'll pass it back to Priya, and I'll be available for any questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Elliot. So just wanted to provide some information on fiscal and policy impact. So for fiscal impact, there's no immediate cost for, and any future fees or programs cost obviously require city council approval. And will have this again, which is the recommended proposed language that has the removal of chapter 5.74. And I just have one other comment I want to share. I know parking is a topic that we all talk about. And so with these proposed code changes, we did reach out to some groups that may be interested in learning that we're doing this. So we spoke with the Chamber of Commerce, San Rafael School District, and the Federation of Neighborhoods. So I just wanted to add that information. And with that, I will entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you, Elliot. Any questions? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I do have a question around street sweeping. Many jurisdictions have regulations around street sweeping, and we knew to move one side or the other. And I was wondering if that is considered in this ordinance at all. I didn't see anything, but I was wondering if I missed it.
To my knowledge, it's not included in this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the report. I especially appreciate the calendar. Specifically saying the dates instead of like, oh, the third Monday of the January, January or something. So anyway, thank you. So a question that I have is with the new technology, I was just curious to see, I mean, this is the policy, but as we are implementing this, how are we educating our residents? And I'm thinking specifically seniors that they have to pay with their phone, or people that English is a second language. So one is around education on how to use the system, and the second one is when we have signs like daylight, the new law, is it possible to add like a bilingual sign to that? So again, this is policy, but I'm just curious in the implementation.
I think Jim is going to come down and answer that.
All right, love to see Jim. Hello.
Thank you, Jim. Welcome.
Thank you. So the question regarding signage, et cetera. The daylighting law, we're still in the process of implementing it. There are several areas downtown, or many areas downtown that have not been addressed by that. So I think that's a good point. When we do that, some sort of signage, in most cases it's just gonna be a red zone, but certainly we can look at how to identify this and make it clear that it's what that really means. But again, there's dozens, if not hundreds, of intersections that need to be addressed over time. It's just a very expensive process, and I've talked to April Miller a lot, and there's just a lot of resources that need to be accounted for and put forward to even consider doing all the work. So.
Yeah, and I know it's unfunded by the state, and we don't even have to have a sign, but I'm just curious, not just for this specific one, but as we implement new signs, if it's possible maybe to make them bilingual, so,
I believe
to clarify.
would certainly be possible. So.
Great.
And then regarding, you mentioned different technologies, we want to make sure that those technologies are available and open to people, but we're not removing any technologies right now. We have multiple ways to pay at a meter. You can pay by coin, by credit card, by a third-party app, and recently pay by text is a new one that we've added, simply to make it more available. It's not intended to be the complete answer to it. Coins and credit cards will continue to be the majority, but just to offer more people opportunities on how to pay so they don't have to struggle with coins or something like that. And then so the next thing you know, they get a ticket and I never hear the end of it. So.
Yes, no, I think that's great. And I think the more we can educate, maybe partner with some of our agencies, I don't know, Vivalon or people working with seniors, and I think it will be helpful because I've been at places where I had to pay for somebody's parking because he was, couldn't figure it out. So, but yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Bushy.
Quick question while you're up here. As you know, many new, very large developments are proposed for downtown. And as you also know, sometimes our garages are empty overnight, our city garages are empty overnight. What is the process? I don't see it in the resolution. Is there a way for perhaps some of our soon-to-be new residents to obtain like a monthly parking pass for the garages?
That program already exists. We charge $73 a month to park in either garage, and then a $2 charge for the credit card or the processing fee. So that we currently do that. We also offer what's called a frequent parker program, which is a person who's here maybe 20 hours a week working. They buy a card which allows them to pay half in each garage. And then the last thing we have is we've had for years validations. So a merchant can come to us, and some merchants do it. They'll buy a an hour validation. We sell it for 10 cents on the dollar. Simply to encourage people to go to these merchants, utilize their services, and then park free in the garages, or basically free. The last thing is we continue to have the garages free on the weekends. That was a program that was started 7, 8 years ago, maybe a little longer. Frankly, because the utilization really drops off in the garages on the weekends, and always has. So from about 11 p.m. or Friday evening till 6 a.m. Monday morning, the garages are free. I'm talking about the multi-story A and C Street garages. So those are always free on the weekends.
So should some new residents come to San Rafael, you are all set up to accommodate their parking needs?
Yeah, and when Vivillon started, I went down there and we talked to residents and talked to the management to make sure they understood. They're right across the street from the 8th Street garage. And so utilize this, because some of them did have cars and there was a ton of parking from Vivillon. So certainly something we encourage them to do, and they still do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Priya. Thank you, Elliot, and thank you, Jim. I don't have a question for Jim right now, but it's great to see you, Jim. My question is actually very straightforward, and I think it's implied in this action we're asked to take, which is that this is mostly administrative. Can you just confirm that these changes, what will a day-to-day business and resident experience, if any?
Yeah, so thank you for saying that this is primarily administrative. There really won't be any impact day to day.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Okay. Not seeing any additional questions from the council, I will open up the public comment on this item. If you'd like to weigh in, now is your opportunity to do so. Okay, I don't see anyone coming down, so I'm going to close the public comment. Happy to take additional comments from the council, or we could go right to the motion. Or it could be a both and. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Hill.
Well, first, thank you for the lift. I know by and large, this is cleanup to bring everything in our code to where we actually are operationally. So thank you for taking that step. On a personal note, it is always a pleasure to have Jim in chamber. I just want to say that for parking services is an essential part of our city government, ensuring that we have regulation and safety for all of our vehicles as they stay on the streets. It can sometimes feel very visible if you need to pay or you forget to pay and you get a citation. But Jim and your team, you and your team do a lot of the work that I think should be made more visible. So it's great to see you in chamber, and gratitude to obviously you folks, but also to Jim and his team. And with that, I could make a motion if that's
Why don't you go ahead? That would be great.
I have it. I move that we introduce the ordinance, waive further reading, refer to it by title only, subject to the removal of section 5.74 from the ordinance.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadenskuladi.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Priya. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, Jim.
Want me to read the title?
Oh, yep. Go ahead.
So
Read the title of the ordinance. Moving right along.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Sorry,
An
Madam.
ordinance of the City Council of the City of Center Fell, amending Title V of the Center Fell Municipal Code to update parking regulations, traffic administration, and enforcement provisions.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Madam City Clerk? Okay, thank you so much. We're moving on to the next public hearing item, and that is the Point San Pedro Median Landscaping Assessment District.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lorena Cordova. I'm the Senior Management Analyst with the Department of Public Works. And before you is the public hearing for the annual Point San Pedro Median Landscaping Assessment. So for today's presentation, I'll try to keep it short and sweet for you, but it will include the purpose of the public hearing for the assessment district, a little bit of an overview for the assessment district. We'll also cover the funds, the proposed assessment for the next fiscal year, your options as council, our staff recommendation, and we'll open it up to questions. So pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and the Streets and Highways Code, local governments may form for the purpose of the Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District in order to finance the cost and expenses of landscaping and lighting in public areas. And for consideration, any public hearing is to be conducted for the assessment district that meets the following purposes. So we want to make sure that you all can consider the purpose of the public hearing, one of which is we give an opportunity to any interested person prior to the conclusion of the public hearing to file any written protest to the city clerk. Also, during the hearing, the city council may order changes in any matters or in the engineering report. Also, if a majority of the assessed persons protest against the increase of an assessment of any previous year, the proposed increase will be abandoned. And lastly, you also have the opportunity to, if a major protest has not been filed, the city council may adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and the assessment either as originally proposed or as changed. In other words, these are the benefits of having a public hearing for the annual assessment district. For the Point San Pedro Assessment District, a little bit of background for you. The assessment district itself was formed in 2011. The primary purpose was to repair and maintain 29 medians across San Rafael's Point San Pedro Road. And the Point San Pedro medians extend from San Rafael High School to Biscayne Drive. It should be noted that within the boundaries of the assessment district include city and unincorporated areas of the county. For a quick visual aid, this is the boundary of the assessment district. You can see it covers a very large area, and it is part of the east side of the city of San Rafael. Also important to give you a little bit of an overview of the assessment district components, which can be summarized into two buckets, one of which is the capital debt service assessment, and this is to finance the debt service associated with the original reconstructing of the medians in 2014, so strictly dedicated to capital cost and that specific purpose. The second bucket is the operation and maintenance assessment, and this amount is intended to fund the annual operations and maintenance of the assessment district, so of the medians. It's also important to note that within the assessment district, you can have different funds allocated for different purposes. For the Point San Pedro median, we have two dedicated funds, one of which is the Capital and Debt Service Reserve Funds, which consist of funds number 713 and 714. For all intensive purposes, this is the repayment of the medians of the assessment district. So that balance, as of the end of this fiscal year, is at $195K. The other bucket of funds is the operation and maintenance, and that referenced with fund number 234 has a projected balance at the end of this fiscal year of $387K. I think it should be noted, too, that when we look at both of these buckets of funds, the capital and debt service, that fund is specifically dedicated to the repayment of the capital cost of the original median reconstruction. So when we talk about any activities now, really we're talking about if it's any landscaping, if it's any maintenance, replanting, irrigation, all of that will be included under the operation and maintenance fund. And so this is probably no surprise to you all. Every year, we assess, you consider the assessment district, and we put together a little bit of an overview of the assessment, right? In terms of the assessment breakdown, the way that the formation documents for Point San Pedro are set, it includes what the annual debt service was originally and continues to be, which is, you'll see this reference, which is the EBU reference. In other words, it's the equivalent benefit unit. And so every parcel within the assessment district is considered to have an EBU. And so there is a fee that is assessed for, in this case, the annual debt service, which covered the capital cost, and that $58.70 does not change. The second portion of the assessment is to cover the operation maintenance bucket that we had talked about earlier, and that is something that is updated and evaluated. And based on the formation documents, it references the CPI. So every year, we take a look at the CPI, and staff makes a recommendation. Per the formation documents, the max CPI that you would consider would be a 3%. In this case, based on February of 2026, we had noted, 2025, we had noted that the CPI for the San Francisco area was at 2.5. And so it is staff's recommendation that instead of charging the 3%, we charge the 2.5. That seemed reasonable based on a number of different factors, and also within the parameters of the formation documents of the MOU. And so that EBU is equivalent to 60.48 cents. So a total EBU assessment for this year that staff is recommending and is proposed is $119.18 per EBU, which means per parcel. So the City Council has two options for this item. One, to conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution, thus ordering the levy of assessments for the next fiscal year. Two, to not adopt the resolution, which will result in no levy of the assessments for the next fiscal year. And it is staff's recommendation that the City Council hold the public hearing and adopt the resolution of the assessment as proposed for $119 for next fiscal year, FY 26 and 27. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena. Great report, very clear. I'll see if there's any questions. No, I couldn't tell. Oh, Councilmember Hill, go ahead.
Thank you for the report. We've entertained this one pretty regularly, but I'd not asked this question previously, which is that in the apportionment methodology, is that pretty standard? I would note that a single-family home is one EBU, that makes sense, and multifamily units have a graded amount based on the number of units inside of there. But are these apportionments pretty standard industry-wide, or is this custom?
This is pretty standard, and it is a methodology that was developed when the original formation of the assessment came through. But consistently, you can see actually in previous years, and you may or may not recall, but we had a consultant actually put together the engineering report. For reasons prior to my existence here at the city, a determination was made that this could be handled in-house. However, the staff recommendation for the annual engineering report consistently showed that this was a methodology that was supported and accepted generally for assessment districts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Bushy, any questions?
No, I have comments.
Oh, you have comments. Okay, well then I will move to the public hearing portion. I'll open up the public comment. If you would like to provide your input, now is your opportunity to do so. Okay, don't see anyone coming down to give any comments, so I'll close the public comment and bring it back. Councilmember Bushy, you couldn't wait to do your comments, so here you go.
Here I go, time
Yeah.
for my comments. Well, the comments are about the broader picture here. this report is, as the mayor described, is very clear, very thorough, and an efficiency improvement in that we don't need to have an outside consultant do it. So well done on all fronts for the report tonight. But also I want to commend the Public Works team for all of their work over the years under some trying circumstances with some of my, shall we say, less charming constituents. So thank you for working with them and resolving all of those issues. I'm sure others will come up, but we've, I think, established a solid working arrangement to keep those medians in as great shape as we possibly can. So I absolutely support the recommended action, and we'll be happy to make the motion when the mayor would like to have it.
Any additional comments? Additional comments? I'll just add, the medians are beautiful, and the community and the neighborhood chose to assess themselves in order to have them, and really appreciate you working with the residents to have beautiful medians. They have manifested. So Councilmember Bushy, go ahead, make a motion
I
on
move
this.
that we adopt a resolution confirming the engineer's annual levy report for the Point San Pedro Road Median Landscaping Assessment District and the assessment diagram connected therewith, and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2026-27.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy?
Aye.
Councilmember Hill?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz?
Aye.
Councilmember Yidan Scalati?
Aye.
Mayor Kate?
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. And I think, Lorena, you're staying here for the next one. So the next public hearing item is the Bay Point Lagoons Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District.
Okay, well, I apologize in advance for some of the repeated verbiage, but it's important since we do this on an annual basis, and every neighborhood and assessment district is important. So again, Lorena Cordova, Senior Management Analyst with the Department of Public Works. And this item for your consideration is the public hearing for the annual assessment for the Bay Point Lagoons Landscaping and Lighting. And we'll cover the same agenda as we did before. If you'll indulge me again, we'll cover the purpose of the public hearing, a little bit of an assessment district overview. We'll cover the funds that are associated with this assessment district. We will also give you an overview of the proposed assessment and remind you of the options that you have, and also note staff recommendation. And then we'll conclude with questions if you have any. So the purpose of this public hearing, as noted before, it's an opportunity to give the council and the members of the public an opportunity to consider whether or not an assessment for the district is appropriate. Also to give the public a forum to be able to express whether they're in favor, especially if there's parcels within the assessment district, or whether they are protesting against the proposed assessment. After all, it is for their benefit, and it is an increase that they pay, so we want to be very considerate of that. And I'll note lastly that, the City Council may adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and the assessment either as staff is proposing or change it. So that is an option that you have. I wanted to make sure that I pointed that out. A little bit of background on this assessment district. So when we think about the Bay Point Lagoons, one of the things that we should note is that it was created in 1990, and it was formed specifically to protect and enhance the wildlife habitat and water quality in what is Bay Point Spinnaker Lagoons, as well as the adjacent ponds and diked salt marsh. The funds generated from this district support ongoing maintenance, repair, and improvements associated with public lighting, landscaping assets, and associated infrastructure with this district. If you haven't already checked out this assessment district, I would encourage you to do so. And Ryan from our Department of Public Works team does a great job of giving us an overview of all the different things that are happening within the lagoon. So I'll focus in on that, the status and the activities. So, I noted when it was created, but then the work in the lagoons continues on a regular basis. I think one of the things that's important to note is in 2015, the Homeowners Association had approached the city with two concerns, one of which was the odor coming from the lagoons, and the other was the improvements associated with the nearby K's pump station. I think it's important to kind of take a little pause here and note, the assessment district had an intended purpose and goal and very much fit within these two concerns that were raised by the HOA. The odor from the lagoons is something that is consistently managed and monitored by our staff at DPW, the Department of Public Works. On a regular basis, we actually have a dedicated person, some of you may or may not know, Arturo. He is the person that manages and oversees basically all the pump stations within the city. And so he actually goes out on a weekly and a biweekly basis sometimes to monitor and take notes on the lagoon itself, to monitor the level of the water, but also to monitor the odors and any sort of items that should be noted and then corrected. So that is someone that is dedicated, yes, to the overall pump stations within the city, but specifically in order to be proactive instead of reactive to any odors from the lagoons, as well as our DPW staff on a regular basis also are patrolling and monitoring the water levels. Ryan and his team actually regularly note, the levels that are associated with the lagoons, and specifically because when the storm hits, there's an approach to trying to prevent any odors and the odors are generally generated by the water levels. It gets a little too technical, even for me, for sure, but Ryan and the team regularly monitor the water levels, and over the summer, you can verify this yourself. Over the summer, they'll establish a certain cadence to go out and actually drain the lagoons in order to prevent from the water levels from rising, which then causes the odors. So it's a very well-oiled machine, but also another important thing to note is that Ryan has also piloted floating islands that are associated with trying to monitor the water levels and the odors. We're on to the second, the 2.0 floating islands version, just to make sure that we keep up and trying to make sure that that works and for the benefit of the lagoons. All this to basically say that the odors, which was one of the original concerns, and the improvements to the pump station are ongoing items that are looked at routinely by our DPW staff in the assessment district. And we have a good relationship, thankfully, with the representatives from the Homeowners Association who routinely contact our DPW staff whenever there is something that is amiss. So I like to just note that in terms of a good working relationship. In moving forward in terms of status and activities, in 2024, a consultant was hired, a WRA, and they conducted landscape design work. That work then continued into 2025. In 2025, they've completed that landscape design. But now we're fast forwarding to 2026, which is where we have identified that now it's time to take the design from a plan to implementation. And as part of that, we'll be working closely with the HOA as well as consultants on design implementation for continued improvements within the lagoons. We also wanted to make sure that you had a breakdown of the dedicated funds associated with the Bay Point lagoons. In this particular instance, the bucket of funding is strictly one, and it's fund number 235. For all intensive purposes, it essentially just covers all the things that we've talked about: the landscaping, the maintenance, the odor monitoring, and all those activities that the Department of Public Works handles. As of July of last year, the balance for the fund was $238K. The projected fund balance at the end of this fiscal year is $252K. And in terms of the assessment, this one is a more straightforward item from the standpoint of the assessment district. So just to kind of elaborate the variety of different assessments that could be undertaken with each of the assessment districts. In this case, the assessment is very straightforward. In the original formation documents, which changed in 1996, there was an establishment that every parcel would be charged at a flat rate of $131.44. That has not changed since 1996. And so you'll see that in the engineering report and the staff report, as you've already read, this was something where we understood that that was an established sort of flat fee at the beginning of the formation of the assessment district, that everybody that had a parcel within the assessment district had voted to support, and that continues to be the case today. Which probably also notes sometimes, our limited abilities in funding in terms of the maintenance. Nonetheless, this is something that we still continue to provide the level of service that we need in order to address the assessment district's concerns. And so I'll note that out of 193 homes, approximately 150 of those are being charged the $131.44. Also important to note that folks were given an opportunity at the beginning of the formation of the assessment district to pay in full at the beginning, and so that was an option as well. So some folks are not assessed $131.44 because they've already paid it. But generally speaking, each single-family dwelling unit is assessed equally. And so with that, I'll just note again that your options as council are to conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution, thus ordering the levy of assessments for the next fiscal year for the Bay Point Lagoons. Or your second option is to not adopt the resolution, and that would result in no levy for the assessment district for FY 2026 and 27. And it is staff's recommendation that the City Council hold the public hearing and adopt the resolution of the assessment for the next fiscal year. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena. Excellent presentation. And I'll also note that the staff report has additional breakdown in terms of the expenditures. So if anyone's interested in doing that, they can look online and see what those costs are. So thank you. Any questions on this item? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you for the report and the update. In this case, because there is no escalator, and we know that the costs are increasing, what would be the process if there was a decision at some point to reevaluate what the cost would be, or to put in an escalator?
So under the Landscaping and Lighting Act, we do have an opportunity to, we collectively, but really it's the folks that are being assessed, so the folks within the assessment district would be the ones that would first need to be approached about the assessment or the potential increase. And then secondarily, it would be conducted with a public hearing, just like this is. I'll note too that in terms of the considerations of the maintenance cost and the staff time and cost, those are, as Mayor noted, included in the engineering report, and we do account for not only staff time, but also we have clear and transparent records in terms of any fees that are coming through with any sort of activity. So the expenditures does give us a breakdown of the number of contracts that we have, the consultants that we've hired for different services, and then because we meet regularly with the Bay Point Lagoons HOA representatives, they also are aware and giving us direction on what should our funds, really theirs, be utilized for. And so it is one of those things where I think that if there was a consideration or a desire to revisit the flat fee, then that would be something that I think probably the assessment district property owners would be the first to bring up. And obviously that would also come in conversation and then later for consideration before the council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Yoranz Gulati.
No, I couldn't think of a better night to have this assessment, so I look forward to if there's any public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, not seeing any questions. I will open up the public comment and the public hearing on this item. If you would like to chime in, we'd love to hear from you. You are welcome but not required to say your name and what part of San Rafael you live in.
Dave Bonfilio, I'm part of Bay Point Lagoons Homeowners Association. I support the renewal of this assessment district. We've been working very closely with staff on some changes and improvements. to your question on raising the assessment, Spinnaker Point HOA does not pay into this, but they benefit from it. So if any idea of increasing the assessment, they'd have to be totally bought in to be assessed. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yep.
Hi, my name's Corey Sias, and I'm a resident of Spinnaker Point. And just to clarify on that, when Spinnaker Point was built, we were never asked to create a tax assessment district. A tax assessment district was created once the Bay Point developer wanted to develop Bay Point. So that was actually, I don't know how to put it, but it was the residents who bought houses were immediately in a tax assessment district. So that's why Spinnaker Point doesn't have one. And it is, as you know, probably very difficult to get one going for us. Secondly, I just want to ask the city to please clarify for us. In this case, as far as this odor concern is going on, we were told by the staff of San Rafael that Bay Point was not responsible, the lighting and landscape assessment was not responsible for the East Lagoon, which is where the big algae issue is. I want to ask the city right now to please clarify, is that true?
So we will collect all the public comment, and then any
Great.
questions that are raised, we will
Thank you.
have staff will answer them, okay? Anyone else like to comment on this item? I don't see anyone, so I'll close the public comment and the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council. There was a question, very specific question regarding the odor in the East Lagoon. I see Director April Miller joining us.
Hi, April Miller, Public Works Director. Yeah, so the East Lagoon is actually not even city property. So this assessment district is an old abandoned property, so we don't actually manage the East Lagoon. And so, no, this assessment district does not do anything with that one.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this item or comments? Yeah, Councilmember, oh, did you want to have comments on this item?
No, I mean, I'm glad that that we have this in place. Thank you so much to the HOA for helping with this, and of course our team. And I especially want to recognize people like Arturo, that they are working with the pumps, whatever the weather is. So I'm very grateful for them. So thank you.
Councilmember Hill, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lorena, for the report and for public comment. I will testify that one of the first tours I took when I joined the council in 2021 was a tour of the K's pump station. And to Councilmember Joran Scolati's point, Arturo and other staff have to go out there manually to manage the pump. So at some point, and it is in the staff report, that as we conduct the stormwater master plan, that we are able to understand the full burden of the capital involved to look at our entire network of pump stations that number, I believe, 12 with a total of 34 pumps that will probably need to be updated, as well as all the infrastructure in between. So all this is to say, we know that the assessment will only pay for maintenance at this point, but we're hopeful that we can manage the entire network. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any additional comments on this item. Councilmember Joran Scolati, would you like to make the motion?
Sure. I move to approve the resolution confirming the engineer's annual report for the Bay Point Lagoons Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District and the assessment diagram connected therewith, and ordering the levy and collection of assessment for fiscal year 2026-27.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yeden Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Lorena, for all of your work and for that presentation. Well done. We have one more public hearing on our agenda this evening, and that is the proposed update to master fee schedule for fiscal year 26-27. And I see interim city manager Paul Navazio is now at the computer.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So our final public hearing item tonight is the adoption of the master fee schedule, which in some ways is kind of part of the overall budget adoption items that will follow later on this evening. I'll just also add thank you to the Department of Public Works for having the assessment districts also done concurrently with the budget, because that helps make sure everything is in alignment. We're checking all the boxes. Just by way of quick background, this is agenda item 1F in your agenda packet. It lays out sort of the purpose of the master fee schedule, the framework that has been developed over the years for the master fee schedule, and significantly is just a continuation of basically a process that was put in place, I think, starting pre-pandemic, but then coming out of the pandemic. The fee schedule had not been reviewed or updated in some time, and the city went through the exercise of doing a comprehensive fee update that resulted in, I believe, the 23-24 master fee schedule update. One of the two things significantly out of that original update was the establishment of certain cost recovery levels to be targeted, particularly for the fees where the policy intent is full cost recovery. And also, the council adopted at the time by resolution that on an ongoing basis, the fees were authorized to increase annually by the CPI index. For the purpose of the fee schedule, we also use the February to February Bay Area CPI change, was, as was noted in the last item, was 2.5%. All that to be said is, while the entire fee schedule is before you this evening, most of it for transparency purposes, there's a kind of clean copy of the recommended and proposed fees. There's a red line that shows some of the changes. By and large, the increases, if they're going up at all, are going up by the 2.5% increase. What does require specific council action is anytime we are adding a fee, potentially deleting a fee, but also staff over the last couple of years has also been looking at maybe refining and streamlining the fee schedule in terms of the categories, in terms of the descriptions, potentially moving from flat fees to kind of more of a actual cost fee. So I am going to, well, before I go through the slides, I'll also say that in the presentation, we're just going to highlight some of the changes that have been made that I would argue are largely administrative in terms of cleanup, but there are some of the fees that are being changed from a flat fee to a cost recovery based fee. The two areas that I think are worth identifying, and we'll touch on one of them in this report, is, and this was presented about a month ago to the Finance Subcommittee, the recreation program staff earlier this year undertook a fee study and a cost recovery analysis specifically to the recreation programs and our childcare programs, and the recommendations from that study that were shared with the Finance Subcommittee are incorporated into this report. So that's one area where a study helped update those fees. And the second area I would note is the Community and Economic Development Department, particularly in light of some of the changes to the fee structure that have been implemented over the last couple of years, along with the ramp up of development activity. There's currently a study underway to re-look at and evaluate the current level of fees and fee structures, particularly with that cost recovery target. So for the majority of those fees this evening that would be enacted with the approval, should the council act to approve this resolution tonight, we would be going forward with the CPI increases, but we do anticipate coming back to the council with the results of the Community and Economic Development fee study to identify any areas that are appropriate to adjust beyond what's before you this evening. So I covered a lot of the background, so I am going to just hit a couple of highlights. Part of the reason why we're doing this, a consistent theme you've heard tonight through all of our fee discussions, is there are specific state statutes, constitutional provisions, and court cases that really drive not just what we can charge, but how we adopt the fee. In this case, it's particularly Prop 26 and Prop 218 that essentially says we can only charge for the cost, and we have to be able to demonstrate that that is in fact what we are doing. I mentioned that some of the fees, if all we were doing were CPI increases, we technically wouldn't have to be before the council for council action. In some cities, we only bring the few fees that are being recommended for modification, but again, in this packet, you'll have the entire fee schedule and the red line. We noted the February to February CPI. Just as a housekeeping, the fee schedule, which lives several places, but including city website, is currently broken out into these various sections that are listed, and on the website, folks can access it by identifying which section of the fee schedule they may be looking at, and we'll see the relevant fees. So we talked about the fees that don't require council approval and the ones that do. And so what we're going to highlight here, again, we have the 2% fee increase. Also to note, there was council action taken. It may have been in March, where the council authorized incorporating as part of the fee schedule the city's ability to recover the banking fee associated with payments made through credit card transactions that have previously been sort of eating away at that revenue. I would say that for the purposes of the fee schedule, it's just a note on each of the sections of the fee schedule that a up to 4% credit card fee. Actually, the council action was to authorize passing along the actual cost of the banking fee not to exceed 4%. So it varies, and I think, as was noted at the time and recently, members of the community do have several options to pay for any of the fees without having to incur banking charges, if that's what they choose. So just a couple of highlights. Again, this summarizes essentially the red line version within the fire department. There's a couple of quote-unquote updates where a fee was removed and another one was added, and then below this in the orange color are where there's modifications being made to an existing fee. This fancy chart, all it says is that instead of having different fee categories for fire sprinkler inspections, depending on how many fire sprinklers, there's just a base fee and then a fee per number of fire sprinklers, so they just modified that. And this is also the first example of our ongoing transition, where appropriate, to be able to charge the actual cost when you may not know what the cost is out front. And this really has to do a lot with the plan review and development review, and our fire prevention team within the fire department is responsible for reviewing all plans for compliance with the fire code. And so similar to fees that we have in community and economic development, we are ensuring that we, can take a deposit up front and then charge actual costs, including an administrative overhead to that. So this is the one major change of that ilk in the community economic development. Again, I believe in the past there was a number of categories where we were charging either staff costs, consulting costs with a 10% overhead, which is our city overhead. And based on our review, some of these have been adjusted to include a 20% overhead, which also incorporates, if you will, sort of the department-specific overhead, because there's overhead costs besides just kind of general overhead. But this is two examples, or an example of that. Few modifications in the Public Works also, who gets involved on the plan review in particular, and then some adjustments to the fees for encroachment permits and traffic circulation plans. And again, here you'll see examples of converting from a flat fee to an actual cost. And also, this is another area where I think staff could be commended for actually having developed the systems to be able to track the actual costs associated with some of the activity, as opposed to having to default to a flat fee, which oftentimes does not cover the actual costs and maybe occasionally might be in excess of the actual costs. So the recreation and childcare area, again, this was subject of a specific study. Basically, the result and the recommendation is to propose a 5% increase going into next year for the recreation fees, which is geared towards maintaining the level of costs that are covered by the fees, particularly in areas of facility rentals. A lot of our recreation programs are administered through contract instructors, and so those fees are set essentially by the instructors and maybe informed by the enrollment. But most of the other revenue coming from the recreation program comes through the facility rentals. There's also a 20% non-resident surcharge on those fees. We also, it might be on a slide, but we're also continuing, I believe at the Alboro Recreation Center, that there is a discounted cost associated with fees at that facility. Within the childcare area, and again, this is largely consistent with what we presented to the council over the last several years. Council will recall one of the main focuses of discussion during our last round of labor negotiations was sort of market equity, particularly with childcare instructors, as required to hire and retain staff to run our childcare program. They received some of the more significant increases, and we signaled at the time that we would be likely looking at, I believe at the time we were looking at 8 to 10% increases annually over the next 3 years. This is year 3 of that horizon, and based on the status of the fund and enrollment projections, staff here is recommending a 7% increase for most of the child care fees and a 10% increase for the summer kid camp in our child care program. If there's any questions, we do have staff available to get into a little bit more details about the recreation and child care fee cost recovery studies. Here on the left, they're summarizing the recommendations. There's some other aspects that we're looking at associated with being able to fund and establish a scholarship fund for eligible participants. We'll hear later in the budget presentation, we've actually moved the recreation revolving fund, where most of these revenues have been accounted for, has been transferred into the general fund. We'll talk about that later. We'll continue to review the level of fees in this area to ensure that we are able to provide the programs, still maintain affordability, particularly for those programs that have more community-wide public benefit as opposed to just the individual benefit of the participants, general philosophy within the recreation program. We've built into the budget down at the bottom here the projected revenue impact of the recreation fee proposal, which is about an increase of about $100,000 and a $200,000 increase in childcare, and also some additional revenue from the non-resident fee differential. I think wrapping up here, given the sort of menu of different fees that are incorporated in the fee schedule. It's just worth noting that by and large, with action tonight, these fees would go into effect July 1 with the start of the new fiscal year. However, the childcare program fees are set to go in effect August 1st. They've been set historically to coincide with the kind of academic year. And then the recreation program fees, in part because we're already in the summer recreation, those fee changes take effect on a calendar year. And staff is recommending adoption of the resolution to update the master fee schedule for next fiscal year, and we can answer questions after public comment.
Thank you, Interim City Manager. And as you noted, there's even more information in the staff report that you hit the high notes on that. So we'll see if there's questions either on what was presented or in the staff report. I'm looking to my right. Additional questions?
I think I'm okay right now on questions.
Oh, okay. Any questions? Any questions over here? Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you for letting me ask questions. I do serve on the Finance Subcommittee, so I should have asked my questions already, but it did occur to me that in the staff report, it does mention Prop 218 and Prop 26 as being legislation that really enforces the fact that we cannot over-collect, have a surplus, so to speak. How do we ensure that? Because it seems like the penalties are pretty severe if we collect even just $1 over. How do we ensure that we're remaining legal?
So that's a really good question. I think the approach that we have taken and that most cities take is, unlike tonight where we're really doing inflation-based, so two-part answer, probably every 5 years or so, you still need to go back and do the more comprehensive fee study, and sometimes it's efficient to do it all at the same time, and sometimes, timing doesn't work that way, but if you don't do that, you risk having your fees sort of start to deviate from your costs. I would say, though, that the majority, but I wouldn't say universally, cities' cost to provide the services is historically goes up more than an inflation index of 2.5%. So more often than not, a fee that just goes up by inflation has a tendency to fall behind the cost recovery target, and you do the study to sort of realign it, but it's also helpful to ensure that ones that have been tracking don't need any additional adjustments. But to answer your question more directly, you would do a comprehensive cost of service study no less than every 5 years or so.
Would it be safe to say that we're always going to be lagging by just a little bit to ensure that we're just under?
I think maybe that's a general statement, but there could be individual areas where, because of providing the service in a different manner, technology, maybe a cost component goes away that you don't want to keep having built into a rate if it's no longer appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions at this time. I will open up the public comment. If you'd like to offer your thoughts or have any questions on the update to the master fee schedule, now is your opportunity to do so. Okay, I don't see anyone coming down. I will close the public comment and bring it back to the council to make any additional comments that they would like to make. Vice Mayor, any additional comments?
I'll just say, I think it's really important. I mean, we look at this, we've seen this every year, it comes back, and as Councilmember Hill was talking, we will never recoup as much as we need to, and it's important to have this. I would like to see us have the master fee schedule as we package it and share to the community, be able to provide the information from a transparency perspective in terms of how we are, sort of some of the background, the why behind this. But I do think it's really important, and I'm happy to raise the motion when we're ready.
Additional comments? Yeah, Councilmember Micah. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you so much for the update. Every year I have the same update, and it's like, I know that non-residents pay 20% more, and I feel that there's always a little bit more room in there to charge more for non-residents, so we can maybe recover a little bit more. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Yeah, Councilmember Bushy.
A short comment, I support the staff recommendation, just want to shine the light on, it's a big increase for our families, having 10% of summer recreation and 7% of childcare. Our working families really rely on those programs. When my children were young, I certainly did. I understand why this needs to happen, but it's a big increase, but I support the change.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Well, I serve on the Finance Subcommittee, and I've had a chance to review this in more depth. I want to thank from a very high level that we have a master fee schedule that is reflective of our policy, which is that we recover fees appropriately across the city, but that in places where it counts, we do offer appropriate subsidy. And as a community, we support that, especially around childcare and certain rec programs. So I appreciate that this reflects that policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And any comments I would make has already been made by the council, so I will entertain a motion on this item, please.
Okay. I'd like to adopt a resolution authorizing an update to the city's master fee schedule for fiscal year FY 2026-27 to adjust fees for selected programs and services where fee increases beyond previously approved increases based on specified consumer price index, CPI, are required to meet and maintain target cost recovery levels.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Interim City Manager. We have completed our many public hearings and really appreciate everyone's patience. It's been nearly 3.5 hours. The next item will be one that does have interpretation. So we're going to take a very short recess for 5 minutes to do the audio test to ensure that we can provide the appropriate interpretation, because it will also be in Spanish. So we will have a quick recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Folks want to take their seats? Thank you for enjoying that break with all of us. We'll get started in just a moment. Once we get a thumbs up from city staff, then we'll start the next agenda item. Oh, I got the thumbs up, the literal thumbs up. So we are reconvening back in regular session. Again, thank you for that break. I think it was nice for all of us to stand up. So the next item, and there's a reminder for all of us to speak slowly, as this item will be interpreted into Spanish. This is the Canal Neighborhood Active Transportation Enhancement Project. And I will turn it over to Director Miller, and I see Gray Melgard is here as well.
Oh, you stole my intro. Thank you, thank you, Mayor and council members for having us here tonight. I'm April Miller, the Public Works Director, and I'm here with Gray Melgard, one of our senior civil engineers. We're here today to discuss the Canal Neighborhood Transportation Enhancement Project, but specifically the Starkweather Path lighting item. So tonight, we're looking for direction. So we're looking for the City Council to provide us with direction on where to go from this point on for the design of the lighting element for this larger project. And so just a little bit of, I should slow down, for a little bit of brief history on the lighting. So back in 2022, there was a couple different lighting outreaches that were done. There was some workshops that were done with the Dominican Voices de Canal, Canal Alliance, and the city to identify key lighting routes. There's an image on the bottom there of a map. So 7 locations were identified by the canal neighborhood. And there was multiple surveys that were done to prioritize the different areas. They were conflicting on which ones were the most important. In one case, the Starkweather Path was listed as number 6 out of 7, and another one where it was the second most important location out of 7. So generally, overall though, this is one of the locations that was identified as wanting lighting in the Canal East Centerville neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm going to take it from there. So what we have for you tonight is what has been previously proposed by staff in the fall and winter of 25-26 in terms of lighting in this area along Starkweather Path. So the proposed locations, like Director Miller just mentioned, were provided from the 2022 Canal Community-Based Transportation Plan and those lighting workshops. And the proposed types and extents of those lights were provided by the San Rafael Police Department as part of a crime prevention through environmental design or CPTED review process. The image on the right shows the delineation between overhead bollards or overhead lights, small area lights, and then low-lying 3.5-foot tall bollards, and where those were recommended by police staff as part of that CPTED review. So just some images. So the 2 proposed that we have been kind of presenting is a small area overhead light, which is on the left, and then a 3.5-foot tall bollard, which is on the right. These are just examples. The actual model may vary. And in the instance of the bollard, the type that was presented actually included a back shield as well. So it's not like a straight through, there's something behind it. In terms of community engagement, the city has hosted and or attended 4 community meetings related to this topic to date. There was a city council listening session in November of 2025. There was a virtual community meeting in December of 2025. There was an in-person meeting that was hosted by the Canal Alliance in January of 26, and there was a virtual meeting hosted by the Spinnaker and Bay Point HOAs in April of 2026. Staff also conducted a community survey in between February and March of 2026. 378 responses were received. That survey was posted on the project website, on the city's website, all of the city's Instagram, social medias, and also physical A-frame boards were placed out at Starkweather Path for people to scan a QR code and take the survey. Also just noting that this project does have a website, specifically with information related to this item. And when that website is updated, we send out a news post, a blast. So anyone who has subscribed to receive updates get an email about that. So I want to jump in just to some of the survey results from that February-March survey that we conducted. So 378 responses were received. I just have a couple of questions that I think will help define this conversation a little bit more. So in terms of what is the most common reason that you use the path, this was a multi-choice answer. So the two highest uses for the path across Bay Point Lagoons, Canal Neighborhoods, and Spinnaker Point were number 1, recreation and exercise, and 2, enjoying nature. The next one I wanted to call out was when you typically use the path. Again, this was a multi-select, so you had the opportunity to select all that applied. And we have just included San Rafael data only. The survey itself also included individuals who lived outside of our city to take it, but we're just focusing on San Rafael. So some points here. The most common time of use was between the 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. at 193 across all respondents in San Rafael, with the next highest between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. at 151. So the existing path use, so this was actually presented earlier in one of our community meetings. So this was daily average use over 90 days, sometime in mid-February. So we were just kind of looking at seeing when we saw people near or on the path using cell phone data and what the pre-dawn and post-dusk use kind of split out to be. So in terms of feedback that has been received from the community related to this item, so main themes of concern from residents include the ongoing and future maintenance needs regarding the Starkweather path, including the proposed lighting, increased nighttime activity with the inclusion of lights along the Starkweather path, impacts to wildlife in the immediate area, and then impacts to nearby residents. So one of the questions in the survey, which was which statements below do you agree with most? There were a total of, I think, 7 or 8 responses. We kind of grouped some of them together that fell together. So number 1 response here was lighting will have a negative impact on the surrounding environment at 246. So main themes of interest from residents, more active transportation, walking, biking opportunities if safety and accessibility were addressed or conditions improved. Lighting along the path was very closely tied to a perception of safety, of one's self-safety. Comments around lighting will allow the safe use of the pathway in transition times, meaning immediately after sunrise or immediately before sunset, where you may have like lower light conditions. Lighting will improve access to Target, jobs, other amenities once the certain not city-owned portion of the path is upgraded, and then emphasis that the path is one of only 2 local recreation spaces in the neighborhood. So we do have some common questions. We do also have an FAQ on the city's website that we've been trying to keep updated just as comments come in, but wanted to kind of pull out some and highlight them here. So what other city parks have lights? So both Peacock Gap and Gristle Park have lighted lampposts that are on all night. The Mahone Creek path that's near the canal has those same posts, so the tall, small area lights. Los Ranchitos has lighted bollards that are on all night. And then typically, most of our San Rafael parks with bathrooms also have an exterior light that remains on all night in or around the building. The Lincoln Hill multi-use path and the Smart Pathway from Anderson to Rice both have lights as well. What types of calls for service does San Rafael Police Department get? So the quantity of calls varies on an annual basis. The calls have ranged from just extra patrol incidents to more serious felony-related criminal investigations. And then if the lighting is removed from the scope of the work, can the funding be used elsewhere? This is a very short answer to a very complicated question. The grant funding could be reduced by Caltrans and the California Transportation Commission if lighting was to be removed from the project. We would have to apply for a modification of the scope of the project to Caltrans and CTC, and they have the discretion to make that determination. What are the plans for light maintenance? So lights in the city are maintained through the Marin General Services Agency and a dedicated contractor. So any requests related to the proposed lighting improvements through C-Click Fix, other means would go to them. Have we contacted permitting agencies, typically environmental, like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife? So the project and the city have attended 2 separate Marin project coordination meetings, which are hosted by McStop. This typically includes representatives from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers, BCDC, Water Board, and then some other agencies that kind of come and go. The project was presented, comments were received, and staff have those in consideration. Will lights interfere with the usability of the path? Lights would be located off the shoulder of the path outside of the dirt jogging, so there'd be no pinching, I guess, of the pathway around the lights. And are there other locations where the lights are on the Bay Trail? Yes, there are a couple of portions that we have found. The proposed lights that we actually have been showing were recommended to us from the San Francisco Bay Trail based on examples they have received from BCDC, so trying to follow the trail there. And then will the lights follow dark sky recommendations? Yes, the proposed lights would include back and down shields to direct light only on the pathway and limit light bleeding off and away from the established paved path. So staff have come with a modified lighting proposal based on comments we've received, conversations with community to try to find a balance and a middle ground. So the current modified recommendation would be to have bollards only, so no of those taller overhead area lights. This would help reduce light bleeding concerns because we can have those back shields and are less attractive for bird perching. That was actually a recommendation that came from Fish and Wildlife. Hours of operation would be limited to early morning and evenings. Current hours are TBD. The proposal in the staff report was 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Lighting is focused down on the path. Again, those back and down shields would be placed on the lights to help limit light bleed, focus light on the established path already. Bollards would be placed again outside of the usable path. And then lights would be placed at 25 feet apart. Helps maintain minimum illumination standards and reduce the number of actual fixtures along the path. So here is the, updated image for modified lighting proposal. So you'll see the bollards are there in blue, all bollards extending along the length of Starkweather. And we actually just wanted to call out that the orange line that is being showed as a future project is not currently funded, so this would be after the proposed Tiscornia Marsh improvements would be completed with their work, and staff are in communication with them on what that looks like. So we've had this image up before, I wanted to show it again. So this is an actual site photo that was taken of the pathway, and then using AI generative, including the 3.5-foot tall bollards. I want to make a note that this is not, I know AI fails us there, every once in a while. These lights do not have the back shields on them, so there is some excessive light bleeding behind the bollards that would be reduced in actual implementation, but AI, fails us. So the recommendation, staff recommends that City Council consider the following 2 options. So either direct staff to modify the scope of work for the proposed lighting along Starkweather Path for the Canal Neighborhood Active Transportation Enhancement Project to include only waist-high bollards and to reduce the hours of operation for the lighting, or direct staff to continue with the previously proposed scope of work along the path for the project as previously presented. So in terms of next steps, once a decision and deliberation has been had here tonight, we'll continue with the design for the project based on direction. We do still have ongoing environmental permitting conversations with BCDC and other agencies as required, and then still looking at a 2027-2028 tentative construction of the project. That is all I have. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Gray. Great presentation. Appreciate the images as well, even if they're not exactly AI perfect, but we appreciate that. I'll turn for questions. Vice Mayor Kurtz, go ahead.
Thank you for the update, and thank you for the whole community and everyone for all the comments and letters and information we have received. We've read all of them, so do appreciate that. Do have a questions around the bollard lighting. or any lighting and just in the project in general, how do we know if it's successful? If we were measuring, so that's one question around that. Are we looking at doing surveys or usage counts and, we have the baseline of the data, like how would we look at doing some measuring there? And if there's a combination of bollard lighting and overhead lighting, is that another option on the table versus an all or none? But also some overhead lighting. Are there areas that you would consider appropriate for overhead lighting? So a combination of overhead and bollard lighting, if that is considered as an option. I think I'll start with that.
So I'm actually going to start with the second question first. So the options before council are to either modify the design to include just the all bollards and the reduced lighting. The second option is intended to move forward with the combination as previously presented. So that's the mix of the overhead and the bollards. So those are the two options staff has presented. In terms of measuring success, so the project is ATP, Active Transportation Program, Cycle 6 funded. And as part of that, we are required to do bike and pedestrian counts at locations throughout the project. So this would be one that we would consider. So you take counts 6 months before construction, you take counts then again within 6 months after construction. And we report those to Caltrans to kind of look at specifically bike and ped use.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Micah, questions?
Yes, thank you. So I have read it so many times and now I cannot find it, but in the recommendation that you have, the new staff recommendation, and thank you so much, by the way, for not only the presentation, but also for all the work that you have put throughout the months. And thank you also to our community for being here tonight. I know it's been a few months of intensive conversation, so I really appreciate all of you. So I have a question. So when we are talking about like the times where the low lights will be on, it seems to me that, and I just want to clarify, is this like during the winter, like November through April or March before we do the daylight savings? Because when I'm looking at some of the times, like 5 to 8 p.m., for example, right now, is daylight. So I'm curious about that. And the second one is how much flexibility do we have once we set up the low lights and then we set it up from 5 to 8 p.m. to say, oh, you know what, we actually needed to go at 4:30 because it gets dark at 4:30. So what's the flexibility that we have with that?
Again, I'm going to start with the second question first. So in terms of flexibility, I think that's more of a programming question that we would pose back to our designers. I think depending on the make and model that we would be considering for those bollards, we might have the flexibility to change hours or use different sensors to basically turn on or turn off the lights based on light settings. So I don't have a specific, this is how we would do it. In terms of timing that those low lights are on, I think that's still a question that staff need to work on and research and recommend back. And as part of future actions, depending on the city council, there would be an action to talk about the park itself, the shoreline, the Starkweather Path, and what the hours of operations for those are, so that and the light could potentially, align going forward. And so I think staff would come with a more specific recommendation to council with that action specifically.
Great. And just to clarify, in the new option, you don't have overnight light. It's only for a specific.
It's only, it would not be on 24/7. It would be on for a specific set time. Correct.
Okay. Yep. I don't have any more questions right now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Down here, Councilmember Bushy.
I have two related questions. First, you said that there are two options. We can go with the previous proposal. We can take your modified proposal to use all bollards. But isn't there an implied third third option in your presentation, in that you said that there's a possibility to go back to Caltrans to apply for a change in the program. Is that an active option?
If the city council would like to direct staff for that option, then yes, that could be an implied third option.
And what's your assessment of the likelihood of success?
We've had some informal conversations with Caltrans on the potential of removing lights in this location. Nothing's guaranteed, so the project as presented for our grant included lights along this path, so we'd be removing a scope element from the project. So they would have to evaluate whether or not removing that scope element would affect, like, would they have awarded this project otherwise? But the informal conversations with Caltrans staff, who is not the decision makers, has said they think that we could potentially be able to remove that scope of work. We might lose funding. Like, the estimate for that work is, probably around $500,000. We might lose that amount of funding, but it's unclear until we actually ask the decision makers.
And would it not further your likelihood of success if you had a good alternative to propose for using that $500,000?
Potentially, yeah. We could potentially try to use it for somewhere else, but they could also just take the money or potentially the entire grant.
I'm working my way to a suggestion for a possibility. In your original study, I think it was the Canal Transportation Vision?
Canal Community-Based Transportation Plan.
Okay. In that original study, were every single thing that, every single lighting opportunity that came to the forefront, have they been fully funded and fully executed?
So there's other sections that are within that study that are part of this project. We're just not talking about them today because we haven't received any feedback that people don't want lights in those other areas. So so some of them have been fully implemented. We worked with PG&E a couple of years ago on a project where we added lights to all the existing poles, but that wasn't all of the locations. So now in some cases, we're actually adding more lights, and then as part of the canal undergrounding project, we're going to install new lights on Canal Street too, which is like a parallel project to this project. So at the end, if lighting was done at the Starkweather Path, that I think it would include all of the sections that were asked for as part of that Canal Community-Based Transportation Plan.
I was wanting to go in the other direction. If you had that $500,000, is there anything left in that other report that is unfunded that you could redirect those funds towards? That was really my question. Is everything flush and done?
So I just want to clarify that let's call it $500,000 number we've been using. If that was proposed to be utilized, we are limited to the project scope area that has already been proposed. It's not like we could take it and throw it downtown. So there are limitations there. Just want to make sure that that's clear. If lighting was not included along Starkweather Path, all the other area, but included in around Pickleweed, I think is one of the other areas. All other areas that came from that 2022 lighting workshop would already have been covered as part of the project and or previous works that we've done with PG&E. So we would be covered at that point either way.
So you have nowhere to spend $500,000?
Well, I didn't say that.
Just asking. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? No. Councilmember Hill, questions, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gray and Director Miller, and thank you, everybody, for being here and for engaging us on how you feel about the project. I have a few questions, some very high level and some very, very, very specific. On the grant terms, I heard you, Director Miller, fill in one final part of the response, which is that we could lose it all. Is that it feels very threatening to say we could lose it all. What does that mean?
So the project was awarded as part of a competitive grant process. ATP is competitive. We are up against all the other agencies that applied for it. If we went to Caltrans and said we want to remove the scope, Caltrans and CTC could make the determination that the city did not make what they call a good faith effort in the proposal and implementation of the project, and they could rescind the entire grant. That is their discretion.
Has that happened to our knowledge, that an agency has been rescinded an entire grant?
I wouldn't know specifics. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to go to the dusk to dawn conversation, because I was noticing in the survey that there are folks that are using it in hours, depending on the time of the year, that could be in violation. I mean, there's clearly, if it's in the middle of the night, that's outside of dusk to dawn. Can you comment a little bit about, because I think some of it is left to, there's some certitudes and there's some speculation. What I'm hearing is that staff is proposing that at some point in the future, further down with design, is that there would be an amendment to that that regulation, that it would expand. Basically, what I'm hearing is from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the current staff recommendation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that could be an option that we would consider potentially changing the hours. And based on the data we have, people are using the path after dark. So, I mean, that based on those charts with the county data from cell phone data, there are people who are using it after dark during the winter. So we do have data that actually shows that.
Okay. Now getting into the lighting specifics, for the alternative that staff has recommended, which is the bollard size 3.5 feet, and Gray, I appreciated that you said, results may vary or the model may vary, but what I heard, and it was hard to see it in the rendering because it wasn't accurate to your description, which is that the intention of the back, what is it, the back block? What was the word used?
Yeah, back shield.
Back shield. That the intention and the design of it is to make certain that light only lands on the path itself. It would not go up. I'm not familiar with this, to be frank. I've not seen this bollard recently, but I was seeing it staggered. Every other one is left, right, all the way down the path. Is that accurate?
That is correct. So they would be staggered left, right, 25 feet apart, as currently proposed. And they would have the back and the down shield so that light is truly focused to the front and down onto the pathway. And as part of, if lighting was included as part of the plan specs and estimates for the project, there would be it's not an illumination plan, it's like a lighting plan would be developed to basically show what those heat maps would be expected to be in terms of the lighting placement.
Okay. And I'm going to go even deeper into the detail here. So, I mean, what type of light are we talking about? Are they the strong, really, I'll call them very unattractive LED that's very bright? Is it going to be more of a yellow? I just really want to understand what the quality of the light will be.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about some of this dark sky recommendations that come through, and so it really is warmer tones, duller tones, so not the like bright Costco lights that you see. They're more warm orange and then softer just in terms of brightness. They're softer, so they're not big Costco lights.
Okay.
Yeah, really, that is something that we can
Yeah, I think
design.
that would be an important consideration. I know this is getting really into the details now, but I know that there are other technologies to ensure that lights really go where they're supposed to go, like Fresnel lenses, like we see on our traffic lights, where it's very directional. Are we contemplating anything like that that really specifically eliminate light intrusion into places that it's not intended?
If council moves forward with that direction, is definitely something staff could look into. As far as we got in terms of what is proposed, it was just the back and the down shields, but we could absolutely look into advanced technologies to further limit.
Okay. And then, again, one more question on the asset itself. What is the typical lifespan for a lighting bollard?
Yeah, that I think it depends on make, model, type, solar, wired.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is that, okay, this is a one-time grant. We would have to seek another grant at some point in the future if it's 10 years or 20 years to replace these. Otherwise, we would be on the hook to replace them. I just wanted to get a sense for.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a specific answer for you without having like a specific model manufacturer warranty period. Again, as we talked about, maintenance of these lights falls into city jurisdiction, falls into MGSA. And so in terms of resiliency of those, I think would be further developed down the line as we look for plans and specs.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and then what is the cost differential between the original proposal versus the now modified staff proposal?
At a very, very high level, I will not be writing these numbers down. It's about $150,000. The original proposed with the overhead is about $650, $700, and then the bollards only would be 100, 150 less. I'm sorry, please flip those. The mixed use are about $150,000 less than just the bollards. The bollards would be more expensive.
Okay, so even with that difference in cost, it would be covered by the grant?
Yes.
Okay. And then, this is getting into the operations. Would staff be able to manage the timing of it, say, from Morphew, or how is that timing managed?
I think that's a specific question. My guess is, based on my knowledge of how kind of lighting systems operate, is you would have like 1 or 2 controllers per segment of lights for the left, for the right. And we could go out and manage it manually, or we could use something like a light detection that basically says once we get to a certain light level, we're clicking on or off.
Okay.
Within set hours.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yep.
Thank you. I have a few as well. So we were talking about the grant, and if the grant were to be rescinded, would the city be in a potential position, have to pay back the money we've already utilized?
That is a great question.
Yeah.
The money that we have utilized already for the environmental and PS&E has been authorized by CTC. I think it would be a question to Caltrans.
Yeah.
And
It's
sorry,
uncharted
CTC.
territory.
Uncharted
Yes,
territory.
very much. Just want to make sure that that's clear. So we received many letters, and you already addressed it around the dark sky feature, and I really appreciate that these bollards are looking at the dark sky. I'm curious because there are private residents that may not adhere to the dark sky policy that are along the path themselves. So if that is one of the factors that we're using in our decision tonight, how are we working with private homeowners to ensure that that same approach would be applied to them? What tools do we have?
Yeah, we could talk to code enforcement and community and economic development to see, to review our ordinance and see what, standards there are for that. I mean, one of the reasons we showed the first photo of the slideshow was a photo taken at night showing several homes and commercial lights cascading across the lagoon now. So that if that's the direction that council wants us to explore, then we can look at that a little bit further on how we would try to enforce that.
Yeah, no, thank you, because I think environmental is a big concern. We received some letters that were concerned about the park designation, and it's confusing because when we think of parks, we think of a Gerstle Park, and yet there's an indication that this path is a park. So maybe you could speak to that, because there were letters that spoke to that, and how the city just makes sure that there's connection and then it makes sense.
Yeah, so the park is dedicated as a special use park, which serves a specific person. And I don't know if we have any additional language on what that is. The pathway itself is identified as a Class 1 multi-use in several city documents as well, outside of the park designation.
Well, I could see that as a path, but as a park, usually think of park as having an amenities or recreational features. I see Assistant Director Verme joining us. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Craig Verme, Assistant Library and Recreation Director. I think Gray actually described it quite well. Starkweather Park is in fact a park, but it has multiple purposes. It is also designated as a Class 1 pathway, and I think the pathway is distinct from the park in many ways. I don't have a lot of expertise in this. I do think that there are some policy considerations for council this evening that would relate to this project decision. But I think Gray did describe it adequately as a special use park.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, just pulling from our general plan, special use parks include parks that serve a unique purpose or activity. These include the shoreline trails such as Starkweather Park along the bay, the Field of Dogs County Park, and the historic homes at Poit Park and Falkirk Mansion. These parks play an important role in meeting community-wide cultural and recreation needs or showcasing special community features.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just think that it seems like a little bit of a, not to say disconnect, but not as straightforward, understanding those definitions. And then the last one, and you talked about this, in your presentation, and we know that the San Rafael Police Department has also been a part of this conversation. I would be really appreciative, I know that Sergeant Dozell is here to speak to that, because people have their opinions about whether their police activity, the police input, but I would love to hear from you, because I know in one of those community meetings, we did have Chief Spiller that spoke to that aspect, and I think that's an important part of the community conversation. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, city officials.
So if you could speak to, from the SRPD's standpoint, the benefits, or not, but I'm assuming the benefits of having additional lighting along this path.
Lighting of an area is something that's pretty thoroughly researched, and there is wide general agreement that a well-lit location is a safer location. It's going to decrease crime. It allows for natural sight lines. The residents themselves are more able to accurately see what's going on around them. Somebody using the path can see a danger approaching, create space, get away before stumbling upon some sort of issue. So the research is overwhelming that a well-lit place is a safer place.
I appreciate that. And some of the emails we've received have said that it's not needed here because there isn't any sort of criminal behavior, the issue that there's not stats or data that shows that. So I'm curious how you would respond to that.
Coming up with stats for the path itself is challenging. Our dispatch system, wherever a particular incident occurred or originated, that's where the stat is deemed to have occurred. This particular path is interesting from a statistical standpoint in that what we end up with is a lot of instances where a crime didn't necessarily originate on the path, but originated nearby. But we have suspects fleeing along the path. We've had that in both directions. We've had violent crimes, at Pickleweed Park, and they flee towards Target along the path, or vice versa. We've had robberies at Target, and then suspects flee along the path into the neighborhood. So the statistics themselves aren't going to accurately capture that sort of behavior. We have had violent crimes that happen on the path itself. We've had domestic violence, we've had armed robberies, and things like that can and do happen on the path. I'm not here to say that lighting is going to magically eliminate all of that, but the research does show it will reduce it. It will help potential victims be able to avoid it, and it will help us with enforcement action by being able to see if a suspect is fleeing away, be able to set up appropriate enforcement action to try to catch them.
Thank you, Sergeant. I don't have any further questions, but I appreciate you being here, and there might be additional questions after we hear from the public. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions before? Oh, Councilmember Hill, go ahead.
Yeah, just based on that testimony, and this is why I was curious about operationalization of lighting. If there were an incident, could there be something set up to be able to take advantage of lighting on the path? Let's say that there is an incident. Could the police contact someone at Morphew and say, illuminate, we're in pursuit? Is there anything that we could operationally set to do that? Because if it's only going off at 8 o'clock and there's a fleeing suspect, I'm just trying to imagine that could be operationally helpful.
I think we could consider that option if council decides to move forward. I'm not sure what the specifics of that would look like at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Micah, go ahead.
As a follow-up, and I don't know if we have an answer for this, but we do have the drones now that they are making it to places in about a minute. Do they have light? Sorry.
Thank you, Sergeant.
The drones.
So the current model of drones we have now doesn't have light that would illuminate a particular area, if that's what you're asking. They are equipped with different lenses, for lack of a better term, that can see in the dark, pick up heat signatures and things like that nature. So if there's an individual running along the path, the drone's not going to have a floodlight that's going to illuminate the path, but the drone operator that's looking through the camera can switch the lens view and be able to pick up a heat signature and see somebody running along the path. So in the event that we have a drone operator available and a drone available, that's a great tool, but at some point in time, a physical officer still has to respond to the scene and be able to take enforcement action. The drones are an amazing tool that really help us but we still have to have a body there. And if we can see what's going on, it makes our job a little bit easier as well.
Right, okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And I do have one more question.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask where we are, because there are a lot of questions about the details of the bollards and the lights and everything, but have we started with the design, or are we still like on the community outreach?
We have started design for other parts of the project. We were doing some survey work last week, and we have some like preliminary designs that we've put together mostly for community outreach events, but we haven't like dove into specifics specifically on the lighting piece.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, I'll open up the public comment, and I'm going to remind the public, I've already heard murmurings when people don't like a question that's being asked. So if you can use this for when you hear something you like, and recognize there might be people in this room who don't share your perspective, but they are also equally entitled to say their comments. So with that, you are invited but not required to say your name and what part of San Rafael you live in.
Hello, my name is Stuart Doobie.
Oh, and to speak slowly, I'm sorry, because it's being interpreted. If you can start
Okay.
the timer over, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Stuart Doobie. I'm a 28-year resident of Bay Point Lagoon, board member. But tonight I'm speaking as a volunteer with the Marsh Alliance, the Marin Action to Retain the Starkweather Habitat. To be clear, we fully support the canal lighting project. We support improved lighting on canal streets, bike routes, urban transportation facilities. Those improvements make sense and serve a demonstrated public need. However, the Starkweather path is fundamentally different. It's not a city street or transportation corridor. It is a shoreline park adjacent to a sensitive salt marsh that is closed from sunset to sunrise. The question before you is whether this recreational park should become a permanent illuminated corridor despite its intended nighttime closure. We're also concerned about the public process. Extensive outreach occurred within the canal neighborhood, yet more than 400 households immediately adjacent to the proposed lighting were not included until late in the process. When surveyed, those residents expressed significant opposition. Some supporters have suggested that their views should carry less weight because they participated at a higher rate or come from a neighboring community. We respectfully disagree. Public participation should be judged by the quality of the input, and those who live adjacent to the project have firsthand knowledge of the path, the marsh, and the existing conditions. Their engagement should be viewed as strength of the public process, not a reason to discount their concerns. For the public record, we have submitted a petition signed by more than 270 Marin residents opposing the proposed shoreline lighting. The city has not demonstrated how lighting a short, isolated, closed loop advances the project's transportation
Thank you. If you could
goals.
wrap up. You have a whole host of people behind you.
Yes. What specific safety problems it solves, or why the unique shoreline park should be permanently transformed.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. And you can talk really fast, but try to keep within the 2 minutes. And if the person in front of you said exactly what you wanted, you can also say, I +1, or I agree with that, because there are a lot of folks that want to speak. Go ahead.
Dave Bonfilio, San Rafael. I'm opposed to lighting on the path, full stop. The city has not demonstrated its ability to maintain the existing path, let alone the increased need to service lighting. DPW was asked for a couple of years to repair the post and chain fence that runs parallel to Bay Point Drive. Those repairs were done in 2025, but the remainder of the post and chain fence is falling down. The gates have collapsed, allowing anybody to enter into the lagoon area. Those major repairs could have been prevented with a little ongoing maintenance. The path itself is rutted and uneven. Allowing use in the dark is asking for injuries. In November of last year, the mayor hosted a meeting at City Hall, which included the chief of police, an assistant city manager, and DPW. I requested the crime statistics for the path from the chief and followed up with an email request. To date, I have received nothing. Before adding an unwanted lighting project, the city should take care of ongoing business and respond in a timely manner to citizens' requests. Thank you.
Ready? Hello.
Go ahead.
Mayor Collin and the council members. My name is Joe Mueller, and I'm a biologist from College of Marin. I study this kind of stuff, and I'm concerned about, when I went out and took a look at where the lights are going to be, I was just kind of blew my mind, kind of pretty upsetting. So I wanted to give you an opportunity from a perspective of a expert in the field, kind of the big picture. I don't know if you know this or not, but there's only about 10% left of salt marsh in the Bay Area. Started out before Europeans got here at about 200,000 acres, and now it's down to about 40. And so there's not a lot of this kind of prime so-called habitat left. So to birds and to wildlife and to the very base of the planktonic food chain, this is gold. There's just not much of it left. It's also very productive. Salt marshes are one of the most productive systems on the planet, and they feed the outer coastline. They feed the organisms that live in the bay. When you use Aulan, artificial lights at night, it creates all sorts of problems, and the more research, the more problems we find with it. Everything from probably the most important thing is it disrupts the photoperiodism that organisms are genetically designed to be able to react to. And this has been going on for millions and millions of years, and now we're lighting up the planet at night. So this is causing all kinds of problems. So just kind of listing some of these problems: disrupting bird behavior. The corridors for birds now are quite narrow. There's not a lot of stuff left, if you think about it, kind of worldwide. Worldwide, 70% of wildlife has been gone since 1970. This is a big picture thing to think about. I could go on.
Thank you. If you could wrap up. Okay, thank you.
Just please try and think about the big picture here and how we are part of that.
Ready. Good evening. I'm Edward Labar. I live in the Bay Point Lagoon, and I'm addressing the proposal to install lighting on Starkweather Path, of course. But I think there's been some misunderstanding about what Starkweather Path is. It's not all of what you've seen. Those photos are misleading. This is a path that is a special use path. And there's one basic fact that should frame this entire discussion. Starkweather Path is closed at night pursuant to a city council enacted ordinance, an ordinance number 1920. Now this I want to show you.
Use the microphone, please.
You need to take the microphone
This
so
area
people can hear you.
here is the path. Those photos, those AI photos showed houses along the path. There are no houses along this path. They talked about people coming from Target to go to the canal. This is not the way to get there. There's a path that runs parallel to Bay Point Drive and comes out at Bay Point. Comes out, down here. That would be the direct route to get from there to there. I saw people this morning carrying Target shopping bags going down this path to get home. Okay, so you can put that down. I wanted you to see that because that photo shows that some of the information you've received is misleading. The path is closed at dark, and since it's closed at dark, is it legal or ethical to use the path for transportation, for funds from transportation? Transportation grants are generally intended to improve access and mobility. If the public's not allowed to use the path at night, then what legitimate transportation purpose does this serve? Would Caltrans grant these funds to light a path that's closed at night?
Good evening, City Council. Spinnaker Point and member of the Marsh Alliance. I'm addressing I'm addressing the San Rafael staff's amended proposal regarding the lighting Starkweather path. This new recommendation, while well-meaning, makes no fiscal, logical, or common sense. It is all conceptual, and there is no evidence-based data provided. And instead, this feels like bits and pieces of notions and not a well-researched proposal. The new staff recommendation suggests the path lighting between 5 and 8 a.m. and 5 and 8 p.m. Given that no matter what time of year, it is always light at 8 a.m. and always light at 5 p.m., I live there, I know, that leaves lighting the night sky for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening for about 4 winter months, or approximately 120 hours a year. This at an undisclosed cost to taxpayers to run electricity, install lighting, infrastructure, and future maintenance along the Starkweather path makes this an ill-conceived proposal, and it is not a reasonable use of grant monies or tax dollars. Additionally, there are a number of other givens and unanswered questions. It is a given. The park remains legally closed from dusk to dawn. The city's chronic lack of transparency means that there is no guarantee that the city will not increase hours of lighting in the future. The majority of voters surveyed chose no lighting at all, and this was not even included as a third option. I wonder what is the rationale behind option 1, which is the amended time. And is there something else driving the inclusion of the path in the transportation plan that is not being shared with the voting public?
Thank you
And
for your
finally,
comments. If you could wrap up.
absolutely. And finally, I've got to wonder how many dogs are going to be peeing on those bollards.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
No, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Joni Harris, and I'm a member of Marsh Alliance and a frequent path user. I'm addressing the city's reliance on a categorical CEQA exemption for the proposed lighting of the path. Our concern is not that a categorical exemption can never apply. Our concern is whether the project has been too narrowly defined. These shoreline parks have historically been closed from dusk to dawn, yet the council is now discussing extending park hours to allow nighttime access. If the proposed lighting is intended to support expanded nighttime use, then that future use is no longer speculative. It's a reasonably foreseeable part of the project that should be evaluated now. And CEQA requires agencies to evaluate the whole project. And the environmental impacts of nighttime use, including increased human activity, noise, and the effects of artificial light at night on adjacent wildlife habitat, are reasonably foreseeable and should be analyzed before path approval, not deferred to a later ordinance or policy change. That is, piecemealing the project. Also, the path has no existing permanent lighting infrastructure, whereas the urban canal area does. That fact puts it in a different category. Together, all these factors can reasonably be viewed as a type of unusual circumstances that call into question reliance on a categorical CEQA exemption. The issue is not whether lighting belongs in the urban canal. It plainly does. The issue is whether introducing permanent lighting into a shoreline park that has always remained dark changes the character and use of that park in a way that deserves environmental review before approval, not afterward. We respectfully ask you to reconsider the reliance on that categorical CEQA exemption. Thank you.
Hi, good evening or good night. My name is Reva Revis, and I live in Spinnaker Point. Most of what I came here to say tonight has already been said by the other members of Marsh, which I am a member of as well. I will point out that the comments in your own survey provided a clear message. Nearly 80% of the written comments opposed the shore lighting. The single most common question raised by residents was, or respondents was, if the path is closed at night, why are we installing lights? I recognize that some canal neighbors have expressed a desire for improved safety. Those concerns deserve attention, but as many survey commenters suggested, limited resources would be better spent improving lighting and safety on existing canal streets and routes that people already use at night. I respectfully ask the council to pause and complete additional environmental review and fully evaluate the implications of nighttime use, and please do a better job of engaging all impacted residents in the process this time. But the most important thing that I will say here tonight, you know, I generally agree with the sergeant that more light means less crime and better safety, but the greater area has very unique circumstances and characteristics. So the most important thing that I will say here tonight is if the city installs lights and opens the park for nighttime use in the name of safety, you will 100% be creating the problem you claim to be solving.
Okay, you guys, super good on this. Try to not do this. Okay, go ahead.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Aurelia Vargas, soy miembro de Voces de Canal y estoy aquí abogando por la iluminación en el sendero de la bahía. Esto ayudaría a vecinos y a la comunidad a sentirse más seguros. El sendero es lo único que tenemos nosotros, la comunidad del canal. El sendero me parece que no es privado y es la única oportunidad que tenemos para salir a caminar con nuestra familia o con nuestros animalitos. Yo estuve trabajando junto con mis compañeros de Voces de Canal hace algunos años para alumbramiento en nuestra comunidad de Canal. Fue un proyecto exitoso que trabajábamos por más de 6 meses. Salimos a caminar a calles oscuras para identificar cuál era la problemática en nuestra comunidad. Gracias a ustedes se aprobó la iluminación en nuestra comunidad y ahora queremos que nos apoyen para iluminar este sendero que nos ayudaría a reducir más el crimen. Años atrás hubo intentos de violaciones y sí están registrados y esto ayudaría, no va a eliminar, pero sí va a ayudar más a la seguridad y queremos ver que nuestro trabajo sea fructuoso y no sea en vano. Sabemos y respetamos a nuestros vecinos y estamos en las luces bajas, no en las altas, para no interrumpir a las casas vecinas de nuestros vecinos. Con todo respeto, ese es mi comentario y muchas gracias.
Thank you. Hold for the interpretation, please.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Vargas, and I'm part of the Voices of Canal. I am here in support and advocacy for the illumination of this path. I feel that it would help the community feel a lot more comfortable walking this area. And I myself was part of the project Illuminating Canal, where with some of the members of the community, we walked through the darker streets in the canal that were lacking light, and we found out which streets these were. And I would say that this was a great success. We now have a little bit more lighting that's coming into play, and it does make us feel more safe. And also to say that this path is really one of the only paths we have available to us in our community to walk our dogs and walk with our families and really get this type of activity in this environment. So I really hope that we can move this forward and so that the work that we've done isn't in vain. And also with respect to the community members that live in this area, we don't want to cause any distress there at all, of course. We would prefer to have these lower bollard lighting to not intrude lighting into your homes. So I hope we can make this happen. And of course, I think this would be great for the community. Thank you.
And I don't think anybody who's spoken so far is saying, let's...
You're welcome to introduce yourself, but you don't have to, and what part of San Rafael you're from.
Okay, I did it earlier. I'm Andy Easterlin, you know me. And we're not saying let's close the pathway completely. The pathway is available. But the history of the pathway is, as laid out, so I'll be quick on this one. Broken pavement, unfixed fences, lots of litter, invasive plants that unfortunately are not addressed by the Parks Department. And given that history, I think Mr. Hill had the correct line of inquiry, which is, what is the ongoing funding going to be? Because the ongoing funding for the current Stark Weather Path has not resulted in its maintenance. So that's one point. I think the second point I'd like to make, and it's probably one you won't hear, is that I've lived in Bret Harte, and I know what it's like to be out at nighttime in Bret Harte. But I live very close to this pathway, and I have a southern exposure, and it is really windy out there, and that wind comes up at dusk. And if you light the pathway, it's not going to bring more people out there to walk, because 11 months out of the year, it is too darn cold and windy. It's unpleasant to be there at nighttime. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead. Welcome. Pull down the mic, maybe.
Buenas
Lindsay,
noches.
you can, there we go. Okay.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Félix Pérez, soy voluntario de Voces del Canal y la verdad pues estoy acá porque me gusta trabajar, me gusta ver las necesidades de los vecinos y lamento y me da tristeza a mí ver personas que se oponen a las cosas que en realidad se necesitan, porque en realidad ese lugar es un lugar muy bonito y se vería muy, muy hermoso y precioso iluminado durante la noche. Tal vez no toda la noche, pero al menos siquiera de las 6 a 10 de la noche. Y para mí es el proyecto que dice el amigo acá de las luces de 3 pies. Yo pienso que no perjudicaría a los vecinos que viven ahí cerca, ni tampoco perjudicaría a la vida silvestre. Muchísimas gracias. Me gustaría que tomaran en cuenta mis palabras y la petición de todos mis compañeros. Gracias, feliz noche.
Good evening, members. My name is Felix Perez, and I'm a volunteer with Voices of Canal. And I like to say I like working with my community. I like working with the members of my community and seeing what we need and seeing what we can all benefit from. And I would also like to say that I'm a little saddened to hear that some people would be opposed to create such a lovely environment in this area. And I'm not saying that this has to be lit up all night, maybe 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. I think this would be a great project to install just 3-foot lighting, definitely not those tall ones. I agree with our companions here who said the 3-foot bollards would be great. I don't think the lighting would harm the wildlife, definitely not harm or cause any harm to the community members living in this area. I hope you really can take my words into account, and thank you for your time.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Elizabeth Rodríguez, soy miembro de Voces de Canal y vengo aquí para decirles que lo importante que es la iluminación en el sendero, ya que todos caminamos en familia, paseamos al perro, los niños andan en bicicleta. También debe ser en un lugar seguro porque han pasado cosas y también como mujer tengo hijas, entonces creo que es algo muy importante. También tenemos que, creo que trabajar todos juntos, tomar una buena decisión para ambos y que nuestros vecinos también, no queremos perjudicarlos, simplemente queremos algo mejor para todos. Gracias y feliz noche.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Rodriguez, and I'm a volunteer for Voices of Canal. And I think illuminating this part of the neighborhood could be at a very important path. Could be very important in lighting the path. This is where we walk with our families, we walk with our pets, our dogs, and our kids ride our bikes. I think this area should feel safe at all times. I know some sketchy things have happened in this area in the past, and me as a woman and having girls and daughters, I think a lot about safety and their safety. I think this would be a good option to install some of those lightings here. We're not here to say that this is going to cause harm But I think this would be a good benefit in the long run for all. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Cruz Vargas, miembro de Voces del Canal. Como ya escuchamos, todos llevamos varios tiempo trabajando para iluminación en nuestra área de canal. Creo que es muy importante tener un poco de luz en la temporada de invierno, donde los días son cortos. Es muy importante, ya que solo el sendero y el parque de Picohuit tenemos para salir a caminar. Son los únicos lugares recreativos en los cuales se utiliza la comunidad para salir a caminar con la familia. De esa manera no se utilizan autos para ir de compras a Target, ¿verdad? Ya que tenemos algunas tiendas cercas para los que no manejan. Solo estamos pidiendo unas horas para la luz y que sean no muy altas, para también no molestar a los vecinos. Solo queremos lograr e iluminar nuestra comunidad y sentirnos seguros. Gracias y buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Cruz Vargas, and I'm a member of Voices of Canal. And I think many of us have heard here today that we want this project to come through, and we've all worked really hard in illuminating the canal. I especially think that illuminating the canal on the shorter days when the light is short would be great. I mean, the path that we're talking about here in the area of Pickleweed Park is really the only area that we have in the community to walk and exercise and walk with our pets. I think it would be a great benefit also that we can use this path to walk to the area of Target. I mean, for those of us that don't drive, this would be a great benefit to have this area lit up. Of course, we're not here to say, sorry, excuse interpreter. I don't want to say that this is going to cause any harm, but I think this would be a great thing for all the neighbors to enjoy. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Deborah Alstad, and I'm a Bay Point Lagoon resident and Marsh Alliance member. We respectfully ask that you remove the proposed shoreline lighting from the canal transportation plan. This plan represents a dramatic departure from the city plans and policies. The city adapted shoreline plans tell a remarkably consistent story. The 1989 Shoreline Park Master Plan and the 2009 Canal Front Conceptual Design Plan emphasize habitat protection, waterfront recreation, wildlife observation, scenic bay views, and maintaining the natural character of shoreline trails. The 2009 plan recommends lighting only for safety improvements beneath Highway 101, not along the shoreline path, Starkweather Path, or Bay Trail adjacent to the sensitive habitat. While the 2023 Parks and Recreation Master Plan supports better lighting generally for urban parks, it never recommends lighting shoreline habitat corridors or special use parks that close at night. The canal transportation proposal would be the first city plan to introduce lighting of any kind into a naturally dark shoreline environment that is closed at night. So my question is simple. What adapted shoreline policy determined that continuous nighttime lighting and opening the park to the public at night is appropriate here? If no such policy exists, then this proposal represents a major change in the character of the shoreline and deserves its own planning analysis, environmental review, and public process. We respectfully ask that the shoreline lighting be removed from this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Roger Alstead, and I'm a resident of Bay Point Lagoons and a member of the Marsh Alliance. Thank you for your public service. I would just like to address the issue of crime as a justification for lighting this path. It seems that one of the main references used was the crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED, And those principles are, assuming that the lighting will reduce crime. I'd just like to point out that that is not always the case. It's really a situation by situation issue, and that there's some research that shows that lighting has the opposite effect of increasing crime. I'd further like to point out that if the city itself on the website, the San Rafael Police Department justification is extremely vague. The quote, over the years, the number of police incidents along the Bay Starkweather range from under 10 to the low 20s. Well, that's vague, but let's say it's under 10 over a period of years, and that's all day. That's not just the nighttime. So then you subtract the amount of crime that is done just at night, and then you have to further subtract the fact that these lights aren't going to be on all night. If I was a criminal, I'd say, well, I'm just going to wait till the lights are off. So you further subtract that, and you end up with a very marginal safety concern issue that the lighting is going to address. And I would like you to consider that installing 200 light fixtures in a park that's historically been dark at night deserves a little more depth of study if you're going to use crime as the issue for justifying its creation. So I would just like to thank you for your service.
Hello, Mayor Collins and City Council members. My name is Sally Lamont. I'm a Marsh member and an original Bay Point Lagoons homeowner who has walked the Starkweather Path daily for the last 28 years. I'm here to express my opposition to lighting the Starkweather Path at night. As you enter the Bayside Starkweather Path connecting Spinnaker Point to Bay Point Lagoons, the signs clearly state that the park is closed sunset to sunrise. So if the public isn't supposed to use the path at night, why are we spending transportation grant funds to light it? Lighting changes behavior. It attracts more activity. More activity means more impacts to the path than we're already dealing with today. More people, more litter, more graffiti, more e-bikes and scooters and loud boombox noises at night in the middle of the night. As it is, the city isn't consistently maintaining the path. Its pavement is crumbling in many areas, and it hasn't been resurfaced in at least 15 years. So please use some funding to maintain the path and keep it free of graffiti and trash. The bottom line is lighting a closed path sends a mixed message. Closed in policy, but open in practice. This isn't logical, and it leads to more nighttime activity that impacts the path. If the city wants nighttime use, bring that proposal to the public directly. Until then, I encourage the council to not light the Starkweather Path. Thank you for your efforts and attention.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Kate Powers. I'm a San Rafael resident. I served on the city's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee for 14 years before there were term limits, and I did serve on the Community-Based Transportation Plan as a representative of BPAC. What I remember during those meetings was that safety was a concern in the canal, and lighting was one of the top topics. But at the time when we were discussing it, my recollection is that it was in the community and not on Starkweather Path. While Starkweather Path might have been added in, the conversations were in the neighborhoods and where people are currently out and about during the night, that where the main lighting and the projects that are underway right now are addressing. I do have to say that I had not met John Starkweather, but I did meet Jean Starkweather, and I served on the Civic Center planning for the train station there. And both John and Jean were part of the San Rafael Shoreline Master Planning process. John was a planning commissioner, and Jean was on the Master Planning Committee. And the plan states that one of San Rafael's greatest natural and open space assets is the Stark Weather Path. And that master plan states it's designed for, their intention was low intensity recreational use and habitat preservation. The last thing I wanted to just say is the bay tray around the trail, around the bay, by nature, is not completely lit because it's not lit in natural reserves and wetlands and suburban areas. People who ride at night have lights on their bikes. People who walk at night carry a flashlight or their phones. There are ways to be safe on the pathway if you're going to be there at night after the pathway is closed. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Dios me lo bendiga a cada uno por nombre. Yo estoy acá por mis vecinos, la necesidad que hay en mi comunidad y soy parte de Voces de Canal y estaba escuchando el proyecto. El proyecto se hizo, se pensó en los vecinos y sobre los animalitos donde está en el lago. Por eso ese proyecto se pensó antes de poder accionarlo. Pero sí me gustaría a mí que este proyecto se realizara porque, como ustedes ven, no podemos caminar en las carreteras porque hay más peligro y nos pueden colisionar un carro si caminamos en las calles. Pero Star Wars es el mejor lugar y podemos buscarlo porque encontramos la paz mental en ese lugar y hacer ejercicio. Y gracias.
Good evening and God bless each and every one of you here tonight. I'm here representing my neighbors and the need for our community. I am part of Voices of Canal. And I think this project was thought up on partially from the neighbors living in this whole community. I think we all took into consideration the wildlife in the lagoon and everything that would be affected. So I think this is a thought out plan. And I hope this plan can come into fruition. As you know, it's quite dangerous to be walking on the streets. You know, we never know an accident. We can suffer an impact from an motor vehicle, excuse me. So I think the Stark Water Path lighting is a good idea. This is a place where we could all have some mental peace and get some exercise. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shayla Alvarez, and I work at Canal Alliance. And part of my work focuses on supporting advocacy projects with Voces del Canal, which is a community-based organization and led by community residents from the canal. In my time working with this group, I have seen the immense amount of effort that has gone into the lighting initiative. They collaborated alongside with Dominican University of California and Canal Alliance to identify areas that needed more light, this path being one of them. They took the time to take pictures both in the daytime and the nighttime to compare the differences, particularly during the long winter months. Through this initiative, we saw community interest in this project, especially for members who walk that path at night for running errands and leisure. It's important to note that this pathway is one of 2 recreational areas for the canal neighborhood and sees regular and high use. While in the summer, lights may not be as needed, especially given the longer days. Winter is when they become particularly necessary, especially when we begin to experience sunset at an earlier time. We have people walking home, running errands, enjoying leisure time that they didn't get to enjoy earlier in the day, and extending those lights until at least 8 p.m. allows them that opportunity to have that pathway. Lights in this area are highly needed, and the work done to get this far cannot be ignored. While we understand collaboration from all parties is needed, it is our position to advocate for the bollard low lighting to enhance our community paths and ensure safe use for all members of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Cris Parra. Vivo en el canal por más de 20 años. Y nada más quiero hacer eco de todo lo que han dicho mis compañeros del vecindario del canal. Ellos trabajaron por 6 meses sin parar cada semana estuvieron trabajando, investigando sobre las luces, estuvieron haciendo caminatas, estuvieron esforzándose cada semana para poder saber dónde es donde había más crímenes. Hicieron un trabajo muy, muy fuerte. Y también nos está pidiendo que se ilumine toda la noche, porque es obviamente todos vivimos en el mismo vecindario. Para poder coexistir necesitamos encontrar un balance. No necesitamos tener las luces hasta las 10 de la noche, no necesitamos tener las luces toda la noche. Obviamente, especialmente en invierno, sí necesitamos luces, teniendo en cuenta que la mayoría de los residentes del canal tienen 2 trabajos, hasta después de las 6 de la tarde ellos salen de trabajar. Entonces en invierno sí es necesario tener un lugar de recreación, ya que solo contamos con el pickleball park y el sendero para caminar. No se está pidiendo algo que no podamos trabajar entre los vecindarios. Para mí es muy, muy importante que nuestra comunidad tenga un lugar donde tener recreación. Entonces este es un lugar que para mí ayuda mucho. Entendemos que habrá personas que lo ven totalmente diferente, pero también quiero reconocer el esfuerzo que nuestra comunidad ha hecho durante esos 6 meses. Se trabajó, se hizo exposición, se invitó a toda la comunidad a participar. Vinieron aquí a presentar esa oportunidad y a presentar ese estudio que se hizo. Son líderes del canal que trabajaron arduamente para poder llevar a cabo el proyecto. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Hello and good evening. My name is Chris Parra, and I've been living in the area of the canal for over 20 years now. And I just want to echo everything that's been said already tonight. I know a lot of the members in the community worked arduously for 6 months, nonstop, doing weekly investigations and weekly walks through the darkest parts of the canal, trying to figure out where the most likelihood for crime would be based on this darkness. And we're not saying that this path has to be illuminated all night. I think to coexist in this area, we need to find a strict balance. Not all night, but I think in the winters it would be very important. A lot of the members in the community of the canal work 2 jobs, potentially, and they don't come home until after 6. And in the winter, it's dark by this time, and it's really the only area, the Pickleweed Park and this dark path that we have to walk around and really get some exercise. It's just different when you're walking out in the streets, and it's not the same. So I think this area of recreation, if it's lit up, it would make a big difference. I know people here tonight don't see eye to eye, and we see things differently, but I just definitely want to give recognition for all the members of the community of the canal that worked arduously during the past 6 months to really investigate this, and everyone that was invited to participate, all the leaders, all the advocacy that was done. I think this is a grand project if we can pass this through. Thank you.
Good evening. Since I'm the last speaker, I will make this brief. Thank you for everybody staying this late. I have 3 points to make. One is that the Fred Grange area, which is privately owned, will not have lights on it. So it's very illogical to think that people are shopping at Target, walking through Fred Grange, which is totally pitch black, has potholes on it to get to the lighting area. Makes no sense. My second point is that the graphic, the rendition that was showed is very misleading. And the reason it's misleading is it shows that the bollards are going to be on grass. Well, if you look at Starkweather Path, there is no grass. There are rocks, the water, and on the other side is, gravel and a bunch of weeds. So the rendition needs to be updated to really show the reality of what it will look like on Starkweather Path. And the third thing is, I think I forgot it. Hold on. It'll be there in a minute. God, it was a good one, too. Okay, what's my time? I got 49 seconds to remember. What was it, Joni? What? Huh?
Recreational use. Safety.
Well, recreational use, they understand that. They understand that. Give me another one. Money. Don't waste your money on this. The 500,000, you showed a chart that showed pickleweed had not been identified yet. So take that 500,000 and give it to pickleweed, and life would be good for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, who else would like to speak? You waited all evening. If you were thinking about speaking but haven't decided yet, now is still your opportunity. I don't want to cut anyone off. Okay, you're really sure. I feel like every time I start to close it, then someone's like, oh, okay. Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment on this item. Thank you all for being so respectful and listening to each other. There were some questions. There was a lot of input, so we won't repeat that here, but I did want to highlight some questions that I had heard, and staff might also have heard some. There was a question about the CEQA exemption, if there's an expansion to even partial nighttime, how does that intersect with the CEQA exemption? There was concern about ongoing maintenance of the path, and I just think having DPW speak to the resurfacing and the trash. If you could also explain how grants work, and it's frustrating, let me tell you, it's frustrating for the five of us up here. You can't just, they'll tell you, but it's not just taking money from one to another. We wish it was that it'll make our last agenda item, which you're not all going to stay for on the budget, much easier. But if you could kind of speak to the grant, because I think that is a really critical point and worth repeating. We could also speak to, and this might even be the city attorney, and I do understand that disconnect of the signs not coinciding with the use. And then the very last, or one of the last ones talked about Mr. Grange has property that's unimproved, not improved, could be improved, and does the city have any influence, or what would that look like? So I think that's an interesting, again, looking at it holistically. So
we're going to start at the top this time.
Okay, thank you, Gray.
So the project did receive a categorical and statutory exemption through CEQA, through the CEQA process. As part of our design process, we have a consultant, LSA, on board who did the CEQA analysis and provided the memorandum of understanding around the CEQA exemption. So that is available on the website. It's attached to the staff report. And I won't get into the exact details on what that process looks like, but they basically looked at the project with lighting, with the bollards and the overhead lighting, as it represented kind of the biggest environmental footprint possible for what was being proposed for the project. And still found that even with that, with the existing multi-use path, the project still properly qualified for both exemptions. So all that language, detail, explanation of how that conclusion came. I'm not an environmentalist, so I'm not going to just speak to that, but that is available. And that still was the conclusion recommendation that council then took action on a couple months ago. Ongoing maintenance.
Sure. So as far as ongoing maintenance, so in the last couple of years, Public Works took on an asset management software inventory, and we've been slowly figuring out, what can we do, what more can we do with the given resources, and having that data that can also be pulled in from C-Click Fixes, and just trying to figure out what the best use of our staff is we're trying to figure out how we can add in maintenance in certain areas, and including the Starkweather path. And I know earlier this year we did replace part of the fencing. That was all we could do at that point in time, but this next fiscal year we have more fencing on our work plan to do. But there's so many different things that we do in the city that we can't take on everything at one time with our given workload, but we are working on that as part of our asset management policies and procedures. So there is more coming on that.
In terms of how do grants work, Grant 101, when the project applied for the grant, we applied with a specific plan and scope. So that scope detailed what improvements were to be made, where they would be made, and how they would be implemented. We have to give that good faith effort to align the project to that scope. Any scope that deviates from that has to go back through the Caltrans CTC process for review and subsequent conversation. And so in the original grant application for the project, it was just specified that lighting was to be included in various areas and including on Starkweather Path. So that is the basic language of how this came to be. And the implementation of that has to follow that scope. In terms of private property, the adjacent, it's not city-owned, can't conduct work and or use grant funding in the private property region. Something to add?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, there have been discussions more related to sea level rise and knowing that both Fred Grange's property and the Audubon actually owns part of that property. It's not just Fred Grange. There have been discussions on exploring the feasibility of upgrading that levee to meet FEMA standards, and then looking at a cost analysis of what it would cost for us to upgrade that levee, and in addition to, requesting easements and potentially ownership of the property. So that is something that we've been working with Kate on that kind of proposal, and if we could get a grant to help us just even explore what that would mean. So that'd be a separate project on a separate timeline. We understand that in order to do anything on that area, we would need to own it or have an easement on it, but we'd also understand that that would need to be upgraded for multiple reasons. But at that point in time, we could explore potentially doing lighting that would extend all the way to Target, if that is something that council would want to explore. And I think the final question.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. The city manager and I were just discussing it over here. So this is the point that was made that if the path is lit at hours that are past where the open hours are posted, whether that would be inconsistent and whether we'd be encouraging use at a time after the posted hours. So a couple of thoughts about that. The path isn't like a business that can lock its doors and when it's closed and nobody can come in. The fact is that even if we wanted to say that after a certain hour, not only is use prohibited, we're going to do something about it. We're going to keep people off the path. We don't have any means to do that. We're not going to, be patrolling and kicking people off the path. So I think the challenge here with the question is that there are dual purposes for the proposal that's being made. One purpose is safety. We heard from Sergeant Delzell about, the benefits of lighting. So I think on the safety side of it, the purpose of the lighting is acknowledging that regardless of a closing time, the path is used after dark, and therefore the lights are there for safety. I think the other side of the question, though, is if we're going to light it at hours that are after when we're saying it's closed, should we be considering changing the hours and acknowledging that the path would be open during those hours that we're already acknowledging that people are using it? It would be a policy question for the city to consider. And I would think that Public Works would come back with a proposal regarding that. I can't give you a more precise response. That's the best I can do on that.
No, that's helpful. And I thought of one other question that came up was that there was an assertion that the imagery that was shown for the lighting, I don't know if you want to show it again, was inaccurate. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, but that point was made by several speakers.
Yeah, so the photo we were showing was just one location along the path, which does have grass on both sides. When we created our consultant created the AI image, we were actually, a bunch of the comments we were receiving from the public was, it's going to shine into my yard or into my house. So the reason we picked that location was because of the comments we had been receiving at the time from the community. So we wanted to share, that example. We just hadn't drawn another image at another location where there is the marsh on one side and the bay on the other. We just didn't draw a second image. But this is an actual photo with grass on both sides taken from the path.
Okay, and I think part of what I heard, and maybe I heard incorrectly, so maybe it goes back to the original scope of it, that what's being proposed is bollards along a part of the path where there aren't residents. I just, if you could just confirm what you're showing up there in that very, I think it's one of the first slides. It's in our staff report, but just so we can all be on the same page. The community, there we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the original proposal that was at the very beginning of the presentation showed that mixed use of overhead and bollards. And I think the overhead started kind of past the residence. It was like 100 feet-ish to the east. So what the modified lighting proposal is just bollards for the entire length of the blue segment from, Spinnaker, thank you, all the way around back to Bay Point.
That's helpful. You can keep that image up because I think that's helpful for us. Okay. Are there additional questions that the council may have after hearing public testimony before we go to comments? So questions first. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. Have we considered doing the path instead of on the outside, just going through the inside? You know, because there is a loop right there, right? So I was just curious to see.
Sorry, could you?
So right now, it's hard to explain with my finger from here, but right now it's kind of like going all around. And there is like a little path. Like if you follow the path from Target and you just go all the way straight, isn't that a path? No, that's the lagoon. Okay, sorry, I'm disoriented with this picture. Okay, so no questions then. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Councilmember Hill, additional questions.
So what is the timeline for this? So if we were to, because I have a follow-up question. I'll go to the follow-up question first, and then you can answer the question about timeline. I know that there's a process. Just want to press on that a little bit more with CTC and Caltrans. What does that look like? Is it more on the spectrum of a black box, or can you pick up the phone and call and just say, hey, what is involved to assure that we could retain the grant? You know, how do we ensure that we can modify but still have value delivered to the community?
So it is a little bit of a black box in that we would submit a Form 25G, which is a scope of work change form, through our Caltrans contract to CTC. We would describe in that form what the change was to the scope, how it would impact the pedestrian and bicycle experience for the project. There's a couple like language summary questions that they ask. That gets sent to CTC during one of their meetings, and they take whatever action they are going to take during that meeting. So we wouldn't get a preview. We sent it to Caltrans. It gets sent off to CTC for action.
We also, from my understanding is, we can't say, oh, just kidding, we want to change the scope back. Like, once we submit the change of scope, that's what we're committing to them.
Right. I think I had asked earlier, are we able to look at the fact pattern of agencies that have submitted scope modifications, and what are the statistical outcomes of those submissions?
So scope changes happen. That's not a typical, unusual thing. Without going back and watching and reading CTC meeting minutes for specific projects, I wouldn't be able to tell you what action was taken. But like, it does happen. It's not an unusual thing, I would say. It's just the outcomes, we would need to go do research on what the specific scope was.
And I think that's where I'm going with this, because from this dais, I cannot make a decision that without knowing, because if it's clear, like every time a change goes in, the whole thing gets rejected, obviously that's problematic. If it's more on the other end, just to say, we want to make certain we can secure value for the community and allocate it in the most valuable way, I would want us to pursue that. If statistically, they tend to be more liberal in their ability to allow agencies to reallocate value.
Can I just add, just for reference, so the total grant was $4.1 million, and we're talking about $500,000 of scope. And if the city council directs us to change the scope to remove the lighting, that's 1/8 of the budget that we requested for the grant. So as far as scales of like scope being reduced, it's about 1/8 of the scope being reduced. We still have no idea what CTC would say, but just for.
Yeah, and I think too, and where I'm going with this, and that's where I think my head is going, is that I think it would be worth a beat to just get a sense, to your point, Gray, to understand, and I would not want you to specifically sit there and watch every proceeding, but I think that on balance, if there's a record, that would be helpful to help render a decision. And further, and I'm not necessarily saying
We're going to stay with questions.
I'm going to
Okay.
questions.
And then we'll get to comments.
Because my next question is not necessarily that we say no lighting. What I'm saying is, can we even contemplate where it says future? Could we allocate it there, or is there a time basis for the grant where we could contemplate where the future project would go around Pickleweed Park?
There is a time limitation on the grant, and it is based on when we allocate or we request allocation of funds. So we have already allocated funds for the design, and so we have a time stamp on when we have to use those funds. The same would apply for construction.
Yeah, the Discordia Marsh project just got delayed another year from starting, so we're unsure when that project will actually get started and how long it'll take them to complete. So we could still be 3 to 5 years out from even just the levee being built. And then there's a second phase. So we're unsure of when that future project could even be implemented.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember.
Super focused follow-up. Is it possible to informally meet with the CTC and say, we have unanticipated controversy and we're looking at options?
I posed an informal question, and their response was, submit your form, and we'll get back to you.
They will talk to you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions, I will now bring it back for the council to deliberate, and I'll start with Councilmember Micah. Go ahead.
Sure. I'll start by thanking again everybody who has participated on the conversations, emails, being here tonight. I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock. So I know that this is a very important discussion because the Star Weather Path is a very special place that means a lot to many, many people. The original engagement with canal residents, they already mentioned this. It was an informal canal lighting project, and that was an effort between Dominican, Canal Alliance, Voces del Canal, and the city. I was part of that process in 2022, and it was really great to see the leaders of the canal looking for ways to improve basically their life. And I, really applaud, and I'm very, very proud to see them tonight as well. However, the work to move this project, this is just the lighting the path is just like a small part of the entire project. The work started last fall. And we were connected with the community, having meetings. So we haven't had any works at all. Once the study was done, and this was like an informal study in 2022, I haven't had any knowledge of anything else until last fall. So I just wanted to mention that. And as the council member representing the entire district, I have met with neighbors from Spinnaker Point, from Bay Point, from the canal as well. And I have walked the path, and I walk the path with my dog, and I love the path. I've been in my neighborhood for 28 years, but my father-in-law lived in the canal since in 1990s. So I have actually walked that path for many, many years now. I have listened to all the concerns and heard a lot of personal stories, and I've looked at the survey, so thank you also for sending all the survey results. I cannot move forward with the project the way it was initially designed because I don't think that it actually solved the problem that we had with the big lights all night, and I've been really giving this a lot of thought, and what it is very clear to me is that we all love the path, but we have experienced it in different ways. So I wish I had a magic wand that could just make everybody happy. But I feel that what I hear from you is that for many residents, this is a peaceful, natural space with wildlife, dark skies, and a beautiful connection to the bay. I understand that personally, again, because I love to go there to walk it and with my dog. And protecting our natural spaces is something that is extremely important to me as well. And at the same time, many canal residents also use this path every day to connect with nature, to spend time with their families. exercise, enjoy the waterfront, and safely travel between home, work, and other destinations. And I know that many of them go with their families, with their kids, with their pets, the same that, we all do. So we hear about the darkness, especially during the winter months, and the limited access for many residents. So my responsibility is not to decide whose experience are more important, is to listen to all of you and figure out a balanced solution. So again, I cannot support the original lighting proposal because I do not believe that does anything to address the concerns that we are hearing from the community, and at the same time not doing anything doesn't solve the problems that some of the other residents have as well. So the solution that I support is the low-level bollard lighting only, no overhead fixtures, and only operate them during winter, which is like probably from November through March. I'm thinking from like sunset until like 8 o'clock. In the morning, I really want to respect the quiet times of the neighborhoods. I believe right now we have 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I would then start any lighting before 7 a.m. until sunrise. And I think this will improve the access and safety and also minimize the impacts of the natural environment and neighbors living nearby. I really believe, I was very involved when I was on the school board with the lighting of the San Rafael High School Stadium, and with the new technology now, I know that the light can be done in a way that it really illuminates the path. And I trust our team to design something that we can all evaluate, I guess. Finally, I just want to thank our staff for listening to our community. They've been in many meetings with me as well and really been thinking outside the box, because we've been really trying to figure out from the initial design of like having a lot of lighting and all night and safety and all that, we have come to, I feel like what is a compromise. I know that not everybody's going to be happy about it, but I really appreciate all of you for being here tonight, for all the conversations we have had, and hopefully we can start this project and see how it works. We do have the control for the timing. So anyway, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. When I think about lighting and this conversation, first of all, it's such a different type of conversation, because normally the calls that I get are, we need more lighting. We need to have lighting. So this has been a little bit of a switch in trying to get my head wrapped around, but I was trying to think about where I see lights and when I like to look at lights, and I thought about holiday lights. Lighting of buildings and bridges. San Francisco's obviously different, but they're using lights in such different ways right now. And if you look at like the Bay Bridge and everything else, there's just lights everywhere. And then when I look at 4th Street, right, we have our own Tivoli lights, and everyone loves them. And my own house, I have solar lights along the walk path so people can see where the things aren't even. So I know that lighting brings warmth, it builds community, and it's about safety, and it creates a neighborhood. So it has all these different components to it, and I want to recognize that we're talking about an area of San Rafael that has had very little investment and support, and the work that's been done to receive a grant and a recognition that this work is vital to our community is very important as well. So the Starkweather Path is not simply an environmental corridor, it's also a public transportation and recreation corridor.
Excuse me, you've been so great, just let her finish.
Used by residents of all ages, our responsibility is to ensure the public spaces are welcoming, accessible, and safe for the community that relies on them. And this is a public park. We have multiple locations in the city with examples of lighting. This is also a project that was created by the Canal residents in 2022, and I remember going to a number of those meetings and conversations to hear about what was being proposed. And I wish some of you were there at that time, because it was, look out. shared by the Canal residents and advocated by the residents. The Starkweather Path is a public asset that serves residents from multiple neighborhoods. Thoughtfully designed lighting can improve accessibility, mobility, comfort, and safety while still respecting environmental concerns. The goal is not to urbanize the path. The goal is to ensure that more residents can confidently use it and enjoy it throughout the year. One of the things I appreciate most about the discussion is the level of civic engagement it generated. People showed up from both sides of the conversation, shared their perspectives, and advocated for what they believe is best for the neighborhood. That kind of involvement strengthens our community, even when we disagree on the outcome. My hope is that everyone who has participated in this conversation stays involved, because there's many ways you can be involved in helping the city. We will accomplish more working together on those challenges than continuing to debate whether a modest amount of lighting should prevent us from making a public pathway more accessible and usable. So I appreciate the proposal to do the lower level bollards. I would, the recommended time frame to sort of the dawn to dusk type of, however it was stated in the staff report for the recommended proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight and for allowing people to speak respectfully. I see the data I see the matter differently. I look at the data and what has been presented, and the vast majority of folks in the survey indicate that they use it for recreation and for exercise, not necessarily for commerce. Furthermore, based on some of the testimony I heard this evening, when we think about the hours that are being contemplated and recommended by staff, summer months, the lighting would have very minimal value, that we would end up, and I liked the number, and I affirmed it from the public comment, that about 120 hours would be useful for this investment. 4.1 million is a lot of money. I really believe in the active transportation program and the fact that the Canal Alliance and Voces del Canal advocated and this council advocated for all of that money. However, I do think that if it can be explored with CTC and Caltrans, that we can find ways that $500,000 could be used in greater ways, I would love to pursue that. I will not be supporting the staff recommendation. I would like to see additional work done to pursue allocation and see if we can reclaim that money in another option if possible inside the boundary of the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
I find that in circumstances where we have a great deal of controversy, we need a crisply articulated rationale to support our action going forward, and I don't see that here. The data in the reports that have been presented don't show an overwhelming focus on this particular path and lighting this particular path. The genesis of this overall grant project was lighting in the overall canal area, not this particular lighting project. And everyone agrees that lighting improvements, some of which have been done already, are good for the community, good for the businesses, good for everyone. And I think if we focus on other lighting opportunities, that we can find a way to redirect these funds to things that actually benefit the community without eliciting this high level of controversy. That said, wow, we don't want to threaten that grant funding. So I think Councilmember Hill is exactly correct that we should start exploring ways with CTC for how we can best reprogram these funds, completely staying within the geographic scope and the method scope, within the lighting features in that geographic area in a way that, in projects that are more uniformly supported throughout the community. So I will not support the the staff recommendation, I would support something along the lines that Councilmember Hill outlined, a direction to the staff to begin exploring options.
Thank you. So excellent comments and deliberation already. I want to talk first about community outreach. Both said this evening, as well as emails, that there wasn't enough community outreach. And so we always are open to how we can engage all of you on an ongoing basis. The survey was a great way to meet people literally where they are. And so we always got to up our game. And because I have all your captured attention, I'm going to remind you that the Southeast San Rafael Precise Plan work is starting. That's planning that whole area. Marin Transit Bus Depot on East Francisco with Bellum is starting. And 101-580 interchange. These are all big projects that I don't think there's been much engagement on yet from the community, and some of these are at different stages. So one way is to subscribe to the snapshot, and it's not the only way. We're looking at district newsletters and other ways, but that is something I do want to give a shout out to the HOA leaders. We do talk to you about trying to get information out, but we're busy people, so I understand why people don't engage until it starts to actually take shape and form. So just wanted to have that pitch on other key things. I was really struck by both the emails that we've received over the months as well as public commentary tonight. And we had a commenter that said, we don't see eye to eye. We don't see eye to eye. What struck me also was the demographics from the different viewpoints I've heard. And so when I look at that and I think about the grant scope, and I hear that my colleagues over here about going back to MTC or where we got the money, part of the reason we got the Canal Active Transportation Plan is because it was working with a community that has been under-resourced and underserved. So to change it, because there were different opinions depending on how people use the path or what their demographics were, I think is quite fraught. And so I don't support having that conversation. This is part of a bigger picture and a bigger holistic approach. And I really appreciate that, the disconnect on the path. I understand that, and I appreciate the answers that we've heard from the city attorney, and that might not be totally satisfying. The other part I really want to pick up on, and almost every single email talked about the environmental. Every single email. So I am perplexed, truly perplexed why this compromise or balance is probably a better way, this balance from what was originally proposed and sought after, and this is modified based on staff's feedback due to environmental considerations. That balance wasn't supported or appreciated by the community that was giving the input. When that environmental issue is being addressed through low ballers, through timing, I am truly perplexed. I don't understand. To me, this is the epitome of good community conversation, whereas the project scope, the overheads and what they went for was not appropriate. We heard that from the community. And so it was modified in a way that I don't understand why we continue to have people who were not saying, wow, you did hear us. You modified the project. And look, we have neighbors who maybe need during those 120 hours, that's when they need to use the path and to be inclusive and accessible. And for me, one of the values I have is how do we look beyond our own perspective and our own needs and actually broaden it to the broader community. And people can shake their heads and say, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me on that approach. But I do want to underscore that the environmental impact, I 100% support reducing that. And when I talked about the dark skies earlier from the private residents, there were murmurings and side conversations. So if it applies to the public path, why wouldn't we have that same ruler, that same assessment of private? So to me, looking at dark skies is incredibly important. The scientists that spoke this evening said that, 100%. So I'm committed to ensuring, if this project ends up voting going forward, of having that dark sky, having the shields on the back. This is a tough time to always sit up here. It's easy to sometimes listen to just the loudest voices and the most organized voices. I will be clear about that. And this council has also repeatedly said, we are more than just the folks that have been here a long time and the people that are so blessed to live right along the path. We are also a community that recognizes there are people who don't have maybe that they're not right on the path, but they use it and it's just as important to them. So because of that testimony from both what we heard today and we also received letters as well, I support the modified. I would not have supported the original scope, and appreciate that as a community, we make tough decisions and we make unpopular decisions. And what I would request of everyone in this room and when you get on next door is how do we keep having the next conversation for all these other projects that I just mentioned at the beginning. This won't be the first or last time that we have a tricky and difficult issue to navigate. So I finished with my comments, and with that, I would entertain a motion either as presented or modified.
So is it the motion to accept the remote? Okay, so I'll make a motion to, or I'll direct the staff, I guess. It's not a, is it a motion? What we need? Yeah, okay. I'll make a motion to direct the staff to modify the scope of work for the proposed lighting along Starkweather Path for the Canal Neighborhood Active Transportation Enhancements Project to include only waist-high bollards and to reduce hours of operations for the lighting.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
No.
Councilmember Hill.
No.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Yes.
Councilmember Eden Scalati.
Yes.
Mayor Kate.
Yes, that motion passes 3-2. I really want you all to stay for the budget, but I know you probably don't want to, so I will give you a few minutes to exit. Thank you all for being here, but as they're exiting, we will call up the next item, which is the final citywide budget for the fiscal year, GAN legal spending limit, Measure A work plan, and capital improvement plan. We're going on to our next agenda item. Yep. Well, we're not going to take it personally that cleared the room that we have our final proposed budget, but and even though it's a late hour, we will continue with our agenda, being that we have reviewed this item at previous council meetings. So even though the hour is late, we will proceed.
Mayor Kate, I need to announce that I find that I am in conflict with item 2BI, as the CIP agenda item includes 2 projects that are within 500 feet of my real property. So I will be stepping out of the room, and if the city clerk could alert me when to come back in, I'll come back in. Thank you.
So.
All right, interim city manager, the floor is yours.
All right. So as noted, this is the final item on tonight's agenda, and it represents a series of actions that would, taken together, approve the city's budget for fiscal year 26-27. I'll say briefly that the items listed under the recommendation would include the approval of the capital improvement program and the 3-year plan update. That was presented as part of the proposed budget, I believe on May 18th. And then there are additional actions related to the budget resolution, GAN appropriation, and the Measure A work plan. Given the conflict identified by Councilmember Hill, I think it might be appropriate to just see if the council had any questions on the capital improvement program that had been presented and is also included in the packet as attachment, I want to say attachment 5. Let's see. Yes, it's attachment 5. And if we can discuss, answer any questions, or take action on the capital improvement program, at which point Councilmember Hill can rejoin.
Okay, so.
We were not going to go through a whole nother presentation of the capital improvement
Okay,
plan.
so if I understand correctly, right now, you're asking for any questions that the council might have on item B, point I only, and then Councilmember Hill would come back into the chambers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And public comments, and then council.
Right, of course.
So we'll have questions, public comment, and then a vote.
Right.
And then we'll move to the rest of it.
Okay, I just
Thank
wanted to
you.
clarify, because this is a little unusual, so I want to make sure it was clear. Any questions on item BI? Wait, go ahead.
The whole program, which is just linked in here. That's what you're asking?
Yes, it's the whole program. The link is here. It was also, as we said, presented at the May 18th hearing. I would just add that other than the request for action on approving the updated rolling 3-year capital improvement plan, it's the year 1 of the capital improvement plan that is then reflected in the budget adoption actions that will follow.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions, so we will open public comment on item BI only. I don't see any public comment, so I'll close the public comment and bring it back for any comments before we have a vote. Other than the CIP, this is a really big document with lots in that, but because we have reviewed it prior, I think that's why there isn't any additional comments. That's why I see nodding heads. Okay, then I would entertain a motion on this specific item.
I'll make a motion to approve the capital improvement program fiscal year 2026-27 through fiscal year 2028-29.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Someone could text, Madam City Clerk is on it, texting Councilmember Hill to return to the chambers. So now we will have a staff presentation on items BII, BIII, BIV.
Do that again.
Yep. So as we move on to the next items, I maybe was remiss in also just noting that part of what we will cover, I'm not going to go through the entire budget as presented at May 18th, but just summarize it at a fairly high level. And as we shared with Finance Subcommittee last week, just highlight some of the areas where we've refined, made some slight revisions. And I was remiss in noting that there were no changes to the capital improvement program budget as compared to what was presented to the council. So the budget summary is shown here. This is actually a summary of the first exhibit to the resolution. It just summarizes the all funds revenue and expenditure budget for fiscal year 26-27. On all funds basis, we're asking council approval of a total all funds budget of $208,222,108, supported by revenues of $206.9 million, net of transfers and internal service. The budget for next year, net appropriations of $177.55 million. The next slide does highlight on the appropriation side, the expenditure side of the budget. We were showing the current year adopted budget, the budget that was proposed on May 18th, the preliminary budget, and the final budget here before you this evening. I'm going to just highlight a couple of changes. I will say that there were some minor adjustments to the appropriations that we'll cover briefly. The main one that is on here was alluded to earlier in the master fee schedule report, where the recreation revolving fund that has been historically and in the presentation of May 18th reflected as a special revenue and grant fund. Those expenditures were backed out of special revenues and are now reflected in the general fund, which makes up the lion's share. There was also a $2 million appropriation related to our funds being allocated from the general fund to the capital project fund, including funds supporting the Marydale. They were arguably miscategorized as a special revenue grant fund in your May 18th, and so we've clarified them. That's the transfer of $2 million between special revenue and the grant funds. So real quickly on more of the detail on some of the changes, we mentioned the recreation revolving fund. Happy to answer any questions. It's really a net zero impact on the budget. It's an accounting, but it does better track with best practices on revenues collected for recreation programs. We are tracking them now in the general fund and only retaining a portion of the activity within the recreation revolving fund related to those contract classes. These are some more modest but adjustments quickly. They're as compared to the May 18th proposal. There's an additional $150,000 in the gas tax fund specifically to provide a funding for response and repair of street lights and traffic signals that get knocked down in accidents. Typically, we get reimbursed in some cases through the insurance, but rather than the Department of Public Works absorbing it within their maintenance budget, we've allocated a specific funding for it. We've included the continuation actually for a 12-month period of what has been the pilot program of the basic life support within the fire department. So this provides for response to certain calls for service without the need to take an ambulance with paramedics out of service. And this is fully cost neutral in the sense that this funding is entirely reimbursed through ambulance billings related to that service. This is a reappropriation of funds in the Affordable Housing Fund that were previously appropriated by the council but have not yet been built into the budget, will be needed next year, so we've added it in the 26-27 budget. And then funding for replacement of the HVAC at the Department of Public Works facility, which has been added since the 518 proposal. The general fund budget summary remains as presented, and in the slide, I just wanted to summarize again that the budget proposal includes $1.75 million in sort of budget balancing measures that provides funding that is needed, budget flexibility to both balance our general fund budget, provides for $645,000 in some funding augmentations that are outlined in the staff report and were presented May 18th. In addition, there's a recommendation for 4.1 million in one-time appropriations from available fund balance. And again, per our council approved reserve policy and the priorities for that use, they're shown here: 1.6 million liability fund, 2 million for the capital fund, and then there's a $500,000 contribution towards the operation of the Marydale interim shelter, which actually is intended to match the county's general fund contribution. And at the end, we do end up with, again, a balanced budget, and this summarizes total ending fund balance of 18.6 million, the reserve policy, which is 10% for emergency reserves, 5% for economic uncertainty, and a $1 million capital reserve is 17.66 million on the far right column. And that leaves just under $1 million of excess reserved between assigned and unassigned for future uses, but not appropriated in the budget. This again summarizes the three categories of the reserve level that's maintained in the proposal, and the excerpts from the reserve policy on future uses of excess fund balance consistent. Well, the recommendations are consistent with these guidelines. I did add this slide just to show what the near-term forecast looks like with the plan that we have following a balanced budget for 26-27. We still have what I would call a modest structural deficit in the out years. These are improved from the forecasts that we had shown previously in February presentation and the mid-year budget information. About 1.1 million next year, 1.8 million the following year, 2.2. I would note again that the forecast has two significant assumptions. I believe that we're still using some fairly conservative revenue growth assumptions in the out years. So it is very possible that these revenues will exceed these estimates. On the same time, this is 26-27 is the final year of our 3-year labor agreements. And as we go into next round of labor negotiations, that will significantly inform the updates of the forecast. What's built in these is essentially inflation-based adjustments to our compensation, having recently put a lot of resources into addressing market inequities for recruitment and retention, and we'll be updating that information and sharing that with the council in the coming months. And then the 26-27 capital budget that is included in here is about 19.4 million. This, again, is in the staff report, and it summarizes the capital plan by category of expenditure on the left and by funding source on the right. And this would be incorporated into is incorporated in the action that's recommended tonight. Finally, next is the authorized staffing plan of 418.08 FTE. It's a net change of 4.4. This includes both the addition of 3.4 positions, specifically in childcare related to the Glenwood preschool, expanded enrollment there, the addition of the 3 firefighter paramedic positions for the relief pool, offset by reductions in positions, city manager's office, finance department, public works. There's also, I apologize, the public works number includes the addition of the 2 park maintenance positions that will be kind of dedicated to the downtown cleanup work that was previously done by the Downtown Streets team coming in-house using existing funding for that. This just shows the staffing trend going back, I believe, 22 years. And there is definitely a little bit of an uptick in this proposal, but we note that it is still about, 27 positions below where we were at least at the peak in 2007, 2008. This next section, I'm not going to go through it in much detail, but I did want to include it. It is included as, I think, attachment 4 in the staff report. Carrying on from the June 1st meeting where we provided an update on the council's strategic plan and the work plan, we kind of brought that information back as part of the budget packet just to highlight across each of the areas of the council strategic plan. These are the work plan project items on the left side that are continuing and carrying over from 25-26, as well as the additional work plan items being included in the 26-27 work plan and funded, at least for the body of work and the scope of work that's identified for 26-27. And if nothing else, as I fly through these or go through these slides, it'll be clear that most of the work that is still ahead of us is carryover work from the current year 1 work plan. We have the mobility infrastructure. The new work plan item is some of the work that the Public Works Director was following up on our asset management program and developing a policy around that while continuing all of the important work identified and started this year. Sustainability and resilience. A lot of this is the new work plan items have to do with ongoing work related to Measure C and fire prevention work and disaster preparedness, in addition to the carryover work. Housing and homelessness, we've got the Marydale Affordable Housing Project teed up, homelessness strategic plan, and more detailed evaluation of our below market rate housing program. And then in the quality of life, the reuse of the Carnegie, looking at the current portfolio of library and recreation programs, particularly to inform the planning that's going on for the new main library and community center. And also the North San Rafael Library Services will be reviewed as an additional work plan item. It was interesting as we looked at this next one, high-performing government. I didn't realize it, but there's like more objectives under high-performing government than almost any other one. On the other hand, it's through a efficient, high-performing government that all the other work gets done. So there's some appropriate to us, but it is a little daunting, including improving our citywide constituent response and management system, and continuing to look at technology and really leaning into using some of the data and metrics to better inform or continue to inform some of the decisions. And so each of these will be coming back to council during different times of the year as we progress, but we did want to put a little more focus on the work plan items that are teed up for next fiscal year. GAN limit is a constitutional statutory requirement that we do an analysis every year based on what our total spending appropriation that's authorized under state law, which is shown here in the blue bar, and the portion of the city's budget that is subject to that limit. And this simply shows, and there'll be a resolution where we're asking council approval to set the GAN appropriation limit for 26-27 at $206.89 million. And of the appropriations in the budget that is before you this evening, the appropriations that are subject to the GAN limit is $102.8 million. So we are consistently, in fact, the GAN limit, appropriation limit, has been growing faster than the revenues and sources we have to support the appropriation subject to that limit. A separate resolution is in front of you to approve and authorize the Measure A spending plan. This is a requirement, I believe, from Marin County to allocate the funding. The entire work plan is included in your staff report. This just shows the projects that are contemplated as part of the 26-27 work plan, both the total funding for the project But the current year work plan is the $640,000 that has full funding for all the projects, with the exception of 2 items that I believe funding will be available, but the work plan does not contemplate doing that work in 26, 27. The next section is just a brief update on the work that we're doing really to address the needs that are not covered in the budget. And it's important to note that, as we've heard, well, every council meeting, the needs always exceed the resources available, and the staff is continuing to work on bringing recommendations to council to address these as best we can by both prioritizing them and then identifying what some appropriate options we might have to address some of those particular needs. So I'm going to just summarize this real quickly. We continue to maintain updated priority funding need. We did address some of the baseline gaps in the budget proposal that's in front of you, but just going through this chart quickly, our equipment replacement between $500,000 and $750,000 a year. We continue to see increases in our costs associated with liabilities and claims, outside legal, and to some degree also our insurance. And so that's an area that is going to continue to put stress on the budget, absent either identifying additional funding or reprioritizing some funding that takes funding away from other baseline services. Infrastructure is probably the single largest area of funding deficiency. Our streets and road pavement program is probably in excess of $2 million a year short of the funding required to maintain our target pavement condition index, and that's at the fair condition level. In addition, we've identified gaps in our sidewalk. Storm drain infrastructure, this is a little bit of an estimate as we await the completion of storm drain master plan. And as part of the whole park impact fee and park CIP, park master plan update, we have about $10 million of projects to be funded over the next 10 years that are outside of what is covered in the park impact fee, AKA new development's responsibility. This is our existing deficiencies. Public safety, yes, staffing, response time, but top of this list also is the need for identifying ongoing recurring funding to sustain the SAFE team program, if not potentially expand the SAFE team, building and facilities, code enforcement, economic development, et cetera, et cetera. If you bear with me for the next 2 slides, and then we can wrap up this presentation. Before we talk about some of the revenue measures that we are looking at, and we are continuing to look at a couple of options to bring back to the council as early as the July 20th meeting, particularly if we're interested in placing any measure on the November 2026 ballot. Action will be needed at that July meeting. So why do we have so many unfunded needs, and why are we continuing to look at new revenue measures? This slide compares just one factor in the municipal finance puzzle for the city of San Rafael. And this is the percent of the property tax that's paid by San Rafael property owners that is retained by the city of San Rafael. And I think, third from the right is city of San Rafael. We retain about 12.2 cents on the dollar, which on a statewide basis, that would be considered a low property tax city in terms of how much. In fact, there's only a couple other jurisdictions in the county that receive less than San Rafael. Most of them receive more, and some actually receive more than twice what San Rafael. At the same token, the amount of property tax that's paid by San Rafael property owners that goes to the county general fund is 19%. It's actually the highest rate of any of the jurisdictions on this chart. And to give you just a order of scale, when we start looking at potential revenue measures, every 1%, if we went from 12.2 to 13.2, that's about just under $2.5 million. 2% would be $5 million, et cetera. And if we were getting the average of what cities in Marin County receive, which is about 16%, we would be at about $10 million to the good in our general fund. So yes, there's a reliance on support from the voters in the community through voter-approved tax measures. Some cities are more reliant and more dependent on having voter-approved tax measures than just your underlying, particularly in a community where the expectation for level of service and breadth of service is as challenging as it is for San Rafael. So with that in mind, again, this is an update. We shared this with the council, I think in February or March. We are currently doing work on either a general purpose tax measure or a public safety tax measure. What we shared with the Finance Subcommittee, we're looking at a property transfer tax, an increase from 0.2% to 1% that would generate about $6 million. Public safety tax, based on basically half of what the Measure P square footage tax was, would generate about $3.1 million. We have done some preliminary work on how we might allocate either a general purpose tax, should it go on the ballot, and if we were successful, $6 million primarily focused on infrastructure and public safety, with the line share going to streets and roads, parks, facilities, but also safe team and being able to start to chip away at some of the response time challenges for our EMS services. Conversely, if we were to pursue a public safety tax measure, then of course those funds would be 100% dedicated public safety. So more on this when we come back to the council at your July meeting, and we'll show some comparisons of our current property transfer tax as a percent of the general fund budget, which for us is right around 3%, compared to how much other cities that have the property transfer tax rely on that. And I think I'll skip over. The next one might be difficult, but here we are in the middle here at 0.2%. This chart on the axis is alphabetical by county, so you have all the Alameda County cities on the far left that are most in excess of 1%, as high as 2.5%, 3%. Point being is that a small increase in this tax, if we were to put it on the ballot and we're successful, would generate a meaningful increment on taxes. So with that said, we're back to the action tonight, which is the adoption of the 26-27 budget. Council already approved both the fee schedule and the capital improvement plan. We are doing some more work on a potential ballot measure, including some polling in the next couple of weeks, and we hope to bring that information back to the council with a recommendation on how best to proceed. So the recommended action before you this evening, the council's already taken action on the first item, which is the approval of the 3-year capital improvement program. The next 3 would be the approval of the resolution approving the citywide budget and capital budget for 26-27, the resolution related to the setting of the GAN limit for 26-27, and the approval of the Measure A work plan. That concludes the information shared tonight, and back to the council.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate all that information as well as all the additional content that's in the staff report. So I'll see if any questions by the council. Yeah, Councilmember Bushy and then Councilmember Hill.
Super specific. How are you accounting for the anticipated transfer from San Rafael Sanitation District to the city of $6.5 million for unfunded pension liability.
So specific to the unfunded pension liability, it's not really reflected in the budget at this point. And as contemplated, once that occurs, I think our recommendation would be that the funding that would come to the city, which is the paying down of their unfunded liability, is funding that would in turn be paid to MSERA to actually pay down the unfunded liability. Alternatively, we receive a check from SRSD and we continue to have the unfunded liability and pay for it in perpetuity. But the intent of that part of that agreement was to quantify that unfunded liability, have it paid off, and then pay it off.
And the bottom line is it has no impact on the budget.
It has no impact on the budget if we follow through with that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I can say that the other alternative would be a short-term benefit, but then we would have a long-term liability that would exceed that amount. So
it would be unwise.
It would be unwise to do anything other than.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And thank you, City Manager and Director of Finance, Navazio. What are the largest fiscal risks facing the city over the next 2 years?
Just a little topic for me.
Yeah. Let's see, off the top of our head at 11:45. No, actually, you know what? That's a really good question, and we think about that all the time. So it's not a, but I would say this, if you're limited to three, in no particular order, one would be just ongoing uncertainty and nervousness over the kind of economic climate, right? This is not a recession-proof spending plan. It's, we do have the reserves that could cover, but for those who are fully anticipating, a recession in the near term, should that come to pass and our property and sales tax revenues are impacted, the reserves can help buffer some of that impact, but that's probably the major concern is the stability and sustainability of current revenues. The second one that I think the city, at least has some modicum of control over is, I would say that the next round of labor negotiations is going to go a long way to determining kind of what the revenue or the budget forecast looks like, just because of the significant percent, particularly the general fund budget, that's tied up in personnel costs, because it's the staff that does all the work, as the mayor says eloquently every council meeting. And the third one, I try not to lose sleep on it, but council is aware that there is actually a citizens initiative that has qualified for the November ballot, Local Taxpayer Protection Act, put forth by the Howard Jarvis group, that if it ends up on the ballot in its current form and if it's approved by the voters, it would essentially eliminate property transfer taxes, including existing. So our $1.9 million a year would no longer be available, and it would also potentially put at risk any local tax measure that special taxes that are approved by Citizens Initiative. So Measure P falls under that category, and so I would say in the short term, what happens with that initiative, both in the legislative negotiation context that it's currently sitting in and potentially at the November ballot, would pose, together, that's $6 million a year, Measure P, and $2 million of property transfer tax that could potentially evaporate within the next year or two if that passes.
Thank you for sharing that last one. I think it's important for people to understand the impacts of something like that passing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions from the council. I will open up public comment on this item. I'm disappointed, there's no public comment, but we have received comments throughout the process, so we appreciate people that have weighed in. So I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to any additional comments by the council members before getting a motion. Vice Mayor, comments?
Just huge amount of thanks to everyone and the staff and the directors for pulling together the tie-in from the work plan to the budget. I like the 3-year projection. I mean, there's a lot of variables, but we'll see. I like having that. It's really good to be able to know that we have this picture where we're at right now going into the start of the year. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah, any comments?
Yes, just like deep appreciation for all the work that has gone into doing the budget with all the departments, and appreciate it. And that's it, because
Thank
it's
you.
almost midnight.
Yep. Councilmember Bushy, any comments?
Just quickly to recognize the great work, and I particularly appreciated the element of what we're doing to try and capture the unfunded resources, unfunded projects. That was really good to show that you're prioritizing what's there. But I must draw our attention to the capital improvement plan, where once again, our unfunded projects outnumber our funded projects. That's just something to keep in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, City Manager Navazio, for ensuring that we could get to this moment. At your strategic recommendation, when you first came in as finance director to this city, you instituted regular updates to this council. That had not been done before, and between my ears, I will share with vulnerability, I had some skepticism about why we would need to hear so frequently. And as you've ensured that you've updated the council, it has created not just trust with the 5 at the dais, but I think with the community and with staff as well. Thank you for bringing your experience to make that happen. I think that this budget reflects the values of the community in terms of what the overall strategy that we have come up with. And you've ensured that with every knob and dial, metaphorical knob and dial that you can turn, ensure that you create as much de-risking as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And my colleagues have already said all excellent comments. So I'll just add my appreciation and totally just lost my thought. Could it be because it's almost midnight? Talking about the work plan and I was appreciative that you talked about that, because when we met 2 weeks ago, we did not go through that, and just helping the community to understand what the budget is able to fund. We want to say yes to everything on our work plan, and that is something that the council has really worked hard with the community, with staff, to prioritize which ones come up out of our 3-year goals and objectives. So work plan year 1, primarily work plan year 2, primarily a rollover, and I do appreciate showing the one that was added on, the tree ordinance. I know that will make people happy that we've heard a lot about that. So thank you for all the work that's gone on. I also appreciate the Measure A work plan and being able to communicate that to the community, because that is an important funding source for us. So with all that appreciation, I would appreciate some motions on this item, and it looks like there's several of them. Jump right in.
Start.
Okay.
Adopt a resolution approving the citywide budget for the fiscal year 2026-27, providing for the appropriations and expenditure of all sums set forth in the budget in the amount of $208,222,108, with net appropriations of $177,550,935.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yiran-Skalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Next motion, please.
I'll take this one. I move that we adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2026-2027 gun appropriations limit.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilmember Hill. Beat you by a hair. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0.
And I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the Measure A work plan for fiscal year 2026-27.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Interim City Manager Paul Navazio. Next item on our agenda is City Manager and Councilmember reports, and I'm asking the Madam City Clerk, can that, because it's on the agenda, do we need, can we do this in July?
You may do this
Okay.
in July. You may have.
So,
Well, I'm not going to be here in July, but I did email my report to Lindsay. Will that work? Or I'll do it
we
in
will make
August.
sure that one of us on the dais covers what your reports were for June.
Otherwise, I can do it in August, I guess. Well, it's June, it's the end of the fiscal year.
You can email it to me, and we'll do our city manager and council member reports for June and July as well.
Sounds
So
good.
with that, we will move right along to open time for public expression. This is a continuation from earlier in the meeting. I don't see anyone who has anything else they'd like to share with the council. So we're not pumpkins yet. It's before midnight. This meeting is adjourned.